I was a bad son, now I'm a good dad. I was a bad son, now I'm a good dad. I was a bad son, now I'm a good dad. What up? When I was a little boy, I put my hood on my back. All eyes on me and nobody cut me no slack. While bowling up and down, that cold money was all I thought. And daddy was selling drugs, so it made me say fuck sports. Him teaching me the game, felt like he was passing the torch. In front of projects, I jumped off the stoop, not a port. My OGs was my idols, not no Meech or Rick Ross. And remember, to be a boss, life was always the cause. I carry Christ on my back, that's why they call me the cross. And whenever shit was rough, I just hustle and stay my course. And every time I pull myself back on my feet, digging my cleats. Every step I take, rip up the streets. A gun in a vest, some money and weed is all I need. When I hit the block, my mama started losing her sleep. To love a nigga like me is really not for the weak. I became a villain after that 100 bullets ate up my Uncle G. I was a bad son, now I'm a good dad. I'm hands-on, my kids ain't raised by no iPad. I show up every day, if you a man, try that. Can't call yourself a man if you make a child and deny that.
Alright, man. Finally, bro. Finally. This what happen when you let people borrow your stuff, man.
Let's not blaming Eli for everything, man.
Oh, it ain't just only Eli, man. What's the deal? What up, cuz? Where you at?
Hey, coolin'. I'm on Stone Mountain right now for Breckenridge.
Okay, we waiting for Kurt to come in the building. I just had Zob here. Let me get into this email right quick, man. Word up, man.
Had you frustrated, cuzzo, every time. What up, people?
What up, TT? Come on, man. We here, man. Let's go, man. Let's rock and roll, man.
Get it, man.
Let's rock and roll, man. My man Floyd at. Shout out to my sister for reminding me about my little bro memorial, man. Boo Bear. Rest in peace, Boo Bear, man. It's been 25 years.
R.I.P.
Yeah, he was
That's why
killed at the tunnel. What you was about to say?
Yeah, that's why I went to New York. I had to commemorate my uncle and my cousin, man. I wanted to see my grandma. I know this time of year is real rough for my auntie, my grandmoms, and them, so, I mean, they like to cook around this time and all that. I definitely wanted to see them. No.
Yeah, man.
I miss my uncle all the time, man. Magic. And I ain't wear fitted in years. But for him, I will.
Oh, yeah, died?
Yeah, my Uncle Magic died. My cousin
Rest in peace,
Jay
Magic, man. Uncle Magic, man.
Uncle Magic. Yeah, my cousin was gunned down by gun violence. Then 3 weeks later, my uncle fell in the tracks in New York City. Yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah. What up, TT? Let Josh and everybody get in the building, man.
No,
40 minutes late. People probably don't think we going live anymore. But it's been a minute, man. It's been a minute.
The world is with chaotic, like I be trying to tell y'all.
Yeah, it's pretty bad out here. It's pretty bad out
here. Chaotic.
That don't got nothing to do with guns, though.
Nah, not this time. Not this time. Bombs and missiles and everything else, though, leave it up to Trump. There's always some type of good old violence.
We're going to get into order niggerism in the beginning, and then we'll get into Trump and them towards the end, or the stuff that we stick on politics and religion towards the end.
That's always.
Offset shot, man, at the casino.
Yo, cuz you think being a rapper is the most dangerous profession there is in America?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, I do.
I don't know, man. They just Your cousin just died from being shot, man. What makes you not want to be out the way? Why violence is just something they
What you talking
need.
about?
I'll say and TJ ain't on the line. I don't know, man. I don't
He
know.
well, he ain't just getting shot. He been dead a while. What up, Zah?
He been dead a minute, but what up, Zai?
Please.
Peace.
Peace,
I
King.
can't. No, I ain't get.
I was.
I can't. I can't. That shit. That shit. What's the name? And I can't hit nothing.
You can't hear nothing right now.
I don't know if it's a service.
It might be the service, bro, but we hear you.
Yeah, you cussed me.
We hear you.
Yeah, y'all sound like a gerbil, man.
That's crazy. How
Get
we
a head.
sound in the
Get your
chat, y'all?
headphones. Get your
Oh,
headphones.
you need headphones. You
Zai.
need headphones, Zah. Some earbuds or something.
Yeah, that don't sound terrible, bro.
Floyd said, "Hell no, them niggas be safe. How the rappers be safe? They dying.
They dying and getting shot.
They
Ridiculous.
dying and getting shot, Floyd. You probably need some headphones or something, Zah. Sounds good. ST said it sounds good. What up, ST? Yeah, you might need some headphones, Zah. I'm waiting for Kurt to come in the building, man. I think Noah working,
Right
but
now? Yeah, my
yeah,
job don't
Noah
never
Noah
stop.
lawyer, man.
Yeah.
Noah
Yeah,
big
my job
time
don't
lawyer,
never
man.
stop.
She working
Yeah.
all the time.
So, must be
Floyd,
on
put
the
it
way
in the
home.
comment section, Floyd. Put it in the comment section. I gotta turn my ringtone down. Niggas be thinking it's the fire alarm and all that. Smoke detector and shit. Word up. Um, do y'all think marriage is legalized slavery? Zai, you think marriage is legalized slavery? He really can't hear
Zai,
nothing.
he
Yeah,
really, he
yeah,
gonna,
yeah, no.
Oh,
Can
all
y'all hear
right.
me?
Yeah.
yeah, we can hear you.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, Zai, yeah, we can hear you.
He in that basement, man. Big ass house.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
We can.
Yes.
You say y'all can hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay, all right. Yeah, yeah, no, man. I said yeah, no, though. You know what I mean?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, no, man. Cause I think it's a good thing to be married,
They
but
go Floyd. They go Floyd. Go ahead, man.
what you said, a marriage license? I mean, I ain't even.
Is marriage legalized slavery?
Is marriage legalized slavery?
He got to think about it again.
I don't think. I don't. I mean, I'm trying to understand the question. Like you saying, is it legalized? What for? What the paperwork side of it, or just
Marriage.
marriage? Period.
Marriage, period. Marriage, period. Is it legalized slavery?
Nah.
Nah. Why you say no?
Um, I think marriage is a beautiful thing. Is I don't think the paperwork side of it with the government and all of that, like having a contract with the government, is I don't. I think that's the slavery part. But marriage is a real thing. You know, I think a woman and a man, being married or being basically chosen by each other, to be together forever and all the vows that come with it. I think it's a beautiful thing to me. Unless you're gonna marry a man, or I mean, who you marrying? You're supposed to be
Nah,
with
we
a
talking
woman,
about
right?
heterosexual. Yeah, we talking about man and woman. That's the only
Yeah,
marriage
man and
we
woman. I think it's a beautiful thing.
that's the only marriage we acknowledge up here. Man and woman.
That's basically what I'm building on, right? Because I think, with marriage, it shows that you're taking. It shows that you're serious. It shows that you're willing to, you know, for better or for worse, elope with a person, and y'all have something genuine. Because I think without marriage, it'd be cool regardless of the fact if you ain't married or not, and that's your lady, and y'all know that, and y'all rock out. But on both sides, what I hear a lot of is the woman may not think that they're locked in like that. It seems like when you go and you do the marriage thing, they know that you and her is one, and they can kind of let their guard down a little bit at that point on both sides. You know what I mean? I don't know. As a man, we already on what we on, but for a woman, I think it's more on a woman's side that they need that instead of us, because we cool with not
So
being
we don't.
married. You're
So
my
we don't
lady. That's
need.
what it
We
is.
don't. We don't need marriage then. Do men need marriage?
Not really. Not really. Not really. Not really, for real.
So
I
basically,
think that's a
men just get
woman's thing.
married for the woman, to make the woman
I
happy.
I I think that's the case for what I mean. I really believe that because once we doing what we doing together and sharing that bond, I think a dude already know what that is. We cool with that. You know what I'm saying? But I think for the woman, it's more for her side that she really want to know if her dude is really 100 with her. I don't know how that go, but yeah, I really believe in that.
And Cuz asked if being a rapper is one of the most dangerous jobs. I said yeah. As T said, it's the energy they put out. You got rappers like J. Cole, Eminem, Joyner Lucas, and plenty more that don't rap about the same stuff mainstream rappers be on. That's true. That's true. Because you don't hear about J. Cole and Kendrick Lamar and them going through the stuff that the gangster rappers go through. So that's true. Floyd said it's a commitment to one another and it's beneficial. How is it beneficial, Floyd? How is marriage beneficial for men? That's what I'd like to know. I know it's beneficial for the woman.
I seen a bunch of peaceful rappers get into bullshit too, and it not be so much safer. They get into
Who?
altercations too. Um,
Who?
I see. Triple X was shot and killed.
He wasn't no peaceful. He wasn't no peaceful rapper.
Who was he bothering?
He was beefing with all types of niggas. He was talking. He was in the mix. He wasn't talking that gun beef, but he was beefing with
Oh,
niggas. Yeah, he was
but
calling
he
niggas.
wasn't. But he wasn't. That's not what killed him. He was a victim of just straight robbery violence.
Yeah, yeah. But because he was a rapper, he was targeted. He was targeted because it was a rapper. He was a rapper. If he wasn't a rapper and people didn't know who he was, they would have never even. That would have
Right.
never
So
happened. He would have
so
just
that
been
falls.
a guy in the store with 40,000 or however much money
Uh,
he had on him.
so why that can't happen with one of them other rappers? Then they could be targeted.
Because they not gonna be in them certain
They may not put
spots.
themselves outside like that. Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
they're not
J.
gonna be in
Cole,
them certain
Kendrick.
places.
Yeah, they're not gonna be in them certain type of places. They're gonna send
Floyd
somebody else
said
out to do that.
Floyd said the ones that's getting killed is a part of an agenda that they push out, but to be a rapper safe nowadays, that shit ain't dangerous. I don't see how you see that, Floyd. Being a rapper is dangerous. As T said, tax purposes. He talking about marriage still. Tax purposes. Is that beneficial for men? No, Triple X shit is deeper than that. Now put mad videos before he got killed saying that people was at them and they're trying to kill him like on some Illuminati shit. Nah. Nah, I don't believe that. Triple X just got caught at the wrong time, man. You know.
Mm-hmm.
If they didn't know him, they would have never that would have never happened. What you think, Za? Being a rapper is a dangerous job?
I think I think yeah, and especially what type of rapper you are. You know what I mean? Like I ain't heard Chance the Rapper had no problems. You know what I'm saying? When you flashy, yeah, you a target, and it's a dangerous. It's dangerous because it's like the world we in now, man. Everybody wanna have beef with another rapper. Rappers want to have beef with other rappers. Street dudes want to have beef with rappers. So you got to know what you're getting into when you get into rapping, bro. It's yeah, it can be definitely dangerous, bro. You're a target. Niggas gonna have mad jewelry on. Brothers gonna have money on them. You know what I mean? So you a lot of times you hear bad stories about rappers, bro. Like I ain't gonna lie, like they a target, because dudes, a lot of them do get on there and start talking that explicit rap, and like they the best, and they dangerous, and somebody want to try you. That's the world we in now with these youngins, bro. They want to be, they want one up on you. They feel like they clout chasing. You know what I mean? If somebody do something to you and got your chain, to them that looks good. They views go up. You know what I mean? They famous overnight. That's how they feel until you do some Pooh Shiesty shit and rob undercover cops. And end up with a case.
So since you brought Pooh Shiesty up, you think Gucci Man wrong?
I think. Go ahead, bro.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but yeah, I think Gucci hella wrong. You can, somebody, old head told me a long time ago, you can't beat a snitch that busts his gun. So, like, you're going to tell about it all on wax and talk about how tough you are, and come to find out that you was robbing young boy on the contract situation. You was robbing a young boy. And I mean, a contract is a contract or whatever, but when you getting off and made somebody sign out, and you know the type of thing Memphis is about. You lucky they ain't kill you in there, to tell you the truth. But man, I don't know. I just think Gucci. I'll forever look at him differently.
I don't think Gucci Man. A contract is a contract. If they should never signed it. If you don't like a contract, you don't sign it. Zah, if you don't like a load, you don't take it, right? You don't book the load, right? You don't sign the Raycon, right? So because I signed the contract, I'm to get out of my contract, I'm supposed to take a gun and do what Pooh Shiesty did? That was
Nah,
stupid.
I don't condone all of that. But that's like us taking a Raycon and us seeing that it's for a certain amount of something like that, and then underlining it's not what it seemed to be. You know what I mean? That's different. That's what happened more so.
There's no way. There's no way what it's not supposed to seem to be. Just because you can't read and comprehend, that's not Gucci Man fault. That's not Gucci Man fault if you can't read or comprehend. That's not Gucci Man fault if you took advance money or whatever you did, whatever his contract was. You did all this, whatever it is. You don't even get out of a contract like that.
I don't think
you don't
Pooh
get out of a
Shiesty should have
contract
did what
like
he
that.
did either, but I don't think Pooh Shiesty should have did what he did either. Don't get me wrong, but like when you dealing with those type of people, what you expect to happen? I mean, it's not like
little dirt. Everybody in contracts that they don't like when they get to a certain point. Everybody be complaining about their contract. Everyone, every last rapper done complain about their contract when they got to a certain amount because they realized, okay, I grossed $20 million, but I only got $1 million.
And I hear you about being a businessman and not a civilian, but you can't turn being a gangster on 1 minute, being a civilian on the next minute. We're gonna balance. You're gonna be one-on-one. If somebody do some gangster stuff to you because you know what I mean, it can't be both. You can't have your foot in both doors.
We talking about two different things now. So you saying Gucci Man is wrong? In your eyes, he's wrong.
I just think they all look crazy in this situation.
Josh, what up, Josh?
I don't think nobody's painted in a good light in that situation, and that's possible too. I just think they all look like clowns.
I'm asking about Gucci Man right now. Is you saying Gucci Man wrong or he ain't? What you saying?
I don't think he wrong, but I also think he looked like a clown. But I don't.
Who look more like a clown, Pooh Shiesty or Gucci?
Pooh Shiesty, definitely. You the one locked up.
Okay. That's what I agree with that. I agree with that part. Pooh definitely look like a clown. Pooh definitely look like a clown. Let me play this video. Let me think with y'all. Let me see what you think about this right here. Josh, what's the deal? See what you think about this
It's Vic and Noonan.
Yeah.
All right, bet. I'm gonna head back to Stone Mountain.
I didn't.
Yo, y'all hear me?
Yup, I can.
Okay. You made a good point though, BJ. That's a good point though. Because ain't
What you
nobody gonna
talking about?
sign a Raycon. If ain't nobody gonna sign a Raycon if you don't, if you know you don't like the price of the
You know, like,
Raycon, or you don't want to go to a place where you don't want to go. If you don't like some of the stipulations in the con in the load, you don't supposed to take it. You know, as a contract in some music, you got to go and take it to a lawyer and let him tell you if you don't understand it all the way.
I remember one time me and BJ had me get a load, and when we got there, they expected us to unload it and touch the freight. My thing is, what I'm trying to say
Say
is,
that,
sometimes they make mistakes and thinking somebody gonna do something, you know what I mean, or they try you, you know what I mean?
but for real, Davon, you gotta like. I had to learn through trial and tribulation with that, because if you ain't asking all the right questions when you're on the phone with the broker, that's on you. You might got to ask them, what is the commodity? Is it a touch or a no touch? Um, you got to ask all the right questions too, because a lot of times when they post a load on the load board, it don't be what it really is. You know what I mean? So it's all kind of, the miles don't be right. They might post, for me, I go over the road. They might post 250 miles or 500 miles, but if you don't check the miles when they send the Raycon over, or they, and they show you the addresses, if you don't punch them in and see what it is, you'll get to the shipping, you'll get to the shipper, and you'll go and put the address into the delivery after you get loaded, and you book the load as if it was 500 miles, but now it's 600 miles. That's when you call the broker back, and you want to complain, but really you didn't do your side, you didn't do your job on your side by checking the addresses and see what the real miles was. I got
I could
caught
dig
like
that.
that, so
I could dig that.
really that's on you.
I could dig that too. Dig that too. Mm.
Yeah, it's a lot.
It's a,
They crud balls, man. The brokers are crud balls, and they don't care, bro. They'll put a claim on you the first time you won't do something, or TQL is one of the worst. They can't wait till you not do something, so they cannot pay you. You know what I mean?
Can't hear you, BJ. I could just see your mouth move.
Cuzzo, can't hear you, Cuzzo.
What? Where's Will at, man? We need Will, man. What happened to Will?
Y'all
BJ
still
ain't got
can't hear
nothing
me?
going on right, man. Something.
Now
We
we
can hear
can.
you now.
Oh, all right. Gucci will oh yeah, will got a family emergency. Gucci is wrong because of what he promotes. Shiesty was mad about how Gucci did his cousin. It was more personal. That's what Josh said. And Floyd said, when was the last gangster shit Gucci did or portrayed to have done? Bree said, but Gucci is not allowed to rap like he's some gangster. That's all. I was reading that, y'all.
You can't rap about not telling, then go tell. I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah,
Like
Oh,
I
like
agree with you though, Davon. Word. I can't.
oh,
I
so y'all
can't
just
do it.
mad
You know what I
because he
mean? It's
rapping
like,
gangster.
and what BJ was telling me earlier, you putting out songs and you still acting like you in the street, but you talking to the people. You know what I mean? It goes both ways because I really wanted to give him. I wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt that he's a businessman now. I ain't really heard of him in the street lately. He trying to live a normal, he trying to conduct business as a owner, as a
Mm-hmm.
label owner but you can't straddle that fence, man. You gonna be this way or that way.
I mean, I don't know. I don't see what y'all expect Gucci to do. Put some money on his head and up like Little Dirt.
I mean,
Cause niggas is calling Lil Dirt dumb. Niggas calling Lil Dirt dumb now. But Lil Dirt did the stuff he was supposed to do, right?
We can't even hear BJ.
I
That's
hear.
crazy, bro.
I heard him.
Oh,
I
you
can-
heard him?
Kurt,
I
you
can't
hit-
even hear on my side.
Hold on. It might have been because when you came in, starting the trip. You hear me now, Za?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. Just had to come in. Sometimes you just gotta go out and come back in. So, Josh said all them Atlanta rappers be telling it don't even matter anymore. Ain't nothing gangster about Atlanta. It ain't just Atlanta, Josh. It ain't just Atlanta, bro. Everybody telling. Everybody telling. I ain't gonna front. Chef G and them. It ain't just Atlanta, bro. Cali niggas is telling. Everybody telling, man. Y'all think it's just Atlanta? You think it's just Atlanta, Zai?
Nah, hell no. Niggas telling around the globe, man.
Yeah, everybody
That's
telling,
that's
Josh.
yeah, everybody telling. You don't know until they get into something. So,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? It seems like Atlanta rappers is always in a lot of shit right now. So
It's just
these are the
Atlanta
guys
turn
that's,
right now because I remember when Whacking them was talking about the Cali niggas was talking about New York niggas telling. 6ix9ine and them told. Who else was telling? 6ix9ine told. Snow Billy. Who else is telling? Some niggas told on 6ix9ine too. You know what I mean? Life nowadays is all about straddling the fence, about balance. Nobody's one way. No. Nowadays, everybody in different lanes. So I gotta add Dave on back now. Zai, you still hear me? See, that's the
huh?
problem when they fall out. Kurt, you can still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I can hear you.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to make sure everybody could hear me. I wanted to play this video, but I hope it don't get to tripping. I don't think Gucci Man wrong. I ain't gonna lie. I don't think Gucci Man wrong.
And then you gonna make a song after it? So what do you? I
That's
don't
crazy.
know.
BJ just told me he thought he was. You just told me you thought he was wrong because he
When?
making diss songs. He's putting songs out like you on that you about that life, but then you doing this. That's the part when you even
Yeah,
said that
it's
to me because
weird.
I was giving him the benefit of the doubt.
That's weird. Like, where's all that energy of before of never snitch, never tell, bust your gun, shoot 'em up, bang bang? If you know what I'm saying, where's all that energy you used to keep? Now when somebody do it to you, it's you know what? I don't know. It's just weird. It's weird. I'm not saying
Straight
it's
up,
wrong.
man. Straight up.
I'm not
So
saying it's wrong. It's just weird.
when it comes to the rules of the streets, okay, he's wrong in the rules of the streets. But as a civilian businessman or whatever, he's not wrong.
No?
He ain't
But when
wrong.
see now you moving the goalposts. You can't move the goalposts, bro.
I
You gotta
don't
keep that
mean to,
goalpost
but
still.
so
You know
then
what I
I'm
mean?
gonna
'Cause
say he
like
not wrong. I don't because truthfully, I don't care about the rules of the streets. So I'm gonna say he not wrong.
So that goes
I
back to
feel
like
like
what I
Now,
said.
you know what? You know what? I take that back because of what Josh just said. I take that back. This nigga just did a diss song. This nigga he just did a diss song where he called niggas pussy and all that. Yeah, Gucci Man wrong. I gotta take that back. I changed my mind.
that's what we was talking about earlier, BJ. You told me about it, about the diss song.
Yeah, I
You know what I
forgot that
mean?
fast.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he wrong. He dead wrong, bro. You put a
he dead
song out.
wrong.
Yeah, bro.
Man, niggas done made it cool to tell. OGs did that years for not snitching and coming home telling.
Yeah, like I said, like OG told me a long time ago, ain't nothing scarier than a snitch who busts his gun. I don't remember who told me that shit, but yeah, I'll never forget it.
It ain't no rules. It ain't no rules though. Where these rules coming at? It ain't no rules. Is there any honor amongst thieves? No.
No,
There's no honor
no,
amongst thieves. The most dangerous nigga would be a nigga that'll shoot you and tell on you.
yeah,
Straight up.
And that's
Yeah.
probably why Charleston White ain't been touched. Niggas ain't do nothing to Charleston White yet. Charleston White, all these niggas is dying and going to jail, and Charleston White been on the internet and all over America for the past 5-6 years talking about everybody, and ain't nobody do nothing to him yet. He's still standing strong.
I told
Hold
you
on,
how
y'all.
that go too, though. I told you how that go.
What you mean?
Like a lot of times, that's the new thing now, bro. Like it's crazy, bro, because bros will bust their gun for less. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's a thing, man, when are you ready to go that route? When possibly you're gonna be dealing with the police. You know what I mean? Possibly if you do something to this guy, you could be going to jail off the rip if you don't kill him. Or do you rather would you go that route just for for the sake of it? Would you just go that route and forget all of that? So niggas got to be smart at the same time because a guy like that is dangerous, bro.
I wouldn't bother him. I wouldn't say anything to him.
I wouldn't bother. That's it. That's
Yeah,
why he's not being bothered. That's why he's not being bothered.
Let me get.
Been
But
saying
Young
it for the
Thug,
longest.
hold on. Young Thug and them just pressed him in Miami.
Young Thug might be in the newspaper in a minute.
That happened 2 weeks ago. Young Thug and them pressed him, and he went on a rant about Young Thug being musty,
You feel me?
being dirty and clean clothes. Hold on, y'all. Let's see what we talk about over here.
Of shit we do roll up on niggas at the goddamn barbershop in this city? Are you kidding me? You're going to jail. Anybody who tries to do this, they're going to be sent a message the same way. They're going to jail. You're serving 180 days in the county jail.
Your Honor, could I ask one thing concerning that he's a high school senior graduating in May of this year?
He's being held accountable as an adult under the law, and that's the way we're going to.
Can we put on time until he ends, until he graduates, which would be May of this year?
Yes,
Please graduation.
This is the problem you have when you do something like this. It fouls up everything, including your education and your future. That's why you don't. No, he's going to jail. This is the type of shit we do roll up.
Hey, y'all think that judge was wrong?
Nope. Like he was shooting at something, but I don't know the details of the case, but it sounded like from the text like he was shooting at something. You only got 6 months for that. Congratulations. Yeah, you going to jail. Only got 6 months. That's a good deal.
All right, what y'all think? Kurt, what you think? What y'all think?
No, I ain't never been in the
You
music.
can't hear me? Y'all can't hear me?
I heard you, Davon. They just quiet, man. They just sitting here quiet.
Yeah,
Kurt, what you think, man?
Because I ain't never really been into that music rap industry.
I'm talking about the video that I just played.
I could barely hear it. It was buzzing in and out.
I don't know why it's doing that. Zai, you saw the video?
Nah, I just can't.
Yeah, I seen it. I heard it. It's bad, bro, because it's like I'm hearing things faintly. You know what I mean? Like I heard him, but it kept choppy. I didn't really know what he was talking about. I heard him saying something about something, but couldn't really make out what he was saying. What was he saying exactly?
he's sending the boy to jail, and the lawyer was telling. Let me see. Go ahead, cuz. Let me see if I can play it one more time.
The kid was going to jail for 6 months for allegedly spending on a gas station. Through the text, it sounded like he was shooting at the gas station. The lawyer was like, well, he's about to graduate in the next couple months. Can we give him can he do some time?
I'm gonna play it one more time
on the weekend and all that. I'm gonna let BJ play it.
You roll up on at the goddamn barbershop in this city? Are you kidding me? You're going to jail. Anybody tries to do this, they're going to be sent a message the same way. They're going to jail. You're serving 180 days in the county jail.
Your Honor, could I ask one thing concerning that? He's a high school senior, graduating in May of this year.
He's being held accountable as an adult under the law, and that's the way we're going to deal with it.
If we could postpone any jail time until weekends or until he graduates, which would be May of this year.
Yes,
Please,
this is the problem you have when you do something like this. It fouls up everything, including your education and your future. That's why you try not to make foolish decisions like this. And this is about as foolish as it gets. No, he's going to jail. This is the type of shit we do.
So would you send him to jail or let him graduate?
I would let him graduate. Still make him do his time, but at least give him that graduation, and give him something to work toward after he, do his time. But if you take away his,
He ain't learning.
well, but you don't give up on him like that. Because I guarantee you, if that was a white dude, they would probably gave him community service.
So you just saying if you was the judge, Kurt, you saying if you was the judge, you would let him graduate?
I would have let him graduate, but after he graduates, I would defer his sentence until after he graduates. You know what I'm saying? And then part of his probation, you need to go to college. You need to, get into something that's more productive than doing what you're doing. You know what I'm saying? You talking about
what did he do? What did he do?
He shot up a barbershop.
He going to jail, bro. What we talking about, bro? Get your education in prison, bro. Graduate in prison, bro. You going to jail, man. What we talking about, bro? Get your ass in jail, bro. You was that smart enough to shoot a jail up. All right, get your graduate in prison, man.
But it's a lot of young kids that make mistakes that are given.
Man, I don't care nothing about that. I ain't getting these niggas no what's the name, Kirk, man. I'm tired of this shit, bro. You know what I'm saying? Real talk, bro. Go to jail, man. What are you talking about?
And the reason I look at that because I made a few mistakes when I was a youngster, and I was given a break to be able to make a determination, especially when I was young, when I was a kid and immature doing stupid shit.
You shot up a barbershop?
Shit, we used to shoot off the top of my mama's roof to shoot people car tires out,
Yo, chat, let me know if y'all would let him wait for him to graduate or send him to jail immediately. Floyd said graduate. Go ahead, Zah.
Oh my God, man! This is.
I don't be knowing about that. That's why a lot of people are in the position that they are in, bro, and not in that seat. Because when I was young, I was trying to stay away from being caught for if I done something like that. But by no means, bro, can I even think that I'm supposed to not do my time. And I know I'm gonna be trying to get out of it. But when they hit you with that hammer for doing that, bro, you can't. What are we talking about, bro? If you was shooting people tires out, Kurt, when you was young, if I was a judge, I'm sending you to jail, Kurt.
Yeah.
I'd sent you to jail, Kurt.
What I'm saying, though, if I was a judge, you still going to jail, but I'm going to make sure you get that education before you go. It's not like I'm
not going to care nothing about no... Go ahead, Kurt.
Kurt, you shot up a
You just give up
barbershop.
on the young man, and then he don't have an education, and then when he
Yeah.
come out, what is he going? What is he
No,
going?
you gonna get
How
an
is that going
education
to
in jail, Kurt.
I got my GED in jail. You'll be all right.
And you still turned out a bum.
You can feel how you want to feel. I take care of both my kids. Nigga, I don't know what you talking about. Word up. Both my kids okay. What we talking about? Word up. I got my GED in jail. And got college. And got
I'm just
college
fucking-
credits in
Man, he
jail.
just messing with you, man. God damn.
I hear you. I hear you. But I can't lie
Hey, yo.
about that, man.
Hey yo, hey yo, I would have sent him to jail. I'm a cut because I was given a break, but I ain't shoot him no barbershop. You know what I'm saying? He can't get no break. He got to go to jail.
I'm not.
He could have killed somebody, man.
But see what I'm saying? I'm not saying he's not gonna go to jail, because he's going to jail and he's gonna do just as much time. But if he's just getting ready to graduate, I'm gonna let him get his graduation. After that, you gotta report to the jail, bro.
I'm not, man. He's going to jail, and you get your
Going to
education
jail.
in jail, man.
And in fact, you graduated already. Don't worry, we're gonna send you your diploma right through the mail. You'll be just fine.
Hold on, Zah. You got a comment directed to you, Zah. If that was your son, would you send him to jail?
He going to jail, man.
Even if it was your son?
I can't move the goalposts, bro. Because if I say it for somebody else, I gotta say it for mine. You get what I'm saying? I ain't gonna be up here being biased, bro. Because, you know, if he done that, I ain't gonna be the one sending him to jail. They're not gonna let me be the judge over my son. You know what I mean? But whoever he's in front of, you know what I mean? Yeah, he got to go to jail, bro. He got to think about it.
They let Judge Ron Gardner be the judge over his son out here in Gwinnett. My judge. And he sent his son to jail. He sent his son to jail.
There was a judge when I went in Queens.
That's the only reason why he was able to do that, because he was sending his son to jail. But if he didn't, I guarantee you a prosecutor with a what's the name that, bro? You know what I mean? She would have took that up to higher court against him. Like in my city, a judge was presiding over a case that he was molested as a child, and he tried to take that case, bro, and they wouldn't even, they overturned the case just because he made a ruling on that case when he was biased to it. When they found out about it, yeah, little man got out. You know what I'm saying, though? But it's like, it's biased in that. But just because he sent his own son to jail, I guess, you know what I mean?
Peace and love, Shakur. But Zah said he'll send his son to jail if it was his son too, man. You know what I mean? I agree. Me, Zah, and Davon all agree with the same thing. Homeboy gotta go to jail, man. That's all.
It's not something that's a slap on the wrist. He ain't like strong arm robbery or sell some drugs on the corner or something like that. It's not a slap on the wrist offense, man. You shot up a barbershop. You could have literally killed someone. Gotta go to jail, man.
Straight up.
The echo coming on with you, fool. You might have to go out and come back in. Steve said he's gonna have a record, so it doesn't make a difference.
Yeah, it makes a hell of a difference. That sounds like a nigga who never spent the night in jail. Yeah, it makes a difference.
Yeah, fool. It's echoing when I turn your mic off, fool. You might have to go out and come back in, like before.
Yeah, we can't even hear you. You definitely got to go out and come back in.
No, it's not that. I muted his mic.
Oh, you muted him.
It's a echo. Hold on, y'all. See what homeboy right here is saying.
I don't think I want this group locked up. Unc gotta change your heart for Pooh Shiesty. I don't want him to be 30 locked up. These some of the bravest young niggas. I think this is goddamn me Huey P. Newton and Bobby Seale all over again. These little motherfuckers, they done took down RD. You know how hard it was? And then the feds came out and said, hey, in trail and 30s didn't have no gun. 30 ain't touched no gun. So I think the most they gonna get 30 on is some probation violation. Pooh Shiesty now have solidified himself as the Tupac of this generation. That gonna be a cult leader. He gonna be bigger than TD Jakes, but that boy gonna be something. He done took down Gucci right before our eyes, and then the feds come back on the spin roll and say, hey y'all, you ain't got nothing on board. What?
I do agree to that much. They ain't got no evidence really, but nothing but circumstantial on them boys.
He acting like they ain't gonna get no time.
They gonna get some, but I don't think
now,
they getting as much. I don't think they getting as much as everybody think they gonna get. I can see Pooh getting another 4 to 5, and I can see 30 getting a year or two. But I really don't see them getting much time. You know, evidence is everything, and Feds just gonna want the conviction. So if they offer them 5 years, they gonna take it.
Josh said we don't even know how many shots is really shot up. He probably shot one time in the air in front of the barbershop. Yeah. I don't know.
he think he was sunning in too deep when he shot and missed all them shots on purpose, huh?
Well, they never did distinguish how many shots were considered.
Man, one shot is too many. One shot is too many. One shot.
Well, what I'm saying is, especially when it's a young black male, they want to always make them the example. That's how you got the prison industrial complex going. You know what I'm saying? Because I guarantee you, if that was a white kid, have he done some stupid shit, like just like them kids that killed that teacher, they ran him over playing a prank on him, and they actually killed him. They calling for them people to drop the charges.
Floyd said he with you, Kurt. Rehabilitate that man. I ain't gonna lie, man. This ain't a black and white thing when you put yourself in a situation where you playing with guns. Once you jump in the street and you start playing with guns and you robbing and all that shit, all that black and white talk go out the window, bro.
I'm talking purely about the justice system, because it wasn't a gun when them kids they ran over their high school teacher playing a prank on them, and they killed them, and they didn't press charges on them kids. That's crazy. That's stupid shit.
What kids you talking about? What kids you talking about?
It was in some town that they had played a prank, TikTok prank on the teacher, and put toilet paper all on his front. And when he came outside, they got in their car and pulled off and ran him over and killed him. They didn't even get charged.
I don't disagree with you. Kurt, I don't disagree with you, but one crime don't outweigh the other one. Just because someone got away with something somewhere doesn't mean someone else should get away with something. That's not how the justice system or anything else should work. Okay, they got away. We got to justify that. We got to justify that problem. We got to fix that problem. That don't mean this kid who just let off a singular shot or multiple shots should get away with any crime like that. It's a barbershop. We get our kids to get haircuts in barbershops. You could have killed a kid. You could have killed a barber. You could have killed a woman sitting there waiting for her child to get her hair done. You could have killed multiple innocent people for a reckless situation. That makes no sense. And at that, the judge was lenient. You only got 6 months. What are we talking about?
What I'm saying to you saying they could have killed this, or they could have killed that, or they could have killed him. You know, them kids that ran and not could have, but did kill someone under the same justice system, they don't even get charged. Come on. You know, no, one crime don't justify another. One crime is that he shot in the air or multiple shots or whatever. It didn't kill nobody. He just let off a firearm. He should do some time. I don't disagree with that. But the other kids that actually killed somebody walk free. You can't say, well, that ain't got don't justify the other. Killing is killing. I don't care if you kill with a car or if you kill with a rope.
Josh said, Kurt, they need to go to jail. That's murder. Floyd said,
Right.
man, stop acting like y'all niggas wasn't outside at that young boy age. We the only color of people that go against ourselves. Thank you.
I'm not going against myself. I did 7 years in prison for robberies in my grandparents' buildings and having weapons on me that I shouldn't have. And guess what happened? I went to jail. You want to know when I stopped going to jail? When I stopped doing things that put me in jail. That's the only way you don't go back and forth. You learn your lesson. You don't learn your lesson by getting a slap on the wrist and saying, oh, wait, guess what? I still graduated and I still did this, that, and the third. You learn your lesson by actually sitting in that cell and learning, hey, I learned my lesson this way. I bet I won't do it again.
Hey, y'all too, I think y'all too lenient on these boys. I think y'all too lenient on these boys that's running around shooting these pistols, bro. Like, it don't. Yeah, we did stupid stuff when we came outside, but we wasn't just outside. We wasn't coming outside just shooting shit up, gang banging and all that. We wasn't doing that, bro. I mean, as far as the group right here that I'm talking to that was outside. Nah, don't, BJ. It's always gonna be a black or white thing. We colored people get treated and convicted differently. You know why I say we gotta stop acting like everything is a black and white thing? Because I got locked up for armed robbery at 17. I got caught with the gun. I wrote a statement on myself. I wrote a statement and all that on myself in the precinct. It was an old white lady that said, I'm not sending him to jail. Nah, I ain't sending him to jail. You know why? Because of the support system I had. Because of my godfather, who was the deputy commissioner of MTA of New York at the time. It was because I had a paid lawyer. It was because my mother was there. It's because my father was there. It was because I was getting letters from teachers and letters from coaches. It was the support system that I had. Not a boy just standing up there with some public defender talking about, oh, Your Honor, maybe can he, you know what's going to happen? You're going to say, okay, yeah, we'll give him time to graduate, and then he going to go out there and kill somebody. That's what's going to happen. While y'all sitting here making it a black and white thing. No, he dead wrong. Go through some time. I'm not saying giving the nigga 20 years. Nobody got shot. Take this 5-piece. Take this 5-piece. You come home 20, 21 years old, you still got the rest of your life. You say he only got 6 months, Davon?
He only got 6 months. He got 140-something days.
That's what the lawyer said?
That's what the judge said.
Yeah, y'all bugging. Y'all bugging. I said 5 years. Yeah, y'all bugging. He going to do them 6 months. You can still come home.
6 months.
You can still come home and go back to school and act right if you want to do that. Go ahead and make your mind up and graduate instead of shooting barbershops up. Yeah, he going to jail. Yeah, he got to go. Ain't no way.
I never said he shouldn't go to jail. I just say defer that sentence.
No, I got that, Kurt. I got that.
I disagree with letting him graduate because that should be part of his consequences. Even if he got to repeat the school year, let him go do that. That needs to be part of his consequences. Letting him get off and be able to go, and almost like it didn't happen, because 6 months, that's really not no time.
That ain't nothing.
That's nothing.
And
you're the problem too.
I got a mandatory, year, just having a couple of vowels on me, and it was because of us. I did it in front of a school. It was mandatory time because of the law. So when you do wrong, when you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes, and we just have to be accountable for the consequences that come with it. And to not graduate should be a part of that consequence, in my opinion.
Yeah, we can't keep talking this black and white stuff and niggas is out here bugging. Nah. And this is another reason why I don't care if nobody got shot. I don't care if it was just a couple of shots. I don't care. When niggas start coming outside and playing with them guns and sending shots all over the place, stuff like this happen. Stuff like this happen right here.
Then they shot Kiori in the head. I'm devastated. You understand? This is a baby. I call her my little baby angel. She was just learning how to take a few steps. She was starting to talk. I seen her 2 days ago. I went to the doctor's appointment, you know, and she was smiling when she seen me. She's always smiling. I always talk to them when I get to work. This is devastating. I thought this would never, ever happen to us. I mean, it's happening around. I'm sorry, but it hit home, and it's devastating. Words cannot explain.
Yeah, this is from stupid niggas outside shooting. The Mr. Target and hit the baby, hit a 7-month-old in the head. We not saying don't send him. We saying still give him a chance by letting him graduate, but then send his ass afterwards. And when he come home, he'll have the chance to do something with his life. Okay, I get that's what y'all saying. No, he got to go now. He got to go now. Because if he don't go, he's going to do something else. Because there's no consequence there.
Right now.
He's going to do something else.
Right now.
Right now. For sure.
What do y'all where did y'all get this thinking of letting someone just slide with things because they got something else going on? When you do stupid things, you win stupid prizes. It don't wait. When did we adopt this soft notion like this? When did this happen?
What I'm trying to figure out is
It make it a black and white thing. It's a race thing.
Okay.
Because you don't need, because you're graduating.
Okay.
You should have thought about that before you.
Davon, you gotta let him talk, bro. Let him talk.
I can't even hear him. I'm sorry. I didn't notice somebody was talking. My bad.
I heard the point. Let me go back to the story of BJ. Okay, just because he had a support system, then he should have walked. I mean, he should have still went to jail. You know, whether this boy got a support system or not, I say let him go ahead and graduate. You still have the stipulation. You're going to pay your penalty. You're going to be held accountable. You're still going to do your 6 months, but at least you have that one piece of, okay, I graduated from high school when I go do my little 6 months, which I'm going to have to do anyway. You're not getting away with shooting up or whether you hurt somebody or not. You still have to pay that penalty, but you have a glimmer of hope of coming out and doing something better, because you're gonna have to sit it down for a minute and accept your be accountable for what it is. We
already heard Kurt. We done already got Kurt's side, man.
But to sit there and say, fuck it, I want to throw you away, and you may or may not learn when you do your 6 months. You may learn how to be a better criminal. Because prison is not designed for rehabilitation, it's designed for punishment. That's all it is. You don't learn nothing in prison.
That's a lie. I'm sorry, Kurt. That's a lie. I'm sorry, Kurt. That's a lie. I'm not gonna let you tell that lie. I learned how to get I got my GED in prison. I learned how to get small engines in prison. I learned how to learn in prison. I learned my tools in prison. I got college credits in prison. I learned in prison. So I learned way more in prison than I learned in the streets. Then when I came home, I learned some more from niggas like BJ. I learned how to learn in prison, in fact.
Okay, I hear you. For the most part, prisons, if you look at how prisons are made up, it's designed for punishment, not rehabilitation. Yeah, you may have learned some things in prison. I learned how to press license plates. That was it. You couldn't use that when I got to the street.
Yeah, but you can use that. You went to jail in 2 different eras. That nowadays, when you go to jail, Kurt, it's a different thing. They got programs, and some people go to jail, come home, get their CDLs. It's 2 different eras now. Y'all was pressing license plates. These people are getting technical degrees now. It's 2 different things. If you're really serious about rehabilitating your life, then when you come home after this 6 months, you're gonna rehabilitate your life still.
I'm not saying I'm not taking away the punishment part.
Hey yo, this what I'm gonna say, right? Because we're gonna move on. This is what I'm gonna say. It's not about if you have well, no, it is about you know why it's about that, Kurt, whether you have a support system or not, because the support system is going to help you do the right thing. The support system shows that, you know, this young man made a mistake, and all these people that support here, right here, the support that he has shows that he can change. If you come in front of me, you don't have no support system, you got a bullshit ass attorney that's saying, oh, can we just let him graduate, this and the third? I'm sorry, you're not going to get the same result. You're just not. That's the way of life. We can't sit here and be like, oh, just because you had a support system and he don't, that don't mean it's not right. That's just the way the world is. That's all it is.
I understand that. And
that's the way the world is.
It's a disparity in how we treat our young, you know. If he don't have a support system, giving him that one opportunity to go ahead and graduate, report to us immediately after graduation, and go and pay your penalty. After you come out of there, put some stipulations with his probation. You got to go to college, you got to go to trade school, something like that. You already have that base together, and he'll realize what it is he's missing out on. Because he's still you're not taking away punishment from him, and you're not being soft on him, because you still making him do his time. But he's already worked for, why take that away from him?
I'm gonna go to this question right here. Kurt, hold on, Kurt. I'm gonna go to this question right here, right? But we just saying that because he black. For real. That's what it ends up being. Just because he's a black kid, we're not taking nothing away from him. He took it away from himself. Just like I took it away from myself when I jumped into doing whatever I was doing. You take it away from yourself. We act like we gotta be in the streets doing wrong. We don't have to be out. Why are we making such a normal thing for black kids to be shooting and killing each other? We don't have it. It's to a point with Kurt. It's to a point where any of these young black kids outside playing with them, toting them pistols, shooting them pistols, it's extreme measures, man. When they get caught, extreme measures. Go to jail. We just had 404 day. We just had 404 day at Piedmont Park, right? Supposed to be a day of family and fun. A little girl lost her life, 16 years old, shot in the head. Cause niggas want to come play with pistols and shoot shit up. They still not caught. Floyd, I saw you say the dude was in the streets and all that, but them niggas should have hopped off the moped and ran down on him and shot him directly, since niggas want to play big and bad. But no, instead they doing a drive-by, two faggots on a moped doing a drive-by, shoot one shot, and the baby get hit. And she's dead. The 7-month-old baby get hit. She's dead. Why y'all didn't just jump off the moped and walk up on him or run up on him from behind? He was walking with a bunch of women and a kid. Or why not just sit there and wait for him to get away from them? We at extreme measures right now, bro. They are shooting everything up, Kurt. You might not see what's going on, Kurt, but I see what's going on with these young niggas. They out of control. Period.
And I think that go back to, like you say, the support. We should start getting on these parents. How is your 15-year-old got a pistol, first of all, in the street? Start charging some of these damn parents that are absent parents, making excuses why the hell they don't know that their son got an AR-15 in the basement that shoot 130 times.
You know why they don't know? Because they at work. Because there's a single mother at home taking care of 3-4 kids.
Listen, I was at work too, and guess what?
Your kids ain't in the street, Kurt. Stop. You can't put yourself in this situation. Your kids do not have any desire to be in the streets at all. At all.
Right. Because of what it is I brought to the table. I wasn't gonna have them in the street. Even if I'm at work, I bet not hear you in the street. Because then you're gonna have to pay a penalty other than the justice.
Bro,
system.
Kurt, your kids don't even have that spirit, Kurt. Your kids don't even have that spirit, bro. You couldn't. Because guess what? Guess what, Kurt? You couldn't stop your other son from doing anything. And it just turned out. He turned out okay, but you couldn't stop him. Stop acting like the parents could actually stop a 15, 16, 17, 18-year-old that decides that they want to be in the streets. How you gonna stop that? How?
BJ.
Go ahead, fool.
BJ's mom was outside getting on him every time she seen him outside, and BJ still went and did whatever he did.
Every time.
My pops beat me to a pulp, and I still went outside and did what I did. The police came to the door and said, because they heard about how he was beating me. My pops looked at him and said, I'm beating him so y'all don't have to, and closed the door in the cop's face. Cop didn't even knock again.
There we go. Go ahead, fool. What up, Floyd? Go ahead, fool.
What up, Floyd? What up, brother?
With you, as far as like, you can't stop. Nobody could stop us from doing what we wanted to do, you know. But I do agree with the point that Kurt made as far as the parents should be held responsible.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that.
Out there doing. That's all I just wanted to.
How do you hold the parents responsible? How would you hold that young man's parents responsible? Let's stick with that young man right there who shot the barbershop up. What do you do to his mother? Because I'm sure he lived in a single mother household. I'm willing to bet he lived in a single mother household. What do you do to his mother?
Yeah, I don't think we can hold the parents responsible. I think that's a bit much. I think we do got to set them up a little bit better, like Kurt was saying, as far as rehabilitating them in jail. Because at the end of the day, right, when I was saying in the chat, like when these white people, they set their kids up better. When they make mistakes, they help them learn from their mistakes by setting and putting different things in their life so it could narrate them to a different path. We just want to send our kids to jail. Go to jail, go to jail, go to jail. Bro, you learned all that stuff in jail because you was forced to learn that. You learned your trade in jail because you had no choice. You don't got your time. Had you got a different time and a different outcome where let boy graduate, send him to jail, and then part of his sentence is, when you come out, you got to book yourself in college. You got to do something. Or then we're going to see that you're not doing nothing with your life and we're going to sentence you. You know what I mean? I think that's a better outcome than just sending a nigga to jail, ending his life. Now, he don't have no career. He don't have no high school diploma. And guess what he going to? Back to the streets, because that's what he knows.
That's not
true.
Let me
read this. Let me read this right quick, y'all. What is the solution? It is a black thing with these black people running around out of control, shooting each other. No other group of people are doing this to each other. The Asians, the whites, the Arabs, etc. Go ahead, y'all.
And that's not true, brother. When you go in, yeah, they might mandatory you. They might put you in mandatory programs or mandatory school. But I promise you, that don't mean you gotta graduate. That don't mean you gotta pass. I could sit in the Baja. I could do whatever I do, make moves around. I could just sit in class and do nothing. I could do a whole bunch of things. I chose to do it, bro. You choose to do it when you in there. You could choose to do whatever it is you're going to do. You want to come back and forth to jail, then you're going to choose to do that. You don't, then you're going to choose not to. It is what it is. I don't care what program they assign you to.
I got another question for y'all in a second too, but I think we Floyd, we not making this nigga go outside. We not telling him to go outside and do XYZ for them to go to jail. Floyd, let me ask you this: how many times you been locked up, Floyd?
I ain't never been locked up.
Hey, so guess what? And I already knew that. That's why I asked you.
But
that. Guess what?
I learned from y'all niggas though.
But hold, stay right there. But exactly, you seen us going to jail.
But it's a difference though. Not everybody learn from other people's experience. Some people need to experience things themselves. However, I wasn't one of them niggas that had to experience something. I ain't doing that. That's crazy. That nigga bugged out. I'm gonna go this way.
And I'm trying to tell you, Floyd, the only way, if you choose that path, once you choose to learn the hard way, you need to go through it the hard way. There's no more coming back from that mistake at that point. I'm sorry. It is what it is.
What Kurt is saying is not wrong, but I think we need to focus on the other batch of children. We need to focus on the teenagers that think like Floyd. Because them gang banging teenagers and them other niggas that want to go shoot up barbershops and all that shit, they're gone. They have to bump their head. They have to go to prison. kids like Floyd don't gotta go to prison.
Yeah, but listen to this, like to the question that somebody had asked in the chat, as far as like, you know, Chinese people are not doing that, and this is how we were taught, bro. That 400 or that 400 book or that letter, bro, that's still sticking to this day. So we gotta unlearn and relearn certain situations. Yo, it's in the music, it's in the movies, it's in everything that we see as African Americans that they put in our neighborhood, that we subscribe to this shit and then want to say, oh, that nigga shouldn't be shooting up the schools. Yeah, he shouldn't be shooting up the schools. However, you letting this nigga listen to drill music at home.
That's black culture. I just finished telling Josh that the other day. That's black culture. Black culture is death and destruction. That's why.
Let me explain something that I read from a renowned psychologist. That remember that from birth, children, adolescents, teenagers, behavior is learned, and it starts right at home. You know, the whole pattern of how they think, it starts at home. They first learn, you know, don't touch that, it's hot. Don't go to the steps, you'll fall and bump your head. You know, if you don't catch them, like you said, the preteens, the youngsters, and we start teaching our kids that type of behavior is foolish, then they start learning outside of the home. You can't make the excuse, well, I'm at work. Well, you still have to be at home, and you have to start teaching your children from the inception of birth what is right and what is wrong. Because children's behavior is learned behavior. If you sit there and let them look at twerk videos all day, because you at work and you ain't worried about what it is they doing while you at work, then they're going to be on the video.
Stop right there. How can a parent at work control what they're doing anywhere else?
Because you taught them from the first time that they had learned that you ain't supposed to touch that light or you ain't supposed to touch that stove.
Nah, you can't, because let me tell you something, bro, and this is why I say it's always going to be a black or white thing. For so long, for so many years, bro, they attack us in all different areas, bro. So it's not just the music, it's not just the schools, it's everything, right? They give Chinese people, when they come to America, they could go to a bank with no ID, get grants and all that to open up a business. We try to go open up a business, bro, I got a 700 credit score on my business. Them niggas wouldn't even give me $100,000 to get a truck. You know what I'm saying? It's so many fights against us as African Americans, which is why I will always be a black or white thing. Chinese people don't go through it. Asian people don't go through it. Indian people don't go through it. It's all about suppressing black and African American people. Always.
So what about all the black and African American people that go through it and get it?
They're one of the few. Like rappers. You got rappers where you got 3 or 5 rappers that'll make it, or 3 or 5 people that'll make it in this movie. You'll never see a movie where it's straight all black class. Never.
But you gotta in my opinion, you gotta stop blaming other cultures for what we got going on.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
You using it.
I'm not saying that I'm blaming them. However, we cannot take that out of the fact that, yo, it's a fight against us, bro.
You know what they told me in prison? I went in the drug program when I was in the feds. I came home, I did 10 years in the feds. I did it all upstate. But when I went in the drug program, the DTS asked us a question, bro, like, do we think it was our environment? Did we have a choice? Everybody in there, bro, was like, nah, it's where we grew up at. You know, it was our environment, what we was in, you know, our neighborhood. We seen it all day. But when I really thought about it, bro, after I got out of the joint, bro, because everybody in there basically bucking on the DTS like, yo, man, y'all, you know, you had a silver spoon, Miss Blackwell. But in the end of the day, bro, we made a choice to do what we did. Bottom line.
Here we go.
I don't care how we want to make it look and how we want to look at it.
That's true.
At the end of the day, bro, you pick the gun up, you pick the pack up, you pick the joint up and went robbing or whatever. You didn't have to do that. You could have had a normal life. You could have went to work in McDonald's. But we choose to do what we did. That's what it was.
Fool, you next.
Yeah, I got a question for Floyd, because Floyd said it's a fight against us. What do you mean? When you say us, it's a fight against us? What you mean?
So I'm talking about us as far as African American, like how he was just saying, it is a choice. I agree with you 100%. But when they make the choice relatively easier, I bet Miss Blackwell couldn't go to the corner and see a pack at her corner. She probably had to go down in the hood, take an A train, take a D train, and then get a pack. So that as you going to go get that pack, her choices, she got different things and obstacles like, nah, I'm going to go a different way. You know what I'm saying? I had different obstacles in my life, which is why I didn't go to the street. I had different things. Like, I was around all the niggas that was doing street shit, but I also had other options. My mother made it relatively where, okay, cool. My cousins might be down the block selling this pack. I'm going to go to school this way. I ain't going to go to school that way.
That's the choice, though, bro, that you made.
Yeah.
It's a choice, but bro.
Me and them doing that, but you didn't do that. You seem like, yo, News is going to jail. Nah, I'm not going that route, but that's the choice you made. And this what we told, this what basically they was explaining to us. If you get one guy, bro, that made it, we can even talk about ball players, LeBron James. Nigga grew up in Cleveland. Nigga grew up in the hood.
Akron.
It's poverty around there. But you know what, dudes, he made it up. He made it in his mind, bro. I'm going to the league. You know, I'm gonna start right here, but I'm gonna make it to the league. That's the difference, bro. If we get one guy, we can't make the excuses and say, yo, we didn't have a choice. Like a lot of times,
I'm not saying we don't have the choice. They make it very hard for us, is what I'm saying. We do have the choice.
Okay, hold on.
That's a good question. Who's they?
Who is they, bro?
The day is the masters, the Trumps, the Hillary Clintons.
We gotta stop that, bro. We gotta stop that. We gotta get out of that mindset.
You don't, y'all don't think that? Y'all don't think that?
I know
I
that.
ain't got no master. I ain't nothing to think about. I don't got no master. Nobody beat me on my back.
One at a time, yo.
Doing nothing to me. Ain't nobody doing nothing to me, Floyd. Ain't nobody doing nothing to me but me. I am the only person that's standing my way at any time.
Let me ask you this, right? You from New York? You from Brooklyn?
I'm from Queens. Woodside Projects, 31st Ave.
What would be where are all the agents at? They in Flushing, Queens?
They all over.
How many liquor stores? How many liquor stores you'll see on Jamaica Avenue versus how many liquor stores you'll see in Flushing Flushing, Queens?
I literally just left New York 2-3 days ago, and I left the Asian part. I had the Asian hotel. Looked around the corner and saw a bunch of Asian prostitutes. It's the same everywhere, bro. Everybody doing the same shit everywhere, bro. They doing the same. I literally looked down the block. It was nothing but Asian prostitutes.
I mean, that's what they got in their culture, though.
Everything else down there, too, bro. You just not Asian. That's all. You don't know where it's at. That's all. We not Asian. We don't know what's going on over there.
Yeah, but I ain't gonna lie, though. I don't even care about them, because one thing about it, they stick together. They stick, the Asians stick together and all. They stick together. They bring each other up. Our problem is us and what we going through right now. So what I'm gonna say is we all got a point. Like Zah said, it's choices, bro. Because Floyd grew up in the same shit I grew up in, and he made a choice not to mess with that. You know what I'm saying? Kurt got points too, but Kurt, what else was my mother supposed to do? I'm gonna make it personal with me. What else was my mother supposed to do when she put me in private school? You know what I'm saying? She did everything by herself for me, right? My mother worked 10, 12 hours a day, came home with headaches, went to sleep. You know what I'm saying? A single mother by herself. What else is she supposed to do with this boy that's 15, 14, 15, 16? The police is calling her at her job because I'm on the shuttle. I'm on a shuttle train, graffiti in the shuttle train. So the police done snatched me up, 14 years old, called my mother while she's at work, Secretary of Treasury Department in MTA building, after private school. What else is she supposed to do, Kurt?
Okay, now, I'm glad you brought that up. You are your mother's seed, right? And she did all that she was, that she was able to do. She did the best.
Peace, Naima. Missed you too.
And she planted that seed in your head. Yeah. As you got older, you made your choice. but that seed was already planted in your head that eventually you learned from that hickey head shit and you got your shit together. But it starts at home. We gotta implant in our kids. That shit is foolish.
Kurt, we already passed that stage. I'm already, it's already implanted in my brain. My mom's,
Right.
my
So
mom's. Listen. My mom's ain't come outside. My mom's wasn't one of them mothers that was outside, cool with the
right.
hood and the hood niggas and all that. I had niggas telling me when my mom's was coming out the train station a block away, yo, your mother coming 6 o'clock in the afternoon and shit. You know why? Cause I'm on the corner. How is she supposed to keep me off the corner, Kurt, when she's at work at MTA and I'm 15, 16 years old on the corner and I got crackheads telling me your mother coming? How is she supposed to keep me off that corner?
She can't. That's the answer.
She
Can't.
she can't. She can
There-
only as a youth plant the seed.
Man, come on, Kirk, man.
The seed already was planted, Kurt.
Oh.
The seed been planted, Kurt.
Kurt, you had me for a second. I can't get what you
9,
did.
10, look, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and I've been on my own a long time, Kurt. 8, 9 years old, I was walking home from junior high and public elementary school in East Flatbush with my own key to the house. You know what I'm saying?
Oh.
Because my mother had to work. I never was a street kid. I wanted to play ball. I was a good kid. But something switched. 14, 15, 16, 17. I was hanging on them corners, hanging wherever I was hanging at. How does a single mother stop that?
Well, she's in survival
I was
mode.
so
You don't.
I wanted to be in my project so bad. I knew how to get on the train from Harlem back to Queens by myself before I was 7. If you don't believe me, ask my pops. I was getting on the train by myself. I wanted to be in my hood so bad. My moms couldn't stop me. I knew how to get on the train from Harlem back to Queens, back home. You still get back home to this day.
My mom was a pastor for 40 years. Yeah.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. And go, Za. Go ahead, Za.
Yeah,
I forgot about that.
Yeah, my mom was a pastor for 40 years, still a pastor right now. That's the household I grew up in. You had to almost be in the house when the street lights come on. She was a school bus driver. She was gone much of the whole day, taking the football team after practice home. I ended up in the feds for a 10-year bid, getting in trouble all the way up to, you know what I mean? I went to Rikers Island when I got out of summer school in my 10th grade year in high school, because I should have been in the pro. I should have been a running back in the NFL for real. I was crazy with it.
And you ended up on Rikers Island,
I ended up in
and you
Rikers
live in
Island.
Virginia. He don't even live in New York. He from Virginia. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Za.
But, you know, that's what regardless of man, my mom was wicked. We used to get beat with extension cords, bro.
Me
Yeah,
too.
get tore up, bro.
Me too, Kurt.
Like, no games being played with Marion Griffin. You hear me? So all that talking about your moms and all that, my father wasn't there. My mom was by herself. She had 4 kids, bro. And I found a way to get outside and get into the bullshit. In school, when I'm going to school, I'm hustling. I ended up at Rikers Island. She had to come get me. You know what I mean? Come back, going back and forth to court in Manhattan. Yeah,
driving 8 hours. Mama love.
Driving 8 hours, going staying in the Courtesy Inn, 2 hours stayed for the court date. Before the court started. Yeah, but I still ended up out of all of that. I still came.
Didn't y'all crash one time, Za?
Crashed in the Cougar in Delaware or wherever it was at on 13. Almost died. Me and my cousin, and my aunt and my mom. Because we would get up at 12 o'clock at night to try to make it to court in the morning in New York. But I'm just saying, though, ain't no mom can do nothing, especially with these kids nowadays. Come on, man, stop playing, Kurt.
They way worse than us, Za.
They way
worse than we was. We wanted some money. I just wanted some money. I just wanted the fast money. I ain't really want all the extracurricular activities that come with it.
Right.
Za is a pastor's child. Mama was a pastor for 40 years and all that to end up a kingpin.
You tell me, Kurt, how that happened.
Lack of fathers.
Come on,
I
man.
can
And
go for
why?
that.
Wait.
I can
And
go for
why?
that.
Why the lack of fathers? Why the lack of fathers?
Because
That had nothing to do with the system, right?
Choices, Floyd. Choices.
yeah. Here we these
Choices.
answers.
Wherever he laid his hat was his
Floyd
home.
needs somebody to blame.
Nah, it's not about blaming people, bro. It's about the obvious that's there. It's about the obvious that's there. It's not about blaming nobody because at the end of the day, you still have choices, right?
My dad chose to be in the street. Took him out of here. He
My
chose
dad
that.
chose to want to cheat. My dad
Our
chose to
mothers
want to
chose
cheat.
our
and be with-
fathers.
I don't know. I had my pops. I can't. I
You know,
chose not to listen when it came to my pops, but I ain't had my mom, so I get it.
All I'm
I get it.
saying is, once the child has gotten to the point where he has already learned whatever it is, whether he learned how to carry guns on him or whatever, your learning process starts at home. That's the very first part of learning. What's right, what's wrong. I ain't gonna be doing that because of consequences. We all gonna have choices because I don't care how tough you is on your kid. See, beating your kids ain't get ready to teach them nothing but to resent you. But if you sit down and you listen to your kids and you talk to your kids, you let them know what consequences is. They, especially if you do it when they're young, you know what I'm saying? They eventually learn to make good choices.
I know what it is, y'all. I know what it is. See, Kurt is privileged. Kurt is privileged to have 2 children that don't give a damn about the streets at all. Don't even give a damn about coming outside at all. Don't care about none of them people outside at all. I cared about being outside. I wanted to be outside.
Straight up, bro.
So that's the
No,
difference.
yeah.
Kurt, when you have a child that wants to be outside, it don't matter what you taught them when they was children. It don't matter what you instilled in them. It doesn't matter. I promise you, when that child want to be outside, that child is going to be outside. They will run away.
I'm a prime example.
14-year-old, 15-year-old, 13-year-olds, they will run away from home to be outside.
Did that about 3-4 times.
You just count the last 2. I got 10, and none of them was outside.
Cause they seen
I ain't gonna say that. I ain't gonna say it.
The 10th one seen the 9th one not doing it. The 9th one seen the 8th one not doing it. The 8th one seen the 7th not want to do it. The 6th seen the 5th. That's what it was in your household. That's what you got, Kurt.
I seen your last 3. Kurt. You had some trouble with that third to last one. You had with little Kurt. little Kurt. You had troubles with little Kurt. I seen that.
Little Kurt.
He just ain't choose the streets.
Wait, listen to this. Little Kurt, and I'm learning this right now because I'm going through it. They dealing with childhood trauma because, for the majority of their life, they was raised by their mother.
Yo, could I ask y'all a question, right? Because I hear y'all talk about choices. I'm gonna take this in a different direction. So y'all think slavery was a choice?
Yeah.
Yo.
I know that was gonna stir something up.
Yo, bro.
Now you say how many kids Kurt got. Kurt got 10 kids.
Yeah.
I don't think slavery is a choice. I think slavery is a cop-out. That's what I think it is.
Explain.
I believe that a lot of people use slavery as a reason of why we can't advance as a culture in modern day society. And
I like this guy, man. I like this guy.
You cannot use slavery as a reason why we are not advancing or elevating in
Straight up.
We damn sure can't. No, sir.
All right, hold on. But you're going on topic, though. You're going on topic talking about us. Was it a choice for them? And was it a cop-out for them?
Here's my answer to that, Floyd.
I feel like Kanye West, man, because I would have been dead. I would have been dead back then, bro.
That's another point too. Is here's the thing with that, Floyd. If slavery wasn't a choice, what does that say to all the people that broke free that we praise? They broke free because they felt like you ain't about to be whipping my ass and all this other thing.
After so many years, though, bro. After we done got confidence, after we done built some kind of, resilient. You know what I'm saying? But at a certain point, when they were into slavery and captivity, they broke them, bro. They took their mental.
That
They
ain't
took
true
their
either, because
mind.
that ain't true either, because some niggas jumped off the boat. So
Some niggas
some
did
niggas
jump
just
off the
ain't
boat,
with it,
right?
man.
That's
But the
Some
niggas
niggas
that
just ain't with
stayed
it.
and they thought the alpha male was the alpha male, and now they see this suppressor coming, and they knocking the alpha male down like, oh, I ain't trying to get that done to me. I ain't trying to get that done to me.
So how were we as African Americans or Black people marry up to a 70% rate prior to 1960s? If slavery had something to do with us while we were thriving so well in this country, as far as our people and the system that you talk about, they attempted to destroy it with Black Wall Street and things of that nature. But at the end of the day, it was we were thriving up to 1960s. So we were even getting married back in the days of slavery because the family structure is really the root of everything. Because
Exactly.
if you think about it, the world is ran by a certain amount of families. And the reason why we're not thriving because of this, we ain't got our ship together. Our relationships.
That's hard.
We don't have our ship together. Our relationships is not together. BJ, you got saved from prison because of your relationships. That allowed you to support to be able to get you out of that situation, and you didn't have a public defender. And if you didn't have that relationship with those certain people, your consequences would have been different. So we have the choice to, once you know better, you do better. It's right from wrong. My name means the judgment between right and wrong from the Quran. It was like almost my mother, you know what I mean, named me to, you know what I mean? Like it's almost because my philosophy of Players for Life is also mastering the balance of negative and positive energy. So it's pretty much the same thing, right and wrong. Everything is neither negative or positive. And when I hear a lot of people talk about they and you know, they and them are stagnating us from where we can't go, I really think it's a defeatist mentality and it's stagnating us from growing. I land my plane.
Floyd, I had muted your mic because we heard the metal clinging. That's all. You good? You could unmute it whenever you're ready to talk.
Yeah, I figured that. Now was cool. Yo, your mom's had a good thing that she had put in the chat. Slavery was a choice. It wasn't a choice back then, but it's a choice now. I agree with that.
Yeah. Let me play this right quick. Let me because I think this was on the lines of what we was talking about. Hold on.
Up in Los Angeles, my father was doing 10 for selling crack cocaine, and my mother was running the streets on dope.
Okay.
And listen to me, man. I hate being disrespected by people like you because I could tell you don't know me at all and you don't know what I'm like. And to be honest with you, the reason I'm having this conversation is to teach people not to be disrespectful because you don't know who you're talking to. Just in general. That's why my old heads always taught me to be respectful. You see, because I'm more articulate than you because I'm more intelligent than you. But also, I grew up shooting fades my whole life. And I could tell somebody like you, you don't even really want it with me like that. So like, you should just speak respectfully. Like I advise everybody, even me, like if I'm out in the world and I bump into somebody, you know what I do? I turn around, I apologize. My fault.
Why you believe?
Even if it wasn't fully my fault, I still will apologize and say my fault because I don't want any issues. I don't want any issues at all. Because I'm a polite person, because I don't want to be disrespected. So I show everybody respect. And when I was growing up in Los
So it was just the backstory on that was dude with the dreads was saying he was basically saying he talked like a white boy and all this and was trying to play him like on some street stuff because of he's articulate. And Marquette was telling him like, yo, you don't even know me. I'm from LA. I'm come from the streets. But he chose a different lifestyle. His father was what he was. His mother was what he was. And he's from LA. but he chose he chose to go to college, and he went to I forgot what school he went to, but it was one of them top colleges, and he graduated top of his class, full of white people. You know what I'm saying? Why? And I think that was a good moment to share that. We was about to get into something.
Let me bring up something. I remember you telling you mentioning it before. I think you was talking to Will that when you was relaying a message to Eli and you was imparting to him, you know, how, you know, they laying back, you know, you need to get yours now. You know, when you teach a youth in its, you know, a person in their youth, you know, you don't want to do that and waste your time and then have to wait till you're 30, 40 years old to be now trying to do something. See, all of those teachings, whether you have to go to work or whether you have to come home, when your children starts hearing you, and do you see that they still gonna make a choice, but eventually that seed will grow, and sometimes they you know, they have to learn the hard lesson, and the first thing they're gonna say is, "Damn, Dad told me this." You know what I'm saying? But for the most part, you as a parent have to plant that seed from birth, from the very beginning. And
you know what I say?
If you don't plant that seed, like I grew up in a 2-parent household, I still got into the street
because it's a choice.
But the message that they told me when I was young eventually grew roots in what it is I had to stand on. And that's when, you know, the learning process come in. You be like, man, my mama told me that, or my daddy told me that. But you can't absolve yourself of parenthood by saying, well, I had to work. No, you also have a responsibility as a parent. When you make the choice to create a seed, it's your job to teach your seed.
Let me ask you this, Kurt. Did your parents teach you did your parents instill that seed in you? And you had both your parents.
Listen, the case I had.
Did you? I didn't even get there yet. Did your parents instill that seed in you?
What seed? The right
seed
and
you
wrong?
talking about? Yes.
Yeah, they did.
And you still ended up in jail.
And that's why I said you still gonna make a choice, but the seed is planted.
Oh, you did say that.
Nah, he did say you're gonna make a choice though. But so Kurt, let me ask you this: Do we get on your parents and chastise them, and should they be at fault because of your choices you made?
When I made my choices, I was already grown. When I was young, oh no, boy, stop. My parents came out the Jim Crow South. My grandmother was an ex-slave, and we didn't just get whoopings. They used to tie us to the pole with a towel that they had metal coils around that they put in what they call bless oil and whoop us like slaves.
Yeah, but that's abuse. That's something. That's what Floyd talking about. That was learned from the slave master. That was I would never do that to my children. Never. I would never do that to my children.
But they didn't know no better though, neither.
The reason why I don't do that to my children is because I learned through those experiences that shit don't work. Because even after I got my ass whooped, guess what? I still did what I was gonna do once I made my choice.
There you go. It's all about the choice that you make. All your parents are responsible for really doing is teaching you what's right from wrong. And after that, it's on you to be able to make the choices on your own. You know what's right from wrong from what you're taught. But I gotta real quick, like, not to get back, and I'm not trying to come at you, Floyd, because I'm real interested.
Oh no, I wouldn't think that.
I'm really interested when I hear somebody call somebody master, because when I asked you who was they, and then you said something about masters, and you named a couple of political people. Do you consider them like your masters?
ruler and master over me? No, they ruler and master over the world. You know what I mean? Ruler and master over me is God. So I don't subscribe to everything that goes on in the world because we're supposed to be in the world, not of the world, right? But however, what I'm trying to say is there are more obstacles put in African American lives that we have to go through, loops and hoops, than other cultures. And that's just a fact, bro. That's not an opinion. That's not even on applications, bro. They didn't put that shit on applications, whether are you Caucasian or you white because of other nationalities. They put that shit up there for us. They want to know, are we the minority? Are we the people that's applying for these jobs? So when we come in and they looking at our shit, they know, okay, whether they're gonna accept us on the job because they got a certain amount of black people that they gotta have on the job. Like that's a fact, bro. They got a certain amount of African Americans that they have to hire. They have a certain amount of African. You get a point for being African American at one point when they was hiring cops because they didn't have enough officers that was of color on the job. Why is that?
Go ahead, Fru. I guess you can answer that.
Was that a question to me about
To the group? That was a question to the group. If it's not a color thing, why were jobs so eager to hire a certain amount of African American people? You were getting points on applications, whether or not you were getting hired about being a African American.
It's not a color thing because black and white people aren't the only people on this planet. We have other ethnicities that's thriving really well, such as Asians, such as Indians. Okay, so we have other men. So I agree with you. Black men, we do have it the worst. We have everybody, including our women, against us. But we collectively, in my opinion, cannot use that as a justification of not thriving and actually.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah. I think you were getting it. I'm not justifying saying that this is why things are the way they is. What I'm saying, it is harder for us. You still should be able to come up and be a 9 to 5, not a street guy and all that other stuff. But we're not gonna negate the obvious and the fact that it is harder for us, bro. A lot of people fall victim because it's harder for us. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, there are other nationalities. However, when it comes, and I'm not saying color just a black and white thing. I'm saying when I say color, I'm talking about us as a people, as colored people. It's harder for us. It's not okay that people are going shooting barbershops and these young niggas is doing crazy things. However, it's more subjected to us to fall into that category because they keep pushing this agenda on us to suppress us. You shouldn't allow it to happen, but it does happen. That's all I'm saying.
You have this is why I say a lot of our situation, we put a lot of those things over our head, right? And we start to think that. We start to believe, we're the target and things of that nature. And for whatever that does to us, each individual, we allow that to stagnate us. Bro, I last week when I came to Atlanta to deliver a load, right? I go to this storage to deliver the load. And when I pulled up, it was an African lady. She was the customer. It was her freight. She got a bunch of TVs. But you know who she had with her? She had a Mexican, right? Like a couple Mexicans that she got from Home Depot that just go and stand up at Home Depot and wait for somebody to come in. They don't even speak English. Just to wait for somebody to come and grab them to do a job. You know what I mean? So it's like a lot of times, like in our situation, we ain't even gonna go that far, bro. We gonna be in the crib smoking, get out in the street. We ain't gonna do things that other ethnicities gonna do to make something happen. You get what I'm saying? We kind of our own problem to our own selves, bro. You know what I mean? Yeah. We're not gonna turn the gun on the white man, even though we may think that they the problem or they keeping us down. But we ain't gonna turn the gun on them. We're gonna turn the gun on our homeboy. We're gonna turn the gun on our own people in our own community. So we is a poison ivy to our own people. So we got to stop using, yo, we was dealt a bad hand, and you know what I'm saying? Everything you saying, bro, is right. But how long is we gonna keep using that to we gonna keep using that how long we can use it? Ain't nobody listening at this point. The white man ain't listening.
No,
Cause
that's
they
true.
seeing other people, they seeing other people getting by. You got BJ with 5 trucks, 3 flipped over. You know what I mean? 3 flipped over on the side. He just brought up a new one. You feel me? But he gonna get out the bed and gonna make something shake. You know what I'm saying? But that's the mindset, bro, that we gotta have, bro. And that's all I want to be. That's all I want to, say to the brothers, that we understand that, bro. I did 10 years in prison, bro, for a major drug case. You know what I mean? I was out there, bro. But at the same time, there was a regeneration, a rejuvenation for me to get myself together, to get my thinking right. And the drug program was a way for me to. The drug program wasn't about NAA. It wasn't about smoking weed, getting high, drinking beer. No, it was to change your thinking. The new drug programs in the feds right now, bro, is about changing the way we think. Because if you change the way you think, you can change your conditions overnight. You feel me? That's what we got to get to, bro. Changing our thinking. We're lost, bro, because a lot of the fathers ain't been there for our kids. When I left, my son was just like at 11 years old. When I came home, bro, he a crip. And it's
Hey,
hard for me.
Za. Give us a quick rundown of the relationship with your son and what happened when you left your son. You know what I mean? At 10 years old, 11 years old, had to go do your bit, and how your son is now.
Man, when I left, man, I had him around me going to. He was, bro. Every sport he played, the
And what he
same
was
way I played.
supposed to be.
Right. He was. I had my man Calvin Cato, the 7-footer. That was my right hand down here in the A when I was, in the street or whatever. He used to come to the gym. I had the juice bar inside of LA Fitness. You know what I mean? But bros used to come in there.
Facts.
Cato used to come in there. Cato was a 7-footer in the NBA for years. He used to come in there and work with my son. I had all of these other dudes playing overseas coming to work with my son on basketball. Football, I had him in camps. Like that, bro. 3, 4 touchdowns. I used to leave Magic City or Onyx or Platinum 21, 4 o'clock in the, I used to leave at night. I would come home. I would drive all the way to Charlotte to go to his game. You know what I'm saying? I would be right at his game by the time 8 o'clock start. I'm at his game. I knew this what he was gonna be. But the minute I went to prison, bro, the minute they kicked me in, locked me up, it was years later, bro, a couple of years later that I'm getting, when I call, to check on him or whatever, he's starting to get in trouble in school. Long story short, he get off into a gang. Like 2 years later, my baby mom's had a heart attack. He thought she was dying. He had a step pop. She got married to, some dude or whatever. Had kids by him or whatever. But my kids in that household. When my baby mom's had a heart attack, he thought she was gonna die. At that moment, he hit the street at like 13 years old. Out there in Charlotte, bro, it's major. It's wicked out there in Charlotte, bro. Like it ain't number gangbangers in Charlotte right now. So he went off and got into that life. My daughter, she's not into that, but it's almost the same thing. So now that I'm locked up, finding out that he's getting involved in these type of things, he was playing sports or whatever. He had a scholarship. He went off to Lynchburg. I talked to him when I was in prison. Like, yo, Pops, I'm going to go to Lynchburg, man. They ain't even going to redshirt me the first year. I'm going to play. Got off the phone with him. A week later, bro, my man told me, yo, you need to call your baby moms. I'm like, what's up, man? Call your baby moms. Call my baby moms, bro. He got a murder. He done murdered somebody, on some foolishness. You know what I mean? Caught a body. So when I come home, he got to stand your ground, because in Charlotte, it's a stand your ground. So he basically got like a pat on the wrist. The reason he even got time, it was going to let him go. But he got time because 2 weeks ago, before that, he banged out on some dude that's supposed to got him for some weed. Left the shells on the cement. So when the people came and seen the shells, that was the same gun that fit, that matched the gun that he killed dude with. So he really got time for that. When I come home, he's in prison. He come home after me 2 years. But that's the life of. If I was home, I feel like it wouldn't have been that way. But just because I left, his mom had a heart attack. Had to find her way back. She had to learn how to talk and speak, walk, and all that again. But it was crazy, man. But this is the way these youngins go when a father ain't around. Like, he was a father's kid. He clung to me. I used to make him do 200 push-ups before I go to the juice bar in the morning. For him to go with me, he got to do 200 push-ups. He was doing it at 8, 9 years old. And he was sound. You know what I mean? I was raising him right. But the minute I got off the scene is when he went, did what he did. But yeah, that's my little story.
Men
My little
provide
man.
structure. That's why.
Facts.
Men provide structure, and if we could get the men out the house, how we do that, we could control the women. So for y'all don't to think that it's not shit put upon us, it is, bro.
That was a choice. That was a choice he made.
It is a choice.
Facts.
Just the same way I made a choice. I made a choice because I was doing something different. So I made a choice at 35 years old. Last time I was in prison, 10 years ago, last time I was in prison, I made a choice because something snapped when I heard my son kept asking me, where you at? Papa, where you at? He had a birthday party in Brooklyn. I'm calling from prison, and my son is asking me where I'm at. That shit hurt. I had tears in my eyes, bro. I ain't bullshit. I had tears in my eyes. In prison, hung up, was on the wall with tears in my eyes, man. My man came and brought me a cup of coffee like, yo, man, you a hustler, nigga. You better get you a truck. That's how I got into the truck shit. Just like that. God, bro. Because I promise you I ain't know what I was doing. I kept saying it. I don't know what I'm going to do when I get home, bro. I know me. I'm not going to work a 9 to 5 for $200-$300 a week. I'm not going to do it. I know me. So that was the scariest thing. The scariest moment of my life was having 3 or 4 weeks left before I got out and not knowing what I'm going to do. But I know I can't come back here. I done left my little man and my daughter, but I left my little man out here. You know what I mean? My daughter only 2. She don't know what's going on. Eli's 4. Where's Papa at? Where's my Papa? He ain't care about none of that. He told me he got a lot of money. He got a lot of uncles and all that. But he kept coming back to, but Papa, where are you? I told him I was in school or some work or something. You know what I'm saying? But I'm telling you, bro, that my spirit kicked in then. Oh, no, this is over with. I refuse. Bro. I went through that with my pops. And I know what the end result is going to be, what Zai went through. I'm going to keep coming back to prison to where I'm 40-some years old. And imagine Eli out here without me and he 15 years old, 6'1", with dreads.
When I came home, it was easy, right? Because you know how this shit go. When you go to prison, everybody in your family, wherever you had the bag at, everybody gonna go through your money. So these are the things as a guy of my caliber of the do's and don'ts. You know what I mean? Everybody gonna run through your bread. So when I come home, it's like I gotta hit the ground running. Bro, I had real Mexican, real official people that I probably could have got on the phone with and made a call and got it shaken, but that wasn't even an option for me, bro. I got into the truck, came home, got into the medical business, got with my man, got with my celly. He had some trucks on a box truck game, got into that, got my own truck, and now I'm my own operator. But I could have went left, but it's like, nah, am I gonna leave my kids back again?
But the masters didn't stop you from doing all that? Wait a minute. The masters, hold on, Floyd, don't go nowhere. The masters ain't stop you from doing all that as a convicted felon?
That's why I said though, Floyd, we have options, bro. I could have easily jumped back in the.
Floyd chose to do what he doing now. Floyd was on the road with us. Floyd had his own trucks, multiple trucks, people working for him. Floyd got his own business, selling cars and stuff. Floyd got all types of stuff going on.
2 things, Floyd. Number 1, you don't even give yourself enough credit talking on this master this.
Nah, I'm not saying that. I'm speaking for the population, bro.
Nah, fuck the population. And I know that's what you do, and that's what Noah do. Noah do the same thing. That's what Kurt do. That's man, fuck the population, bro.
I'm blessed. I'm blessed.
Come on,
about the population.
No, You can only speak for you. You can only speak for you. They have the population has to follow you, Floyd. The population. We gotta leave whatever population we trying to make excuses for. We gotta leave them niggas. We gotta leave.
And another thing, you expecting everybody to learn the way you did or to learn the way like Kurt did. Some people can learn by learning off the others. Niggas like me, I'm not gonna learn that way. No, you're gonna have to show me.
And Floyd, we leaving the niggas like Davon. We leaving them. we not trying to save them, Kurt and Floyd. We not trying to save them. Those years are gone. We gotta gather the ones like Fu and Za and keep it pushing and focus on the kids that was like Floyd. That is like, nah, I don't want to be no street nigga. What I want to be that for?
To add on to it, bro, like, bro, I ain't even got a semi, bro. I'm in a box truck, bro, and I'm sleeping in a box truck, bro. When I stop and pull over the road. So just imagine, bro, feet stinking. You feel me?
Bro, I was in a dually. I was in a dually spending the night in a dually.
Feet shitty as a, you know what I mean?
But see, that was a choice though, because they got showers at the love station. No, that was a choice. You know what I'm saying?
Wes, what up, Wes?
I've been in prison for 10 years, bro. I was on a little metal bed and I was on a toilet with 1,000 asses to sit on it. So I ain't got no problem going in the truck stop and shitting and lacing the toilet up and all of that old, you know what I mean? But I ain't no bougie dude. I know what it means to go out and get some paper. I ain't gonna let those little things stop me. I'm gonna sleep in the truck, bro. Bro, I was in North Dakota. I did a lot of my first years on the truck, bro, in Wisconsin, Iowa, Minneapolis. Yeah, when it was 40 below. And I'm sleeping in the truck, bro. I'm cutting the truck on for 10 minutes, let it get hot.
Cut it back on.
Cut it back on. You feel me? Cut it off. I can't even idle my truck because, you know, the knock sensor going to come on.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like, bro, I had to... Dudes don't even really know that struggle, man, in the end of the day, though. But it's like me saying, you know what? I ain't going to make that choice over there to go there. My mom is almost 80. You know what I mean? Starting to come over with dementia. Nah, bro, I can't. I gotta be here, bro. I'm not gonna be one of them dudes like my mans, and then when they go in, their mom died, they can't even go see her.
Man,
I'm not going that route, bro. That's a tough feeling, bro, to know that your old earth, bro, is gone, bro, and you ain't even get a chance to say bye. You ain't even get a chance to see her,
bro.
That shit don't set well with
me. So knowing all that you know now, would you have wanted a judge to give you favor and be like, yo, you know what? Go ahead and graduate. But you still gonna do your know all that you know now. You still sending a nigga.
I think I got locked up when I was 37, bro. I beat everybody. Feds jumped on me because the state couldn't get me. So I got through my whole life unscathed until I hit like 37. I'm 51 now. You know what I mean? I've been home since 2021, the end of 20. You get what I'm saying? So I wouldn't have learned a lesson then. I wouldn't have learned a lesson if he smacked me on the wrist and say, yo, you know, yeah, go get your education and give you 6 months. Like, this judge is mad lenient, bro. If I would have got a smack on the wrist like that, bro, I probably would have been right back.
That kid ain't you, Floyd. That kid ain't you. He got to go to jail.
2 years and went
he like Davon. He like Davon. He got to go to jail. He got to go to prison.
Got to go to jail.
Can I speak?
God had to get me to that quiet place, man, to holler at me.
Fool, you next, fool.
Get me off what I was on. You know what I mean? God had to get me in that little corner.
The isolation?
The isolation, bro. That had to get to me to change my thought, my thinking pattern. Because a lot of dudes that went in, they got a year, 2 years, they came right back in the street. Came right back.
Yeah.
My first bid was a 10-year bid. I went to Rikers Island, was a skit, in school and all of that. Went to Rikers Island and whatever, C-74 when I was younger in school trying to make, you know what I mean? But that was nothing. I didn't do time then. They just kicked me out, banned me from New York for, so many years or whatever. Went back, the people kicked me off the football team, because I caught a case. But after that, it was like, messed around, turned 17.
But see, you still on your own then.
Right.
It really matters when you have children.
Facts,
when you have them boys out here and they need that
somebody
dad. Even your daughters. I gotta stop leaving my daughter out of it because the girls need their daddy too. You know what I'm saying? But it really counts when you got them children, bro. 100%. See, I I was in and out. When I kept going in and out, I didn't have no kids. It wasn't until I was 35 years old where I was back in prison for the third time that I had kids, and I'm like, damn, it was a different feeling. Damn, man, I miss my kids, man.
Yeah,
But go ahead,
I
fool.
did.
When you had put a comment on the screen, I think it was from Naima. She said something about got to help the next generation. It starts with them, and
Yep.
I agree with her, and I believe we need to start with teaching them that, because this is my opinion. If you believe there are masters, then they can control you. So
I see that.
I got a movie recommendation for Floyd. You ever heard a movie called The Last Dragon?
Nah.
Floyd, you heard of The Last Dragon, Floyd? Show enough.
Because in that movie, it shows you who's the master. And I believe we need to start teaching our children that they are the creators and masters of their own destiny. And no matter their ethnicity, their gender, where they're at in the world, they have the power of choice. And that's where it relies in. I land my plane.
You know what's crazy, fool? Floyd, how many jobs you don't have? I don't remember having you having a bunch of jobs. You always been.
I had a bunch of jobs, but I always had a hustle though. You know what I'm saying?
I was about to say, you always seemed like you was self-employed. You've been selling cars forever.
Since 18 years old. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But you gotta have multiple streams of income. But at the end of the day, I'm at a job right now. That shit ain't work out for me. You know, I chose to do this. You know what I'm saying?
But fool, you know what it is? He said it. He said it already. He's talking for the population.
Yeah, I ain't talking about me.
Ain't talking for himself.
But when we talk, words are powerful. I need people to understand what you say. Well, you know what I mean?
That's true.
Thoughts become things, right? So if you run around saying they, somebody. And I asked him the question, and the brother literally said master. You know what I'm saying?
Because I know how people be thinking. Like, yo, bro, I got a dude, right? Yo, he been in the hood.
Let me get this out real quick.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
What did the slaves call them?
They called them masters.
Okay, that is power, bro. So
you're right.
Is in 2026 where you refer to some people and you named all white people. So you not even realizing you're putting out that energy and being controlled by somebody. You keep talking about them and they. We got to stop that and be able to take our power back. And it starts in the household. Every situation that was spoken about tonight is because of a father being absent. The power of us being able to tell our children, boy or girl, that they are the masters and creators of their own destiny is the most powerful thing that we can do. And it's really the only thing we can do so that they could create the cycle going on and break the curse. Because most of us are born into dysfunctional families. And none of us asked to be here, right? So we have BJ ended up breaking the curse. I ended up breaking the curse.
Because that's real generational curses.
Of our environments at one point of time. All of us have similar stories with getting in trouble, knowing right from wrong and still making the choices to do wrong because that's what we wanted to do at that particular time. And we have to be accountable. So he did it 10 years. I did my bids, whatever. BJ did his bids. We had to be accountable. Even Kurt came up, 2-family household, still made his own choices and decisions. We cannot control our children. We can only control ourselves. So we have to be able to put that into our children. Everything that you do and every scenario that you put yourself in is because of the choices and decisions that you made. We have to start taking strict accountability for every decision we make. I land my plane.
I want to add on to something too, man. Like, and another thing, like, because a lot of times, bro, in our culture, in our community, I hear a lot of things too that, the man was absent, right? From, the mom was by herself. You got guys like BJ. You got guys like me. We still be fathers from a distance. You know, because a lot of people think when the father's not there, he's not there. No, you still can be there because I ain't gonna lie. Everybody can't control you're gonna be with your old lady. The lady you have a baby with, you're gonna be with her. You get what I'm saying? So we still can be fathers to our seeds from a distance too. Because we'll
Hey,
use that too, like we ain't there, oh man, you know, and use that excuse. A lot of us would say that, but that's another excuse.
I want to ask everybody that in the chat. Can you be a father from a distance?
I
Of
am a
course.
I am a dad from a distance, and me and Dallas got the best relationship in the world. And this kid is a saint. I swear to God, I pray every day and say, yo, I don't even deserve a child like Dallas. Man, if my daughter become a child half as good as Dallas, I'm lucky. Cause man, I could go on for days about Dallas, and he respects
Dallas is
his
a good
dad, and
kid.
to tell you, he's a great kid, man. And man, I could go on for days. And
Dallas
my
is like Kurt's kids.
yeah, and my favorite question to ask Dallas is, I ask him every day, yo, what you learn today? What you
Super
learn? And
smart.
just super smart, man, super smart. He want to talk about social studies. He want to talk about things that been happened, things that's gonna happen. That boy love his
Good dad,
Bible,
bad son.
Good
man,
dad, bad
man.
son. Man.
And I raised him from a distance, and he tell you quick. My dad is my God. We go out damn near every other weekend. Go catch a movie. I gotta go watch this Super Mario's movie. I'm gonna go get my granddaughter, and that's Diamond's my daughter. You can't tell me nothing, and I ain't birth her. You go ahead and tell her I'm not her father. I'm gonna go. My granddaughter texts me today, like when I'm coming to get her. Can we go to the mall? No, we're gonna go. I'm gonna grab them both. We're gonna go watch this Super Mario movie. The other one you gain father from a distance. I do both, granddad, father,
Straight up.
and my daughter. I love my babies.
What you think,
Daddy
Kurt?
know.
I think that goes right back to that narrative that I said. You know, behavior is learned. Even if you talk about the slave mentality behavior, that behavior over centuries has been learned. We have to unlearn the systems that we're teaching our children from you. You know, like you say, you at a distance from your child, Davon. But what you instilled in that young man is respect. You know,
Definitely.
to be fair, to be, you know what I'm saying? And from youth, when they learn that, they still might make some stupid choices, but that seed is already planted in their head, in their being of how they are. You know, a child ain't gonna learn respect just by sitting by himself. You know, he learned it. He see his parents being respectful. He see his parents being involved with what it is they're going through. You have to teach your children what it is about your choices
I
that
get,
you
I
make.
get, I get what
You
you're saying.
choose
Yeah.
not to do your homework, you're gonna fail. If you choose to hang out on the block, you're gonna end up in jail or dead.
Yo,
You choose to
yo,
go pick up a gun, then you're gonna have to pay some penalties. So when you start teaching the child from when they're young what it is they should or should not do and what consequences they will and will not have to face, some kids ain't gonna learn. Them hard-headed kids ain't gonna learn. They're gonna still do what they're gonna do. But guess what? They're gonna learn it just like I learned. My mama used to always say, a hard head make a soft ass. I had to learn. But the
Floyd, what you
seed,
think? Go ahead, Kurt. I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead, Kurt. Finish up.
that thought was already planted as a seed. You know what I'm saying? That seed eventually, especially if you water it and you tend to it every day, from when they babies and youths, it'll grow. You just do the best you can. Once they get to the point where they're independent, God gave every person on this earth a will to choose. You could choose it, but we teach our kids, if you choose the wrong road, you're gonna get the wrong reward. That's just it.
What Floyd, what you think?
I,
Can
I
you
mean, I don't think that's something I can answer because I'm currently going through that. So my question to y'all is, how could you father from a distance and balance your life, like you figuring out yourself?
Well, let me answer that question right quick. Can you father from a distance? I don't think you can.
I don't think so neither.
No. To be a true father, you got to be in that household with that child has to be in that household with you. You could be a provider, but you can't be a father. When that kid wakes up in the middle of the night or wakes up early in the morning, 5 in the morning, 6 in the morning, got to go to school. You're not there getting that child prepared for school. You're not there when that child comes from school. You not. I see the difference in my daughter as to my other kids. That I have to pay more attention to my daughter that don't live with me. I have to spoil her because she don't live with me. You know what I'm saying? I'm
That's a
more
tough
or less.
question.
She respects me as her dad, but I'm more of her homeboy. For real. I'm her dad, but I'm more of her homeboy. Because I've never told Aaliyah. No, I ain't gonna say that. I have told Aaliyah no, but you can't be a father and you're not in that house with your child, bro. I don't see how. You're not helping them study. You're not helping them.
So you saying you're not a father to Aaliyah?
No.
Wow.
I'm a good provider. I'm a great provider.
I've helped Dallas study. I just helped him study 2 weeks ago with his math.
I don't agree with
Nigga,
that
you
at
just said you just helped Dallas study 2 weeks ago. Studying is every day.
Every day. Facts.
Every day.
I mean,
facts.
Fathering is every day. Fathering is every day.
I get what you're saying.
Every day.
If Dallas
So how do you father from a distance and still live your life as an individual, who you are? That shit is hard, bro. That shit is very challenging.
I'm not saying it's easy because there's days where I want my son I want to be a father right there. So yes, I'm not a father every day because there's days where I miss a lot and it drives me crazy. But I also understand I'm not with his moms, even though me and his moms, even you guys, Cuzzo, me and his mom's got a hell of a respectful relationship. We don't go through the drama and all that. I can see my son. I could go pick my son up right now. Be like, come on, Dallas, we gone. So I don't have none of those issues. If Dallas need help with something, that
don't have nothing to do with nothing.
Yeah,
I get what
you are not there every night, every morning. I am not in my daughter's life every night in my morning. Last time I saw my daughter was 2-3 days ago when I picked up to go pick up her little sisters and brothers from school. I'm not there every night, every morning. It's not the same.
That don't
it's not
make
the
sense,
same.
though.
It makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense. You damn sure can't father a child in another state. That's out the question. That's out the question.
So basically,
it also depends what your definition of a father is, though. You know what I'm saying? And who you selling your fatherhood against.
How can you say? Would you say a woman is a mother, and she's not with her child every day?
She can be.
I don't see how. Especially imagine if you had a daughter, and your daughter lived with you, and your ex-wife, baby mother, whatever, lives somewhere else, out the state or somewhere else. The daughter didn't live with the mother. People would not consider that woman a real mother. I hear it all the time. People would not consider people would not consider. Please help me out in the chat. Would y'all consider a woman that child does not live with her and she's perfectly capable of having that child? She's perfectly capable of having that child. If that child does not live with that woman, would y'all consider her a real mother? I hear it all the time from women.
Well, you said
she don't even have her child. She ain't no real mother. I hear it.
No, I think it's in the wording, BJ. She's not a parent. She'll always be a mother.
Here's one woman right here. Nope, she's a deadbeat.
Oh, deadbeat is kind of crazy, though.
I agree. In order to parent properly, you should be in the household.
Like Kurt said, though, because I hear what he was about to say too. You'll always be a mother or father. You probably won't be a parent. So I get I think like someone was saying, the wording is definitely important. The wording is definitely important. I don't think you could parent from afar. You always gonna be a father or
You're
mother.
always gonna be the
can't parent.
father. You're
Yeah,
always gonna
I
be the
get that.
father. You could be a provider. You could be a great dad as a provider. You could be a great provider, but you're not being no real father. How you gonna be a
You're not
father
being
and
a
your
real.
child? How you gonna be a father and your child is not with you? Your child ain't
You're
with
not
you.
being a good parent.
Bro, my kids live with me today, and I still miss things because I'm in the state of where I'm focusing and putting myself first. I live with my kids, and I still miss things. So being out the house, you're gonna miss a lot of moments. And then when they
Way
get in they,
more.
and when they get in their 13s and teens, it's gonna be shit that if you was in the house, they would speak to you relatively right there about it. They ain't gonna want to revisit that next week, and you
No,
ask them, yo, so
sir.
how was school?
No,
School's
sir.
fine. They're gonna
That's
think
a
school's
good
fine.
point, Floyd.
My daughter told me, right? I
That's a
asked her
good
every
point.
day, yo, how was school? Fine, fine, fine. I get a thing. I was like, yo, you didn't tell me about that. She's like, you didn't ask me. I said, I did ask you. She told me, no, you gotta ask me what's the tea. So now when I want to hear about what's going on
Great
in the
point.
bus, what's going on in the school, like is it drama? I
Great
gotta
point.
ask her, not how your day was. Yo, what's the tea? You got any tea? And I'm there in the household. So imagine if I was out the house, I wouldn't even be privy to none of this information.
Floyd, it's the same thing with my daughter. I text her every day. Every day. Yo, how was school? I might text her in the morning sometimes, or I text her in the afternoon. Yo, how was school? What you did? How was your day today? Anything. But it's not until I see her and I can ask her the same question when I see her, and it'll be next week. And she'll be like, "Oh, you know, Papa, last week, da 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 da. Yo, what you?" But I guarantee you, when she walked in that house and she saw her mother, she went straight to telling her mother what happened that day. Straight to telling her mother what happened
That's a
that day.
full fact. The mother didn't even have to
I'm going
ask.
through it. I'm going through it. Mother don't even gotta ask. Her mother knows everything. Even when I ask
BJ,
my daughter, I don't get the full scoop. It's not till I see her or we might be riding in the car. I'll be like, yo, I just asked you that though. You bugging. She's like, oh, I forgot, Papa. I would know. Word up.
BJ, BJ. It's just like you were saying about my third to the youngest child, my son.
Yeah.
Previous to him moving to Georgia, I was at a distance. He was in St. Louis, I was in Georgia. You know, but because he wasn't up under my roof, I was his dad, but I wasn't a good parent because I wasn't involved in his everyday thought processes. So that when I did get him, yes, I started experiencing some of the behavior that he had learned somewhere else. And that's why me and him started clashing because, you know, that ain't being a good male. That type of behavior is offset of what it is I'm trying to teach my kids so that they don't go the route that I went. You know what I'm saying? And it finally got him back on track and he started accomplishing what he had always wanted to be from when he was younger. You know what I'm saying? He wanted to be a military man. He seen his grandfather, that's what it, but when he was with his mama, he got totally off track. And because I wasn't there every day to, continue to push him toward his dream, next thing you know, I got to go get him out of jail.
Guess what? Guess what? Elon's mother has called me and said this to me. Yo, he don't even really fuck with me. He don't fuck with me. He don't tell me nothing, man. I can't. Is he asleep? He ain't even answering the phone, is it? And she's a mother, but he
And
lives with me.
she'll always be a mother, but the parenting part comes when you're with them
Right
throughout
there.
their whole growing process.
Communication. It has to be more than communication.
It's
Communication.
more than communication.
As long as you're communicating with your child regularly, you are a parent. I don't agree with that. I don't
So
agree
you
with that.
saying, so you saying basically, right? So it's my job, right? So saying my job, I work in the military, bro. I'm a military. I got my kids live with me. I got my wife. It's me. It's my kids at home. But I go out. I go overseas for 6, 7, 8 months, maybe a year at a time. So you mean to tell me I'm not a father
Yo,
because I
No,
sit up in
that's a
front
good
all
point.
day?
That's a great point, and that's a great point. I thought
no.
about that.
You're a provider.
No,
You
no,
Yeah,
choosing
y'all
your
tripping.
career. You
Yeah,
choosing
y'all
your
tripping.
career first.
no,
I'm on phone.
Y'all tripping. Yeah,
no.
y'all tripping. I mean, that means y'all opinion.
How
I
can
gotta,
you be a father and you're in the Middle East for 8 months? How are you a father? Please explain that to
bro. You
us.
can call every day, bro.
Calling makes you a
It's like,
father.
bottom line, it's the same
You
thing
might as
with
well be in
aunt.
jail. So you t-
No, I was
so
just about to ask that.
so
So
you
you
could
a
be in
father in
jail for
prison?
6, 7 months and be a father from jail.
That's a whole
Okay.
nother. You already in jail,
How?
I
bro.
got
So
a question then.
you
Okay.
what you
Hold on. I got a good question then.
Hold
What?
on, hold on. Let Zah finish, then cuz you go next. Go ahead, Zah. If you're
So I'm
in
saying,
jail for 6, 7 months, whether you're in jail or you're in the Middle East, you are away from your child for 6, 7 months, calling. You're being a parent.
we're
That's
talking
parenting.
about we're talking about a criminal, and we're talking about a man providing for his family at work. If you was really at work, when your son was saying, "Daddy, where you at?" If you was really at work, you was lying to your son because you was in prison. But if he knew you was in prison, no, bro, you
Yeah,
can't.
but you was in prison because you was on the street trying to provide for your family too, though.
But that's a different way. Like in the end of the day, that's exactly what I feel. I bought my kids the world.
So
They
you
can't
just
tell
all
me
right.
to
So
I got it. I got it.
you're just saying the money part. So I could be in prison sending money home. I was sending money home to my baby moms when I was in
I'm
prison. I was
saying that
selling
you did a
weed.
crime. You made a choice to be away from your family. You did a crime
It's
to
a
get
You
in
made
choice
a
to
choice
be
in
prison.
away
that
from your family in the
in
military.
the
No,
military.
it's
You choose
not,
that
bro. That's
career.
that's what you mean. That's my
You
career.
choose
That's
that
what
career.
Oh,
But you
that's
choose
my
It's
that.
a
job,
choice.
bro. That's a job.
I got a good question for
It's a
y'all then. I
choice.
got a good question for y'all
Hold
then.
on, cuz. That's a choice. Don't forget your question. Just hold it. That's a choice.
You can
You
work from
chose to be.
home
Hold on.
and be home every day with your kids.
Kurt, did you choose to be in the military, Kurt?
Yeah.
That's a choice. You chose to be in the streets, Doc.
I think
You
That's
could have
that's
chose
marriage.
to be in the military.
that's a total
I
different
think
thing,
Either
bro.
way
That's a
or
job.
either
That's a
way or so you saying because it's okay as long as you're working, it's okay to be away from your children for 8 months.
of course, bro. That's my
Nah, bro.
job.
You're not
I
gonna
Nah,
agree.
bro.
I don't agree at all with that.
So basically you trying to say the 200 or the million people that's in the military, they can't be a father to their child when they go overseas or whatever. I ain't
No.
understanding what y'all saying, bro.
They
Y'all
are
not even make
career
that don't even
driven.
make
They not
sense,
family
bro.
driven. They
Let me
career
ask you
driven.
this. This is probably the problem. What constitutes a father? What makes you a father?
when you implant a seed in a womb, that makes you a father. What
Okay,
makes
so
you
Bottom line,
what makes you a parenting father?
a parenting father is someone that's there all the time,
so
24
now
7.
now you just put another word with it. You said father. You know what I mean? But being a parent to you still can be a parent to your child, bro, in the military 6 months overseas, bro. I don't understand what we saying. Your
I
son is
just have
9 years old,
Okay,
your son is 8 years old, he's not working, you're providing for him, you're calling, making sure he's doing what he's doing. What do you mean?
let me
Because I
ask you
get up
this.
every listen, I know dudes that's home every day, bro, and still ain't a father.
We ain't
that's
talking
I
what
about
do.
you
them.
said right now. Thank
We ain't
you.
talking about them.
I know
Thank
dudes
you,
They
that
not
Zach.
that's
fathers
clear.
then. We not
So
talking
you
about no one that's not a father.
y'all just said the guy. If Kurt just saying if you're not in a household raising this child, you're not a father. That's why I said, man, we moving to go. But
You guys at home.
I got my
If
kids,
okay,
man.
so how let me ask you this. How can you be in the household and not a father?
Bro, they don't intertwine with them. You know what I mean? They not kicking it with them. They coming in. You know, they go to work. They coming in. They don't have to spend no time with their kids.
Stay right there. Stay right there. So if they not intertwining with them, they not kicking it with them, they not there, how can you be a father when you're away for 8 months? You're
So
not
You understand
intertwining
what I
with
just
them,
said?
you're
You
not
understand what I
there,
said? You're
you're
not
not
even
kicking it
kicking
with
it.
them.
You're not even
the
kicking
dude,
it with your kids. What I'm
You're
talking
not
about, the guys that come home,
right, but
leave
you're
right back
not
out, the
doing
kids
that
sleep. You're
if
not
you're not in
you're
the
not
house
calling them. You're not
either.
you're
I
not interacting with them or whatever. That's communication or whatever. You're not doing that. But you got many guys that's out here that ain't even doing that still in the
so
same household.
so by
I
that
don't agree
standard,
with
what's
that.
the name of that movie? What's the name of that movie when Denzel played the father and he was he was a grumpy dude or whatever the case may
Fences.
be. Fences. Was he not a father? Because he was an asshole. He ain't go play catch with this nigga every day. He went to work. He came home. Was he not a pop?
He's a different kind of father.
Yes, he was a dad. He controlled the house. He told his son the real.
Taught him lessons.
He gave him an image of what a real man is. Just like that moment, because his son was tripping. Just like when he got in his son's face and said, "Nigga, I don't gotta be your friend. I gotta be a father. It's my duty to take care of you. It's my obligation. I don't do it because I want to. I do it because I have to." That's fathering. That's parenting.
Man, I just think a father could wear a different amount of coats.
You next,
I think a father could wear a different coat. That's all. I think a mother could be absent too. My mom's was gone, but my mom, she was there. Some things she taught me that I never forget. I learned how to cook from my mother. You know what I mean? So she was absent.
You blame your mother for not being there, cuz.
Yeah, that's another thing too. That's a
so
fact
then
too.
you can't say she was a mother and then blame her for not being there, for not being a mother.
I'm just saying there's things I learned from her too.
We're not talking about that. You could learn. I could learn something from somebody that I haven't seen in 8 months. I can't do that. Y'all missing the fathering point. And see, this is where it gets tricky. Because if it's this hard to understand what a real father is, are we truly fathers? Go ahead, fool.
Okay.
I thought fatherhood or motherhood.
It's on fool, Kurt. It's on fool, Kurt.
My bad.
You go next.
This is my opinion. My opinion as a parent is if you are capable of instilling ethics, morals, and values into the child, you are parenting. I don't care where you're at in the world. If you're able to communicate ethics, morals, and values into that child, you are parenting.
Thank you, fool.
That's what all I got to say.
Thank you, man.
Go ahead, Kurt. So hold on, fool.
You gotta say
fool.
Rest the plane, though, fool.
Land my plane.
Yo, fool, hold on, fool. Say that one more time.
You are a parent. I don't care where you at in the world. If you instill ethics, morals, and values into the child, if you're able to do that, I don't care if you write in letters. But if you are able to get to that child, to get to the understand right from wrong, ethics, morals, and values, you are parent.
And you can instill that in a child that you haven't seen for 8 months.
I said if you can, if you're
saying if you can,
you are parenting. If you're not able to do that, if you're overseas and you're able to communicate on a regular basis, like the sister said, if you're able to communicate with your child regularly, I agree with that, and instill those ethics, morals, and values into them, you are parenting.
Bottom line, man.
Go ahead, Kurt.
He landed his plane.
Plane landed.
Plane landed.
I think that the wording parenting and father is getting intertwined. You're a father or a mother through biology when you interject the seed, because you could have a father that's dead, but that's still your father.
Right.
But he can't parent you because he's not there.
Right.
See, the parenting part comes in the teaching of the morals and the values and you know what I'm saying? Whether you're in the house or not, you could still be a great parent.
If you ask parents,
you know, father, you can't just take and give away the genealogy of a person if they're there or not. You know, that's my father has been dead since 97. He'll always be my father. Biologically, he's my father. I'm his DNA.
What about the parenting part?
Parenting is a whole different part. It's the part that where you are there to instill values, principles, and right and wrong things to do. You know, going through the necessary steps you have to do in order to raise a nation.
I'm coming to the chat next, y'all. That's a good point. That was a good point,
That's a good
Kurt.
point. Good point,
Shakora
Kurt.
says, as long as you're communicating with your child regularly, you are a parent. Also, some parents are away at work or in the service. That's where I saw that at first. And they are still parents to their children. Some parents are in the home with their children and do not parent their children. So basically, Shakora and Zaz on the same page as well. That's true, Umi. Shakora. I'm gonna change my battery, y'all. I'll be back. Let me see. I think it's about your presence in the early stages. Dre said if you ask the kid later in life about his father, he going to simply reply, I have one, but he wasn't around. That is a fact. That's a fact. That's a good point, bro.
Right.
You can still have a relationship with your child. Naima said providing and teaching. So a criminal can't be a father. I'm new to the chat, but just had this question. No. Not while he's in jail, bro.
I bet
you can still be a parent, but you're not a hands-on parent. And the kids, just hold on. And the kids need hands-on parents, meaning you're there every day through every situation that they go through. Some men are at home every day beating their wife, woman, and not doing anything with their children, but they're just there. We're not talking about those. We're not talking about them. If they respect you. Most children do not have respect for the absent parent. That's because they absent. That's right, Mimi. Respect and effort, children know. If you are a great parent, you're going to be a great parent no matter where you or your child is. If you're an ass parent, then you will be in and out your child's life. Okay, go ahead, y'all. Let me change this battery.
Okay, let me use my example just as a perfect example. My children's mother is not a parent. She's not in my kids' life, in their life. But that's still their mother, whether she's a good parent or not. You know, that's where they came from, the soil from which they came. You know, I can't take away a man's fatherhood if he ain't there. He just ain't no good parent. He just, you know, he ain't a good parent. It's still your father, whether he's good or not. Biologically, that's why on most birth certificates you see parents, you know, the father or the mother. They don't put on their parent. You're a parent when you plant that seed. Once your sperm fertilize that seed, you are a father or a mother. Whether you're a good parent or not, that's a whole different question. So we can't
I don't know.
You can't get parenting mixed up with father or motherhood. Those are two different.
Because what I lived is kind of contradiction to that. My pops came and got me out of foster care at whatever age, and I moved right in with my grandparents. But my pops was a pops. He taught me how to ride a bike. He taught me how to do math. He taught me how to read. My pops was a pops. Like, he was there, even though if he wasn't there every day, I consider my pops as there. You know, like, he showed me how to move outside and all. He showed me how to fight. He showed me how to a lot. My pops instilled values, morals, respect. My pops gave me bread. My pops did all that. And majority of my life, I didn't live underneath my pop's roof. And I give him credit for being there. And majority of my life, I didn't live underneath his roof.
Why do we think, right?
He's always going to be your father.
Why do we think, right? Why do we think that there ain't no major books, bro, in parenting? Why is that? Why is there no books that you can just go to the store and get a book and it fits you on how to be a parent? You can't, bro.
There's books on parenting.
Okay.
I'm sure there is.
But my point is, I know now one of us up here that got kids ain't went and read a book on how to be a parent. Because I think every situation is a different situation. And I feel like for those who never had a kid, you are now learning how to be a parent. You get what I'm saying? How to be a father. Some going to be better than others. But for us to set up here and say, oh, he's not a father because he didn't do this or he didn't do that. Who made the rules on what parenting is supposed to be and what a father's supposed to be? like Kirk just said, like, once the sperms come together, you have now became a father. If you want to stay right there on that surface of that, you the father from there. Now the thing that you instill, like Fu said, still in the moral principles, the values. You know what I mean? That's why you're gonna have better parents than others. Kids gonna soar more than other kids may soar. You get what I'm saying? But my kids gonna still tell you that I'm the greatest dad of ever. I ain't been there at some times,
Father
but
tell you that.
who are they to make the rules and say this is that and that ain't that? Come on, man. That's a big that's a big
Right.
li- that's a big
That,
line to cross, bro, to even say that this guy ain't a parent because he didn't do this or he didn't do that. I know you's
well,
a hell of a father to Aaliyah. I know
I
it.
Yeah,
think it's
he
the
is.
worst narrative when you say, you can't be a dad. My father is dead. He's still my dad. He's still my father.
Hey, hey, hold on, y'all. I got somebody on the line, right? Let me ask you a quick question, right? Do you think someone can be a father that's not in the household with their child?
A father or a dad?
A parenting dad, a parenting father. Would you call yourself a father if you didn't live in the house with your child?
I guess you could.
If your child grew up without you, but you still provided or whatever, are you a parenting father?
Did you spend time with the parent?
I
I mean,
guess
with the
you
child?
could probably, let's say, weekends.
That's an iffy question, man. Some people might say yes, and some people might say no.
What you think?
I would like to. I like to be there. I want to be there for my child. I don't necessarily have to be the house, but I'm gonna be more than a weekend warrior.
Right. That was my only question. I just wanted to get your intake on that.
Okie dokie. I'm gonna look at the podcast right now.
I bet. That's Uncle Rich, y'all.
Peace, Uncle Rich.
Yeah.
That was my pops.
Let me send
That
him
was
a
my
link.
pops.
That was dope.
I'm
Yeah,
not.
my
I'm
pops
not
was more
even.
than a weekend warrior. Like he said, like I said, my pops was more than a weekend warrior. If I was at my grandma's crib, I saw my dad the weekends 3 times out the week. He'd come in there to drop a game off. He was there. Pops was there, and yeah, I do a lot the same for Dallas, but my pops was there.
Hey, I think the issue here is y'all not being truthful with yourselves because it's you. You're talking about yourself. See, I could talk about myself and still be truthful.
You can't handle the truth.
I could be truthful in speaking about myself.
But see, that's why I came on the chat, and when you asked me, I said that's a hard question for me to answer because I feel like I'm going through that now, trying to be a dad or a father and still live my life. Like, you know what I mean? That shit is difficult, bro.
And this is where no, it's not no books, and it's not no rules, but I'm just looking at life. I'm looking at
Why it's difficult?
I'm looking at the equation. This plus this equals this. And the reason why I'm saying this, is because you out your own mouth earlier in this podcast said your son ended up this way because you wasn't there. Had you been there, he would have ended up this way. That's the difference in us being there and us not being there. I don't care where you at, whether you in jail, whether you in the army, wherever. The presence is important. That presence is important because guess what? When you not there, that boy gonna act up with that mother. That boy gonna talk fly with the mama. That boy, especially when they 12, 13, about 5'11", 6 feet, the boy gonna act up with that mama. That girl gonna get straight when daddy walk in the house.
I
That girl
said
gonna get
that right.
straight.
I said that right because you know, in certain pivotal moments, I'm calling myself out when that happened in his situation in the whirlwind of how things kind of, how everything lined it. His mom, he lost his mom, you know what I'm saying, for like a year because she had to fight back on, after I forgot what it was
All of that
exactly.
counts, but you
This
wasn't
is
there.
This is my point, BJ. So for a period of moment, so you're gonna say I'm not a father at all because
I didn't say that.
this is what I'm saying though.
Go
At
ahead.
that moment, because I was absent, right?
Right.
It's like Kirk said, my father dead now, but he's still my father. He did things in his life that that we're gonna stamp him as a father. But because he had a little mishap in his life, that a gap that he wasn't there, I'm saying from that gap that I wasn't there, that my son was able to go off and get into things that he wouldn't have did if I was there. You get what I'm saying?
So you just made my point. You wasn't there because we just had a discussion about.
We're not talking about a father though, BJ. We're not talking about was I a parent to him or father to him.
Yes, that's what exactly what we've been talking about. Parenting.
For that time.
Yes.
That I was absent, right? I still was in contact. But my point is, we even said this about when fathers is home and still not doing exactly what they supposed to do.
They not fathers neither, bro. They not parents neither.
Before I went to prison, I had him on track, right? When I was here. But that's why I told you when a person go to prison, it's kind of hard, bro. You know what I'm saying?
I understand that. I know that. I know that. You can't, but you just said you could be a parent in jail. Did I just say that?
You heard what Fu said. Fu made that make sense.
No, I didn't.
Fu made it make sense.
No.
Fool, he did tell you lay in your play because he thought you was riding with him.
This is what I'm saying. But you got to signify that then too, though, Fool, because you didn't say. You said if you're not there,
no.
You didn't say if you was in prison that you're not a father.
No, I did. I said no matter where you at in the world, if you are able to. In prison, you are not able to talk to your child on a regular basis.
You can.
Yes, you are.
Well, now you can because the phone calls are free, so you kind of could call.
No. Y'all stop it. Wait. Let's stop right there. No, you not. Because as soon as you go on lockdown, phone privileges is done.
So what I got to talk to my son all night?
As soon as you get in trouble, phone privileges are done. You're not talking to your child.
Okay. What that
doesn't make you.
So that's not on the he said on the regularly.
Fu said you can write letters. What do you mean? I can write letters.
It take 3 days for your letter to get to your child.
It don't matter.
Y'all making a lot of excuses, man.
What do you mean?
Y'all making a lot of excuses, bro.
I'm still
BJ here. Y'all making excuses. They're trying to justify.
They try to justify this shit.
Because at the end of the day, if you're in the military, you are able to speak and FaceTime and talk to your children every day if you wanted to. You're not
if you're not at war, if you're not deployed in the mountains.
But they got certain times too.
Yeah, well, everybody you can't talk to your child when you at work if you at home with them every day. Like the school system gets more times with your children if you want to get technical. Okay, so
facts.
As far as parenting, we don't want to go tit for tat. You know what I mean? We just want to stick to the core of what parenting is, and
right. I get
it. Core. So if you're able to communicate, like the sister was saying, on a regular basis, you don't have to physically be there. And money is a physical is a social construct. Okay, that doesn't have to. You know what I mean? We do have to provide for our children, but if you're not able to do that, that doesn't exclude you from being a parent. You get what I'm saying? Because you could be there every day. Because there's mothers who are called at-home mothers, right? They don't work, but they're still considered mothers because they're there providing for their children, filling things outside of just monetary needs. Some men believe that if they are paying, that they're parenting, and just because you're paying doesn't mean you're a parent. You have to be instilling something into the children, and the children do need you there physically because that makes for a better social bond and construct. So being in the house physically makes it even better. But to be a parent if you're not able to be there. Because I read a book by Common, right? And he had an epiphany with his daughter because he thought he was like the best dad because he was able to financially provide for his child. He ended up getting into a conversation with his daughter, which made him write that book because she ended up like having an attitude towards him. He couldn't understand why she was believing he was a deadbeat dad almost, you know what I mean? And he's giving her the world, but he wasn't there for her. And he didn't understand that. And when he understood that, he changed his whole career up. That's why you don't see him as the, you know what I mean? Like he changed his career up. I have a cousin that's a jazz musician, world renowned, traveled. He had to do the same thing. Once he had his children, he had to come off the tours and dial back off of the entertainment to be a father, to be an active father.
Guess what? It was it's NBA, it's baby mothers of NBA players and rappers that get $20,000 a month for the kid that say they not a father.
But see, okay, you remember y'all used to ask the question, you know, what makes a woman a woman? You know what I'm saying? To become a mother, you have to birth a child. To become a father, you have to, you know, insert a sperm into an egg. Take that away from the parenting situation. Parenting is different than father, you know, because I wanted to show this picture. That's my father's mother. She died when he was 3. She'll always be his mother because she gave birth to him. His father is the one that produced the seed that fertilized the egg. The fatherhood, you can't take away. You can't say, today I'm a father, and tomorrow I'm not that father. You're going to always be the father. Now, whether you're a good parent or a bad parent is something different.
Guess what?
You see, we keep saying, you know, I'm a good dad. If you have a child, if a child comes from your lineage, that's going to always be, makes you a father. That's what makes you a father. Not whether you can be in a life or be a good parent. A parent is not only the person that produced that life, but the parent that instilled in that life, you know, the principle.
That's what we need to focus on. Parenting. That's all we talking about. We're not talking about the father part. We get past that. We talking about the parenting. Just not too long ago, I was told that my basically my stepdaughter told her daddy, and she gets a nice amount of child support on the debit card every month, but told her peoples that, not him, the family though, that she don't need him. He hasn't been around. She's 12. He hasn't been around. She said, I don't need him. I got BJ. I got Twin. She called me Twin. I don't need him. I got BJ. Not because he hasn't been providing. He's not there.
He's not there. Parent. He's not.
That's simple.
Yeah, he ain't instilling no principles. He ain't calling her. He ain't doing nothing.
But he's providing.
We never said providing is being a parent or being a father. Like I can go with Kurt with that because you know if we just talking about what's a father, we can. That's
all we talking about. We talking about parenting. Forget father.
But at first the question was a father.
Now, no. Okay. Listen, I did say father. But I mean, anything makes you a father, my nigga. We should be past that. Anything makes you a father. Once, like Kurt said, once the sperm hit the egg, you're a father. We're not talking about that.
Yo, now hold on, BJ. Let me ask you a question.
Stepdads, you got Shaq said his stepdad is his father. Shaquille O'Neal talks about his stepdad, not his dad, not his father. He been left. He said my stepdad was my father. My stepdaddy. That ain't the person that put that. He don't come from that sperm. Go ahead, Floyd.
Yo, hearing that, how did that make you feel? Like, how did that resonate with you?
It's still I that's my little homegirl. You know what I mean? That's twin. That's my little twin. Hey, she knows she could call me for anything. I took her to the daddy daughter dance. But I have a daughter that might feel the same way about me.
So that's why. So when you said that, for me, that kind of like it almost was like hurtful in a way because, like you said, boy's a provider, right? So he don't even know. He probably don't even know that his daughter think of him that way. Like,
no,
yo,
he know. He know.
Oh, he
But
know?
it's different,
okay.
Floyd. No.
Okay.
It's different, Floyd. I ain't going to specifics, but
okay.
He don't. You speak to yours. You know you interact way more than he.
That's I'm thinking like damn, like he probably think he's doing something.
Dallas ain't about to call nobody else.
You interact. You interact. You can't say that, Dave. How can you say that?
Because I know Dallas. Dallas
hold on. I ain't gonna say he going. Okay, forget that. If she was to remarry and move out of state or something, or she don't even got to move out of state. If she was to remarry, Dallas is 11, 12 years old. If she was to remarry and move into the house with that man, with her husband, and Dallas is with him all day, every day, you don't know what might be said in the next 4 or 5 years, 6 years, 7 years.
I get it because I can't predict no futures, but I can't.
When a child is with a person every day, that is totally different from a child seeing the biological once a week.
I get what you're saying.
I
saw my stepmoms all the time and never called her mom.
Okay, that's cool. You don't even gotta, they ain't gotta call them dad.
And
they ain't call them mom.
I was 8.
But there's a relationship there. There's a relationship factor there.
I fuck with Z. That's my dog. You know what I mean? I call her mom.
Hold on, I know you ain't just say that, nigga. Why you just said that to me? You did so call. You call Z mom. What are you talking about?
Z moms now. Yeah, that's.
So what are you talking about?
When I was
Didn't
younger,
he just say he never called her mom?
When I was younger, I didn't. I didn't do that until I was older.
What I just said.
I came home from jail.
What I just said.
I didn't do that till I came home from jail.
You don't know what
23.
You don't know what Dallas may say if that situation changes. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. That's why you should understand what I'm saying, because you call your stepmom mom. I've been there when you called her mom.
Yeah, I'm about to say that I was grown when I did that. When I was younger, and
still call her mom
all the way up to when I was younger and all the way up to whatever age, I didn't.
Fool, they so busy trying to make excuses for the shit.
I'm not making excuses. I'm telling the truth. It don't even make sense.
I'm about to get up out of here. I just want to leave y'all fellas with this real quick.
Go ahead, fool.
Make sure everybody, subscribe to my channel too at Players for Life CEO, man. But
at Players for Life CEO, y'all.
I just wanted to leave off and say this, whether y'all know it or not, but Black men are the most involved fathers of all the ethnicities.
That's what they say.
So,
That's what they say.
Keep that in mind, no matter what they show in the media, what they put out.
Facts.
There, we are the ones that go hard for our children, and for the ones that, that's fighting to be in their children's lives, keep fighting, because it's worth every penny and all of the time, because this whole conversation started off because of the lack of fathers being in all of our lives. So, we see the effect that it's having, and we're not going to be able to save everybody, and we just need about 10%. So I like to focus on the small numbers, because a lot of people think about, they talk for the masses, like, but you need to focus on yourself, right? Your own, my opinion, your own house. You know what I mean? Get your own house in order and start from there and lead by example, and instill into the children that, like I said earlier, that they are their own masters. You know what I mean? Like, we create our, our reality. Because me being down here in Atlanta now for 19 years this year, and I have best friends that haven't even visited here one time, and I'm in one of the most populous state, cities in the country. And for them not to be down, come to visit one time, it shows a lot about, mentality. And I don't look at my brothers, less, or, look at them a certain type of way. I had to learn myself that We just on a different path, and they have a different mentality. So it's no love lost, but you have to be able to understand that and take yourself out of certain environments because your environments can stagnate you. So if I didn't come to Atlanta, I don't believe I would have been able to thrive and live the life that I'm living because of my group and my peers. The majority of them, they're not doing so well. So we are a product of our environment, but we are able to control our environment. I land my plane. Peace out, fellas.
Peace, fool. Appreciate you
All right,
coming through,
buddy.
fool.
I'm
Word
out.
up.
Y'all, BJ.
All right, Zah. I'll catch you tomorrow,
man.
Zah.
Love, man. Yo, great show,
Love,
bro.
Zah.
You know,
Yup.
John.
One.
Let me get into these comments, y'all, right quick. Naima said that's facts because even absent mothers and fathers are loved. Then that's all children want is their parents over everybody. Fathers are cherished. Joint custody maybe. And that girl's gonna be fast with the boys, cause just ask your kid how they feel about the way you parenting them while you're away for 8 months. That's a good point. That's a good point, bro. Physical presence has the impact. Other than that, it doesn't matter. How do other nationalities take care and support their children when they are in the military, but black men can't? We're not saying that. We're not saying they can't support and take care. Well, you can't take care of your child. Well, you can support, I guess. I'll leave that there. We're not saying they can't take care and support, but how are you parenting if you're away from your child? Yes, that's facts. Black people always make excuses. Yeah, that's the excuses y'all making, saying that they're parenting when they're away. I don't believe you can. Fathers provide and are for discipline. You can't discipline your child if you're away. If you're not with your child, you can't discipline them. When our fathers come through, we straighten up. That's a fact. That's the presence. The presence, the physical presence make you straighten up. Women are supposed to nurture. Discipline is love. I agree. That's his choice. He decided not to be one. Their fathers decided not to be in their life. Yep. I have provided for my daughter, but I wasn't there. Does that make me a parent? Honestly, no. Thank you, Tiara. Laughing my ass off. Thank you, TT. Yeah, I say the same thing for myself. I can't be I'm not a full-time parent. You're not a guardian. Maybe I should say guardian. Should I say guardian instead of father or parent? You're not a guardian. Are you even? I'm just saying in general. For a father that's not there, or you see your child probably 4 or 5 times out the month, are you even on the pickup list at school? Are you even on the pickup list? You know what I'm saying? Are you even on the emergency contact list? I mean,
anybody else.
you know, these are things. Were you there when you signed your child? Did you sign your child up for school? Were you there? Were you there for orientation? Anything? Like when the school call home or your child is sick, are you able to pick your child up? All these things matter. All these things matter. I'm not even concerned about other nationalities. I'm talking about us. I'm not even concerned about other nationalities. You know what I'm saying?
You know, it's crazy. The only reason why
I
don't
said
go
me
to,
myself also. Go ahead.
I went to Dallas orientation and all that, and I could pick him up from the school list. I'm on his list and all that. I know his teachers and all that. But you know why I stopped going to? I went to his parent teacher conference one time. You want to know why I stopped going after that?
Wow.
Because he gets emails all the time saying the same thing about how great he is and how all the teachers love him and stuff like that. And it's literally the same song and dance with him. So he got like, all right, listen, Dallas, like I said, I'm blessed, man. I don't even deserve a kid that good, man. With him, it's smooth sailing. And I'm very honest with Dallas, man. Maybe honesty comes a lot apart with that. I explained to him, yo, Dallas, you know, me and your mom not together, but we both got love for each other. And whenever you need me, I'm here. And me and him are very honest with each other. I'm honest with my son. Yo, where you at, Dad? I'm at work. I'm on the truck. I can't wait to get on the truck. I got you. We on there this summer. I would have got him for spring break, but you went and had fun and all that.
But what does that mean, Naima? They like to run the show and men don't have time for that. What does that mean? Men don't have time for what? Nah, I don't believe that. Some mothers make it difficult. Yes, some do. They like to run the show and men don't have time for that. What does that mean? Men don't have
Oh, I
time
think
for
she's
what?
saying women like to run the show and men don't have time for, like, that's what I'm hearing, like that. She's saying like men don't have time
So
for the
what does the
BS that.
men don't have time part mean?
So when a chick is making it complicated for a guy to see his son or his daughter, a nigga ain't trying to put up with that. They ain't got time for that shit. So they don't be there in the child's life. That's what I'm getting from that.
And that's what I felt like. That's what I felt like that meant. But this is the comment. This is what I would say. They need to stop being weak and stand up for their children. That's what I would say.
Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. She kind of contradicting herself now.
Your mother
No,
gonna give me
my
some
mother
sleep
said
too,
that.
bro, cuz
My sister said the other thing.
ready for tomorrow.
But I'm going through that same thing. And actually, it opened my eyes when I said something to my mother about it, and she was like, forget what she's talking about. Go do what you gotta do for Aaliyah. And that's what I did. And it turned out to be a great day. I'll give you out a scenario. It was my daughter's birthday. She turned 13. And I said, you know what? I'm working. I'm in the truck. But I'm going to jump out the truck about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. That's what I plan on doing. But it don't work like that because of traffic and loads get messed up, Floyd. You know how that go. And it's about 4 o'clock. And I'm like, yo, just order the cake. I'll go pick it up. Now, we didn't have no plans to do birthday, nothing together. Me and her mother or none of that. I just said, let me go get the cake. Order a cake. I'm gonna give my daughter a cake at least. Her birthday was on a Monday or Tuesday. I'm gonna do something for her on a weekend. But we could get her a cake for today. Order a cake and I'll just grab it and bring the cake and we'll sing happy birthday and I'll go back to work. That turned into her with a shopping list of stuff to get for her to cook. Like dinner. I'm like, yo, I'm not going in Publix to be walking around Publix with a shopping list to buy potatoes and all. I'm not doing that. I don't got time for that.
She probably looking at it like, yo, you already there, so you might as well.
Yeah, I ain't have time for that. You know what I'm saying? I didn't sign up. I said a cake. You know what I mean? I ain't had time for that. I don't even feel like being in. I don't feel like even going around the supermarket for getting this list of things: butter, sour cream, potatoes, salad, steak. Yo, bro, I'm not doing it. I'm going to get a cake. You know what I mean? Turned into World War One, World War III. Turned into World War III. Cursed me out and all that. Cursed me out. Oh, you ain't this, you ain't that. You always leave your daughter to the side. Everything she could have said, she said. So I called my daughter. Like, yo, what you want? I'm gonna stop at Publix. I'm gonna get you this, that, and the third. What do you want? Anything from the store? No, I don't need nothing. Da, 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 da. Her mother's in the background. No, he don't even need to come. We don't need his energy. Tell him don't come. We don't need his energy here. You know what my daughter say? You know what, Papa? Don't even come. You know what I mean? I'll see you this weekend. I'm like, all right, baby. I'm sorry. I hang up. Now I'm mad. I'm mad. I'm like, man, F that. I ain't, you know what I mean? I ain't doing nothing. You know what I mean? But it wasn't until I called my mom's, or she might have called me, whichever way, and she's asking me, like, did you get the stuff for what y'all doing for Aaliyah's birthday? I'm like, man, I ain't going over there. I ain't doing nothing. Her mother talking all this crazy, don't come. I ain't going over there. My mom's like, since when did you start listening to her? Since when you started listening to her?
Yo, BJ, not only that, you know why the daughter hit you with that? Because it's her day, and both of the parents is making it about them. What she don't feel like doing, what she don't feel like doing, facts.
We tripping on her day, and it wasn't until I spoke to my moms and realized that, because that demonic spirit and that evil spirit she had at that moment, whatever, jumped right into my body. And I'm on the bullshit too. Man, I ain't doing nothing, man. F this, F everybody. I see her when I see her. This, that, and the third. But it wasn't until I spoke to my moms and she was like, yo, you don't listen to her any other time. Man, you better get that girl her stuff for her birthday. She turned 13 today. Ain't nobody gonna do nothing for her 13th birthday today. Like, that girl is gonna be in her room. That girl's gonna spend her day today and nobody do nothing for her birthday. I'm like, damn, you right. I'm tripping. That fat, I'm bugging. Ran and got everything. And already had stuff in the house that we had ordered. I forgot that Bree told me was downstairs in the office. All types of stuff that she like. Dolls, and she's still a dolly girly. Got her sneakers, got her all types of stuff. Plants, everything. Ran to the house. I made it to the house about 9 o'clock, gave her that stuff. It turned into the best day of her life. All because I listened to what my mother was saying. Because I was already through. You know what I mean? I was already gone. I was already done with it. But because I listened to what my mother said, and her mother said, yo, we don't need him. I'm going to take you to Roof Chris because that's what you want anyway. You want Roof Chris. You want to go to Roof Chris and eat. Forget him. They never went nowhere. So if had I not listened to my mother and got the things that I was supposed to get anyway and bring that stuff to her for her day, Monday night, she would have never did nothing. Nothing with her mother. She would have never got nothing. She just would have been in the crib. Nah, bro. Nah, you can't let them dictate nothing. Don't listen to them. Since when do we start listening to them? Since when you started listening to your baby moms? Yeah, I said that too. I don't never listen to her.
Especially when it comes to what you got to do for your child. What mom got to say, that's a whole nother interview.
Yo, let me get some sleep and get ready for tomorrow, Bucko.
All right, cuz.
All right, cuzzo. Let me know when it's time to go.
All right.
All right.
Yeah. Like, yo, that was a real situation. Like, come on. I was bugging. And it really turned out great, man. It really turned out great. She was so happy. And, you know, I didn't even step in the house, Kurt. I stayed at the doorway, gave her all her stuff. Sneakers, everything, bags. She had all types of bags. You know, plant, bunch of dogs, I got a bunch of stuffed animals and stuff, bunch of stuff. You know what I mean?
That's because in spite of what a woman does, a man still got to handle his business as a man. Especially to his child. I done had it with 2 ex-wives. They want to be on some, I don't know. I call it toxic. You can be toxic all you want. You got to be able to say, okay, I promise my child is, despite what mom want to do, I'm going to do what it is I promised to my child. And that's it. I never did feed into what Cheryl or Yana had to say. Y'all gone.
Nah, she had me, Kurt. I fed right into it. I fed right into that. What? She reeled me back right in, man. Reeled me right in with it. Quick.
And
quick.
Because women act off emotion.
And I was emotional right along with her.
And
I think some men act off emotions too.
I was emotional right along with her, bro.
We get emotional too.
I got emotional right along with her. That spirit jumped right on me. Straight up. And I'm telling you, I remember I was pumping fuel in the truck and like, man, F that, man. I ain't going to the... Wasn't until I was supposed to my mother. My mother said, since when did you start listening to her? Why you listen to her? Why? What? You right. I never listen to her. What am I doing? I'm tripping. I'm about to leave my baby girl, man. On her birthday. I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping.
If you had followed that spirit, you'd have left your daughter with a childhood trauma.
With a childhood trauma,
That's
Kurt.
a fact.
On her 13, 13 and 16, those are milestones, especially for girls.
Yeah.
She would have done nothing. And you know what happened when I got there too? The house was dark. She was in that dark house in her room doing nothing. The only light that was on in there was her room. House was dark. She didn't go nowhere. She didn't do nothing. It's her birthday. And she's a great kid. The spirit that she has, she didn't get from me or her mother. God put that in her because she's a sweet girl. Straight A student, want to go to Duke or Harvard to be a doctor. Be in the medical field. I don't know where she got that spirit from. It wasn't from her mother and her father. I'll tell you that much. We some fools. Yeah, that girl different, man.
But I thought you used to be a genius. They thought you was a genius. So
No,
that
no, 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 no.
spirit is
You missed you. That went over your head. That don't got nothing to do with nothing. We ain't talking about that part. That don't got nothing to do with nothing. We talking about the spirit. The way she walks, the way she acts. She don't. You talk about twerking and all that.
no.
She not into none of that. She's a girly. That's, remember I said that. She's a girly. She loves stuffed animals. She got a room full of stuffed animals and LOL dolls. LOL the girly dolls and stuff. That made her day. I just bought her a bunch of that stuff. That makes her day.
And
She don't care
I
about twerking. She
listen
don't care about the Cardi B. She don't care about none of that.
and listen to this. In years to come, probably when she get older and you an old man like me, she will tell you about that 13th birthday. She'll
Yeah.
remember that at one point it was like, yeah, just tell them we don't need them, and you came through and lit the room up for her.
Yeah.
Still,
BJ, that's the one you said you more of a friend to her than a father.
Yeah, that's the one
Okay, okay.
I was saying that, and she still respects me as a father though. She still respects me as her dad. But check this out, and this goes for all of us, right? Even Dave on talking about what he do with his son. I could be upset. Let's say, and she don't do nothing wrong, but let's say she did do something wrong, and I decide I want to punish her, discipline her. How I'm gonna do that? I should have asked Zion them that when they was here. How can you discipline your child and you don't live there with your child? How?
It's a respect factor
Let's talk
problem.
about that. How I'm gonna put her on punishment?
well, this is how you punish.
I can't even take her phone.
This is what I learned. You can, as opposed to seeing punishment in regards to whippings, you can whip them with your word. You can instill a punishment.
Kurt, I used to
Just
do
like
that. Kurt, I used to do that. I got blocked. I used to do that, Kurt. I got blocked. And I used to do that, and that pushed my daughter away. Because guess what? Now she don't got to answer the phone.
I think
She
it's a
don't even got,
respect
she
factor.
don't even got to answer the phone now. I used to do that, Kurt.
you
I used
gotta
to do
beat
that.
that. I'm dealing with a situation right now with my son. That third born, he a twin. He got a twin sister. She dealing with childhood trauma that she didn't pass on to my granddaughter. Whereas I had to challenge my daughter was like, my daughter, she's 34 years old. Gonna look at me, stop playing with me. I looked at her and said, when you ever know me to play? I haven't played since I was 12. I said, I mean, I ain't. I've been in, I've always had to take her kids. My firstborn was born when I was 14. You know what I'm saying? So I always had to get out, hustle, get money, take care of my kids, because I was always in all of my kids' life, despite what their mama was on. My granddaughter ran past me and was like, save me from that. I can't put up with that no more. My daughter, tell her to come out. She ain't coming out enough. But you gonna come by me? You gonna push by my house after I'm saying that you treated my grandbaby the same kind of way that your mama treated you, that I had to come and save you? You can go on with that. Now deal with whatever toxicity you have to deal with, and you come back and get her later after you done got you some help inside, because anytime you pass on what you went through as a child and you pass that on to your child, you just leave that demon that's been around for years. And it
That's
will
what it
grow.
is. It's a spirit.
It's a demon. And it's 100-year-old demon that I beat down when I was fighting against my first wife. That's why I had to come get my son and bring him down there, because that whole system was, she come from a female-dominated home that women ran things and men was these passive, yes, we call them yes dears. Yes, dear. Everything the woman says. Yes, dear. It's okay. No, it ain't okay. It ain't okay.
So Floyd, but you in the house? Your kid, you still in the house though?
Yeah, I'm in the house, but we currently going through a divorce. So
I remember that.
it's like it's also because for me when I got married is that I felt like I was a husband. Like, you know what I mean? I was a father and a husband. That's all I did. Go to work, come home, do stuff with my family, going to Disney World. You know, I'm doing stuff with them. And then now, with the divorce, is like, well, who the hell I am as Floyd? What the hell I like? You know what I'm saying? Besides just being a father and always being there for my kids and always being there for my wife, like what I'm trying to figure out myself. Like, you know what I mean? So that's hard trying to navigate, figuring out the things that I like, and then also trying to be a father. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of something is gonna lack. You know what I mean? You can't be in both places at one time. You're not God. You know what I mean? So that's one thing that's a struggle, because then you get in your head and then like, damn, am I a good parent? Am I being a good father? Because I'm choosing myself, and I'm choosing to go out this weekend knowing that damn well they're gonna be in the household weekend. Like, you know what I mean? So it's real hard. It's real hard navigating that.
So do you think? So basically, if y'all split up, like live in different households, the children gonna go live with her.
I mean, yeah, that's how it's gonna go. I would love for my kids to be with me, but you know, I'm not so much confrontational when it comes to that. Like, I'm not going fight her on where the kids, because I don't really have time for that. Like, you know what I mean? Like that whole transition for me mentally was crazy. Like, I never knew what like depression was like, or when people like, I'm trying to find myself. I never knew what that was like till I got into the situations. Like, yo, you really lose your mind, bro. So I don't have the capacity to be like, nah, I want them to stay with me. I provide structure. I want this easy. You want them to go with you? Cool. I'm here to navigate and support you in whichever way you need support. If that's cool, cool. They'll go with you. If you don't want them to go with you, you want them to stay with me, that's also cool. We could do that too. I told her, I said, yo, listen, how about you go figure out what you need to do? How about you move? And when you're ready and you get on your feet, I'll send the kids to you. I'm not gonna keep them from you. You're their mother. Like, you know what I mean? She didn't want to do that. So I was like, all right, well, cool. I ain't gonna fight that. You know what I mean? I ain't gonna fight that at
And you
all.
know what? It happens on both ends of the spectrum too, because like I said, Elon moms feel a certain way. You know, she feeling that. What you talking about? She feeling that, and it wasn't even like it was no beef or anything. It was just when I finally made the decision where I knew I wasn't gonna be in the streets no more. I was full time in the truck and all that. I was like, yo, let me get my son, man. You know what I'm saying? Let me get my son. He need to be with me. And it was hard for her to even say yes to that. She had to ask her. She finally told me that she had to ask her dad. She asked her dad, like, what you think, yo, he want his son or that? And her dad said, yo, get that man his son.
Yeah,
Get
because
that man
guys
his son.
provide, women are nurturers. Guys provide structure. So it's very important that it's very important in a certain age of the kid's life where they do need to be around their dad for that structure. Like, so when they do stray
But
away, they reel it back in. You know what I mean?
it still hurts on her end.
It do, because
It's
then they
still
feel like they're
hurtful
not
for
being a
her.
good.
That's her baby.
Yeah, that's
That's
true.
her baby. That's her
That's
baby
true.
that was with her for 10 years straight. And it's not like Zion was saying the same thing, but that's how I was. That's what kind of dad I was. I was just giving the money. I paid for everything, but I was in the streets. I wasn't a real dad. I wasn't a real parent. You cannot be a parent. We spoke about this a couple of months ago when we was talking about, can you be a parent as a crackhead or drug addict or something? And I was like, nah. I don't feel like you could be a parent if you're in the streets. You're not a real parent. If you're in the streets, but if you're a criminal breaking the law every day, you're not a real parent, man. To me, that's just
You're,
how I feel.
ter- you're a terrible parent.
That's just how I feel. You know what I mean? You can't tell me
Because
that, oh, I gave my kids everything. I bought my kids everything. Yeah, but now you're gone. Now you're in prison.
you
So
gave
all of
them
that is
everything
irrelevant. You would have
and
been
then
better
went.
off working at McDonald's.
That's a fact.
You'd have been better off working at McDonald's and
That's
coming
a
home
fact.
to your kids every day than living a fast life for however many years you're going to live a fast life just to be gone for however many years you're going to be gone for. I was just, the only difference between me and Zah, I wasn't on the level he was on, so I didn't get all that time at one time. And I was able to have that call with my son while he was young, 4 years old, to get my act together.
Yeah,
Zah
but you
wasn't
know what
as
it also
fortunate
is
as me.
too. Nobody goes into that career, let's say, thinking that they're gonna get caught, bro. Nobody goes in there like, yo, yeah, I'm gonna do 5 and then probably get caught, be down for 10, but I'm gonna come home and be like, nobody goes into that career thinking they're gonna get caught. So that's what it really is. Everybody thinking they outsmarting the system, They're gonna be the next best drug dealer who never get locked up. You know what I'm saying? So realistically, that be the quickest thing to get into and get money and live that lifestyle that they portray to us. Like as far as the day, far as like the images from TV, like you know what I mean, the lifestyle of a rapper.
Let me add that. I'm glad you brought that up. I'm gonna get up out of here probably at 1:30. Who portrays that to us? The white man, or we portray that to each other?
I can't say we portray that to ourselves because we don't control no television, no network, none of that. And then when we try to buy network and television, look at Cosby, look at Puffy, look at all that stuff. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's something that is set against African American people when we do try to get above and get out of the barrel that they throw at us. And the day I'm talking about the people that are in control of the world, not in control of us, but in control of the world. We don't control the world. We can't even control the black dollar and keep it in our neighborhoods.
We can't.
So it is something.
We can't control that, Floyd.
We can, but we're not. So let me rearrange that. We can, but we're not. You know what I'm saying?
Whose fault is that?
It's our fault. It's our fault, but it's something that's been installed in us for years and years and years ago. From being a nigga outside and a slave in the field and being a house nigga. The house nigga thought he was better than the nigga outside. You know what I'm saying? He telling on the niggas that's in the field. You're still a slave.
But we didn't go through that.
We did not go through that, but look,
felt that.
We never went through that, but look, still today, like the comment said, slavery wasn't a choice back then. It's a choice now, and these are the things that now that we're choosing to do as African American men and women, like the whole thing with Puffy and stuff. Like people just, oh yeah, he should go to ride. He should ride. Yo, Epstein did the same thing, and they standing behind Epstein. They standing behind Trump. When they people do dirt and do wrong, they stand behind them.
Because that game, that part of the game, that part of the life or the world or whatever, but that part of the game is they created that part of the game. They created that system. So of course they're gonna have the control over that.
That's the days.
Don't be a player in the game. Don't be a player in that game. Puff chose to be around them, rub shoulders with them. He chose to be a player in that game. He had all them parties. He invited them to his home. He chose to be a player in that game. You don't have to be a player in that game.
Yo, you think he's going through with what he went through because he's being a player in the game, or he tried to start buying back stuff? And he was fighting.
It started because he sued that liquor company.
That liquor company, exactly.
But if you wasn't a player in the game, they wouldn't have nothing on you.
They wouldn't have nothing on you. Yeah,
they wouldn't have nothing on you.
But being a player in the game put him at the plateau that he was at. To have that lawsuit with the liquor company.
No. Working hard and believing in shit and Biggie doing all, but working his ass off put him where he was at, making good music. Once he got the money and the fame, then he chose to be like that. Because before that, he wasn't. They didn't care about him. Go ahead, Kurt.
Let me tell you something about how.
Naima, I see you. You in Naima.
Hey, it be driving me crazy in the comments, bro.
It's all good. I was just letting you know you was in. Shakur said they can't let black people wake up and come together because that would destroy them. If black men get with black women and get on the same game, it will be over for them.
They don't want to see us strong. They don't want to see us be united. They don't want to see it. And they are the people who control capitalism, who control the nation, who control the world. That's the days. So that's the so-called masters. Like at the end of the day, right? The people that's so woke and so awake and like, oh, there's nobody controlling this thing. Yo, bro, you still pay taxes. So if you don't feel like that, emancipate yourself, change your name, don't use your social. If you feel like that, go all the way through with it. If you feel like you don't have a master's, and you feel like they're not controlling with you, you don't have to if you do it the right way. You got people that I forget their name. I forget their name, but when the cops stop them, the cops don't even touch them. They pull out their stuff, they start spitting their nation. Yo, I'm not of this nation. I don't subscribe to that name. The cops leave them alone, bro. They leave them alone. They don't touch them. The reason why the cops are able to do the things that they do with us because we are owned. We are entity. We are LLC. Our social belongs to somebody. So that's why they're able to do the things that they do with us and get away with it.
Zai would have loved this because he did the sovereignty thing. You talking about
That's
the
there you go. The
sovereignty?
sovereignty. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yes. Take control back of your name.
Let me tell you something that kind of fits this narrative. Like, it's one thing that I learned, like in the military. You wonder why people get in the military and will march to their death simply at someone else's command. Because in a lot of that programming of society is through subliminal suggestion. I was years ago, I think this was like 70, I want to say 1975, I was in California. And I met a young lady whose parents were with Universal Studios. She showed me like the film and every third clip in like a film, they showed a picture of a Cadillac. And they mass produced this in the media. And the first thing that you notice that black people do when they get a lot of money, they go buy them a Cadillac. Well, this is back in the day. They go buy them a Cadillac. They go buy them a whole bunch of jewelry because through the media, it is suggesting what you're supposed to be, how you're supposed to be, and that influence creates a narrative. That's why they produce these rap songs. Next thing you know, these young cats out here think they gangsters. I think Tupac said, these are industry niggas and not in the street niggas.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? Because we look at these social medias, these TikToks, all of these programs. I remember when it first started with AOL, America Online. And people started acting like what it is they're looking at.
So before AOL, because in the 60s and the 70s, y'all didn't have that. 80s, y'all didn't have that. What was y'all looking at then?
So because they didn't have that, what his boys were saying earlier, that's why the families was lasting longer. That's why there was more relationships, because they didn't have all of that distractions.
So why was they gang banging and all that back then? Why was they pimping?
They gang banging was different, bro.
But
the hoeing is the same.
Wait. They was pimping, hoeing, and selling heroin and gang banging and shit. They was killing niggas back in the 70s too, in the 80s.
Okay.
Not as much, but they was doing it.
I'm just saying, when I made the statement about AOL, they still had a medium. See, when I told you about the situation I had in 1974 with the girl that showed me the picture of the Cadillac, in every fourth clip in a movie, you know, it goes fast enough where it just looks like
they move. You see them, moving. Yeah.
But you subliminally suggesting is that you go buy a Cadillac. So it could be in television, it could be in the movies, and it could be, but it's constantly changing the narrative of what we feel like we need to look like in order to be successful. You made a statement one time, I think, where we the only nation of people that make being broke look good. They think success is getting on TikTok showing stacks of money like they rich and probably can't even pay their mortgage. Ain't got $500.
That's now though. But the same thing that's happening now was happening back then. It's just that it's more now. It's more of the population is more.
That's why these youngsters are more extra. Back then they had things like Soul Train and different stuff where women were dancing, men was but the narrative of these social medias of television, a medium is just a way of transporting information, and you could be brainwashed by constantly seeing it. What we seen on TV back in the 70s was uh, Slim, Goldie, he was a pimp, and this person was a pimp, and this, and so this is the medium that they was pumping out to us. You know what I'm saying? Uh,
But these are the stories. White people don't know our stories. The white people don't know our stories of what's going on in the hood. This is us bringing these stories to white people to put in the media. This is us doing this. Ain't. So you mean to tell me a white person created Goldie or Foxy Brown and them? You mean to tell me a white person created Cooley High?
what I'm saying to you is, don't believe that they didn't know about the hood. They the one that created the hood.
Bro,
They the one that
No,
facts,
no,
bro.
no,
They definitely know
no.
about the hood.
I disagree. They ain't create no hood. Black people created hoods. They
Bro,
moved
the
out.
FBI had a whole
let me explain
project
something to
on
you.
when they started giving crack and stuff to pimps and
That's
hoes so they
crack.
could
I
give it to.
agree. I
But they
agree with the
did create the
crack.
hood though, bro.
I no no
Okay,
no 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 no. I agree with the crack. Black people created hoods. Black people moved into the suburbs. Compton was a suburb. Compton was a suburb. Black people moved into Compton and turned it into a hood over time. These are facts. That was a
uh-uh,
suburb.
the facts is this. Why do you think they call projects project?
I'm not talking about projects. I'm not
Okay,
talking about
no.
projects.
I'm just using this
That's
as
just
an
Compton
example.
though. What about Louisiana?
Okay,
The Fifth Ward and all
project.
that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Every neighborhood besides the project, and some projects white people lived in first, but neighborhoods. If we just talking about neighborhoods, these neighborhoods,
What
black
made
people moved in and pushed white people out, and that's when it became when a bunch of black people live together. That's when it becomes a hood, because that's when niggas
okay?
start breaking into each other's homes, start killing each other and robbing each other.
Okay, let me just make this point real quick. Basically, the projects is where it started because they culminated where all the black they created what was called a project. That was their project. In St. Louis, they had the Pruitt-Igoe. Pruitt-Igoe was the development, the people that developed the project where they built the houses on top of each other. Eventually, a lot of the people that was in the projects moved out of the projects and they moved into these suburbs. So the establishment or the people that had the businesses and stuff like that started moving out of those neighborhoods where blacks were. You take away the economics out of the neighborhoods and it become hood. Crime is always crimes of opportunity. Because rarely do you see somebody going, say, like in Buffalo somewhere or wherever, and robbing. They rob you right in your neighborhood because that's the opportunity that they have. They don't have that opportunity to get in the suburbs, whether it's by transportation or whatever. They want to hit you in the neighborhood right where they're at. The poor is stealing from the poor. But it was a system that was created. They created that because in every hood that I went through, the economics they took out. And when you take the economics out of a neighborhood, then they revert to survival mode. They hustling, they stealing, they robbing, and you know what I'm saying? It's nothing to put back.
So
And that's
let me ask you this. You said white people created hoods.
they created the projects. The
No, I know
hood was created.
the projects was created. I know projects was created. Yes, and black people was put
Okay,
in projects. Yes.
and then when a lot of people started getting out, coming out of the projects, black people, and moving into the suburban neighborhoods.
Okay.
When they moved into those suburban neighborhoods, if you notice, a lot of those neighborhoods, when they moved in there, it was economic survival. Good jobs in that neighborhood. They could thrive. But they start taking those economic platforms out of the
Like
hood.
what? Like
That's
what? Tell me one.
okay. Like I wish I could have you in St. Louis. On Union and Natural Bridge, they used to have the GM plant, right? Where they made the cars. Well, when black people started integrating into that neighborhood where they can easily get to work, it was right around the corner, GM moved out to Wentzville. You take a whole system of economics out of that neighborhood. Now you got a whole bunch of people that can't even get to Wentzville.
So basically, they took out the jobs. They took out the fundamentation. Like basically like home ec and stuff, like in schools, like teaching them woodwork with their hands, teaching them being electrician and techs. They took all that stuff out. So when you take all that stuff out, they revert to, like he said, survival is being a drug dealer, getting fast money, robbing, looting, stealing, because they have nothing else to go for. They have no jobs to go to. They have no skills trades to learn. So they take the fundamental out of these areas, and now they just go back to being what they call a nigga.
So what? All right. So what was the before that? Before you saying y'all, how did black people end up in the projects?
Because there was, it started with like after World War II and the economic boom when they were building affordable housing. A lot of black people needed affordable housing because they wasn't on a wage equal. You know what I'm saying? Okay, I can afford to live here. You know what I'm saying? So that's when they moved into the neighborhood. But when they took the economics out of that neighborhood, now they can't afford to even live in the project.
Yeah, bro, not only that, certain areas they wasn't even letting black people buy homes and houses in. There were certain areas where they had to house us. We had to get areas in apartments in these areas.
Where were these people coming from though? That had to go to the project.
Like they got a dude named Mr. Levitt. They got a movie on. I forget the name of the movie, but he built a whole bunch of Levittown homes. It was I think the first community that he started was in Long Island, New York. Small houses. He wouldn't let no black people buy his houses. So he went from Long Island. He got stuff in Pennsylvania, and it's another place. They wouldn't allow black people to buy houses at all.
What happened was during the economic boom, the housing economic boom of like the 1960s, a lot of the the people came from all over. It was already a lot of people. So when they built the affordable housing, which was the projects, a lot of black people integrated toward that because, they got tired of living in shanties and old rundown buildings coming out of the 50s and 60s or out of the Depression area. So they moved into projects. When they found that all of the economic jobs and all that started moving toward the suburbs, they started moving toward the suburbs where the families was. It created a hood because now you got black people on it, and that's why they got a thing called white flight. The whites started moving even further out into the rural areas. But then they take the jobs with them. They move the jobs and they leave the black people in the lower paying jobs, and then now they can't even afford it. It turns into a hood. People are not able to afford taking care of their houses, and they keep moving the goalposts.
Now that's facts, Kurt, because even Compton was a middle class neighborhood before it got crazy.
Before
Compton
black
was
people
a white
moved in it.
neighborhood.
Before
And
black
they
people moved in it.
Yep, and they left, and it just changed. I mean, I don't know all the history of that part. You might know more than me, Kurt, but it was a nice neighborhood at first. You know what I'm saying?
And they
go ahead, I'm listening.
They took all of the if you take all of the high paying jobs or better paying jobs out of Gwinnett County, then there's no longer any funds coming there, and then they lower the housing, and you'll get a proliferation of a lot of people that don't have money that are moving that neighborhood. So they keep moving the goalposts. The whites move to the rural areas, and they move the jobs there. Blacks can't get there. It creates a hood. It creates
ain't no jobs in rural areas. Ain't no jobs in the country. The further out you go in the country in rural areas, there's no jobs there.
I mean, it's farming and industrial stuff. You know what I'm saying?
That ain't nothing. The jobs are in the city, closer to the city. All you gonna get in rural areas is farming.
Yeah,
So
but the
you gonna
further
get
country you go, a lot of those guys were more entrepreneurship. They had their own things going on. You know, those families had whether it was furniture that they were building, like, you know what I mean, almost like Amish, like, you know what I'm saying, like Amish people, they survive. They survive off the
yeah.
land. They survive off
They
the stuff
they
that they have.
that's because they eating and living off the land. That's not because they have jobs. Put
But
it
the
like
further
this.
country you go to, though, it's cropping. You know what I'm saying? That's what they survive off of.
That ain't but that ain't jobs. The
Most
jobs
of
and
the
the factories are by the cities, are closest to the city. All the factories are closest to the city. You start going country to the rural
no
areas,
most
ain't nothing out
of
there. They working at the local supermarkets and the local prison.
if you look at even Atlanta, most of the jobs in the city are the service jobs, people making $10, 11, $12. But as you get further out, when you go to Gwinnett County, you have the factories, you have the you start getting into the jobs that's paying a little bit better the further out you get. I was working in Gainesville, and when I moved back down to Georgia this last time, I had to
Hmm.
come all the way to Gainesville to make $30 an hour.
Yeah, Gwinnett is Metro Atlanta. Gwinnett County, Cobb County. Now, if you start talking when you start talking about rural is Commerce, Georgia. That Hall County and Jackson County and all that. Rural is Jackson, Georgia, where the prison is. That's rural. Gwinnett County ain't rural.
And trust me, that's where a lot of they put their money at. That's where they
Ain't
get
no
their
money
money.
in Jackson. That's what it's just got the prison down there.
Don't you know? Don't you know the prison system
The
is
prison got money.
I'm not saying the
one of
prison don't have money. I'm just saying that's where a prison is. I just said in the rural areas, you're either gonna do farming or you're gonna work at the local prison. You're gonna work at local stores or you're gonna work at the prison. And guess what? They only getting $12, $13 an hour because they live in rural areas where it's cheap.
if you go to Decatur, you ain't gonna find no job except at
That's not true.
Decatur
This
is where
company
I
is from
deliver.
Decatur.
I
Yeah, this
deliver in
company is that's their main
DeKalb
hub.
County. I
Yeah,
deliver in Coca-Cola and Pepsi is
yeah.
all over Decatur.
Decatur got some industry joints in
You
there.
dealing with Metro Atlanta, DeKalb County, Gwinnett County,
wait,
Cobb
I
County,
worked for
Fulton
Coca-Cola.
County, Metro Atlanta. That's
I
not
worked for
rural.
Coca-Cola in 1999, and they was paying $12
Okay.
as a forklift operator.
That was 1999.
It ain't too much better now.
That was a lot of money in
And
1999.
that was a lot of money. But
That's a fact.
this what I'm gonna say, right? I once again I'm just hearing a lot of excuses.
No,
that's how I feel.
not making excuses, but
Because at
hood
the end
is
of the day, let me
hood.
say what I'm saying. Let me say what I'm saying. You answering something I ain't even finished. What's the excuses for the slaves then that came out of slavery and built Wall Streets and Rosewood and Greenville and all that? What's
Okay,
the excuse for them? They didn't have nothing but the clothes on their back, fresh out of slavery.
and they burnt it down.
No, but you missing the point. Yes, they did burn it down, Kurt. But we talking about because we making all these excuses for niggas now, 2026, right? But what was the excuses made for the blacks who walked out of slavery barefoot, ran down clothes, and built all these towns and shit? Where was they? Why they didn't have no excuses and shit? I don't
They don't have
understand.
they don't
They
have
If
any.
didn't
they
have
could do it,
segregation.
if huh?
Segregations would mess everything up. Back then, they didn't have no choice. We had to have our own. We had to do our own thing. That was better than slavery. But now, and from the 60s and civil rights and everything, we got segregation. Now we want to be a part of what Whitey is doing. That's the problem. And I know we on this
I'll take
call
that.
may not be wanting to do what Whitey is doing, but us
I'll take
as a
that.
whole, we do. And that's what Floyd was talking about. That's what Sully was talking about on previous shows. We have gotten too caught up in this, like, like just agenda or whatever's going on, you know, as a whole, as Americans, and that's not the reality of what's really going on. And we need to understand we got to continue to do our own thing. Even if we do work with them, that's cool. But we got to know what our bigger picture is. We can't be okay with moving up in their world. Like, period. Like, that's
Not
really
only
what
that, because that's definitely a good point, right? Not only that, if we don't have no people that's speaking for the boy that's shooting at the in the barbershop, right? If we're not putting ourselves in his shoe and have somebody that's advocating for him and be like, yo, but you not that. You choose this way. You ain't chose the street, he chose. If we don't have nobody advocating for these kids that are fucking up in life, like where are we leaving our generation at? Like, you know what I'm saying? We're just leaving it up to them to fend for themselves? That's crazy to me.
I believe it's more good kids. I believe we have more good kids than we do have bad kids.
Now that's facts. This
I
generation
believe we
is
have
good
more
kids.
good kids than we do
Word.
have bad kids.
I
It's
don't
just
even
the
think our
bad
bad
kids.
kids are bad. They
It's
just
just the
they just
it's just
misguided, bro.
the kids that choose to do what they do. It's just that's their
They didn't have any parenting that would
no. I ain't talking about that. Parents, we went through that already. Kurt, you had parenting and still ended up in jail. The
yeah,
parenting only lasts but so long. Once that child becomes a
no
teenager, 15,
parenting.
16, 17 years old, 18, they're able to do what they want. Not
But
because
our
you
Yeah, they
allow
grown.
them,
They
because they
grown.
have the time to do what they want.
right, we got to create a space for them to have something else to do except for what they want. You know, do what you want to do, but do it in a way where we as the next the older generation that we eventually. My daddy, before he died, he made a statement to me that made a lot of sense. That you never look down on a person unless it's in in a movement where you're reaching to give him a hand up. We gotta reach for one. You gotta reach one to teach one. If we just throw our hands up with every one of them that make a mistake, what happens to the next generation?
Kirk, you
They're
know
gonna
what it
be
also
lost.
is too?
It's
We
not
don't
a whole,
have a
but it's not a
community.
generation of kids shooting these places up. It's one or
Yes,
two
it is.
kids out of
Nah, it is nah, BJ. It is a
it,
generation of
it's
kids. It's the Gen X or
no no no
Z's
no
or
no
whatever the hell
no.
they are.
It's one or two kids out of every 10 that's actually going out there and doing what they doing. It's one and two. It's 10 of them gang banging, but it's one, two, or maybe even three of them that's actually gonna go pick them guns up and try to kill
But
somebody.
you know what? The problem is that we want children to be children forever. Like, people talking about 16-year-olds is still children. Like, that's crazy. Like,
That's
we want them to
crazy.
be children. We're not preparing them for life because we want them to be a kid. That's insane. Like, for real. Like, and
You
I'm
gotta
going, I'm
teach them
passionate
kids.
about it because somebody said the other day, and it's a whole nother topic, BJ, we'll talk about later, but nigga said Brandy, it was a child at like 16, 17 years old when she was dating Wanya. But that's a whole nother story. You're not a child at 16, 17. You're not fully an adult, but you are absolutely not a child.
Definitely not a
And
child. You're a preteen.
right. You're adolescent, preteen, you're going into adulthood. And we want to keep our kids forever. And I understand I'm not a parent yet, but I get the idea. Y'all love y'all kids and y'all want y'all kids to be kids forever. I get it. But that's not the reality of things. Because I was a kid before and I became an adolescent and a teen. And there's a certain age that we develop, and y'all talked about this earlier. You know, when y'all talking about when y'all turn 15, y'all started becoming men. Like, that's just the reality. And it's like we can't run from that, and we have to prepare the children young. Children ask questions at like
Exactly.
5 years old. I babysat a lot of my cousins and nephews, and they ask questions. And at first, I was always something like, "Do this because I told you to," and I had to catch myself because they really wanted to know why this, why that. They want to learn because they want to be prepared to be an adult, like, for real. We gotta stop
That's
with
the
that.
whole.
Oh, they kids, let them be fun, Disney, BSing all day, do whatever. No, they need to be
Oh,
prepared for life from jump. from like 3 or 4 years old. Like real talk.
That's
I
another
know women
difference
might not
when our
recognize
culture.
it. That's
Mimi
reality.
said they are no longer children after 12. TT said her daughter started acting at 3.
Word. Word.
There are some young women that have the menstrual cycle at 9. You have to teach
My baby had hers at
children.
8.
Yeah, you have to teach children, being responsible from when they're young. You have to be responsible. You know what I'm saying? You have to when you teach them to walk, once you taught them how to walk, you don't keep trying to teach them how to walk. You teach them how to walk, and you let them know if you do this, you gonna fall. If you go close to them steps, you're gonna fall down. You got to teach them to be responsible for what it is they do. Period. If you
And
don't,
this
if you just all right, well, I'm gonna tell you, you don't do this, and then you leave them to their own devices as an immature person, they're gonna keep making mistakes, and we can't turn our back on that and say, "Well, I had to work, so I can't, I can't." Yeah, you can. Yeah, you
and
can.
this and this society to add on, Kurt, this society dumbs us down. Yo, like decade, like 30 is the what 20 what 30 is the new 20? Like we think that's like cool or whatever. I no. That's dumbing us down. Like, oh, don't get married till you 40 or 50. Don't have kids. They want women that start having kids but they can't have kids no more. It's
Yeah,
very
but
crazy,
look,
yo.
in the chat earlier they say you can't blame it on society because it's a choice, right?
Nah.
We choose to dumb it down. You can't blame it on society.
Nah, because everybody follows society. Everybody follow TV. Everybody follow Cardi B. Everybody follow all this stuff. Like that's what everybody is following. Even when you raise your kids, they following what's going on. I mean, but you still have a responsibility to teach your children because that's what my father did. My father taught me stuff. My mother too. And then I went out there, still didn't listen. But when I went out there, I realized what they said was right. I was like, oh
Right.
crap. Like they was talking the truth because when I went out there was a bunch of crap going on. Like it didn't make no sense and what they said was right. So that's what's
Because,
important. We think, oh, we're gonna tell them and they're not gonna listen. But it's gonna register eventually, and word, like it's a lot of nonsense going on. Like it just we gotta be real careful for real. Like
BJ,
society wants us to be slow. Society don't even want us to know phone numbers no more. We don't know phone numbers. You know what I'm saying? Like we don't know
I
nobody's phone
definitely don't be
number.
remembering no numbers. That's a fact.
Like we don't know. We used to know all the numbers. We know no numbers now, and that's society. Real
no,
talk.
no, call Siri know the number. Siri, call
Right,
mom.
right. She know everything till she don't. Till we can't get to her. You know what I'm saying? Like it's crazy. Like
But that's
so
also a
people
B,
control
depend
thing,
on
though.
that.
Look, that
BJ,
go back to.
and that goes that BJ, that goes to something you just said. You're a grown man, right? You're a grown man, and it was still your mother's directions that made you say, you know something, you right. Why am I listening to her?
Right.
She's still there as a parent to put you back on point when you fall off. See,
Yo,
parenting don't never stop. It'll go on. A saying that my father said: once you start having kids, you have this disease. It's called BB disease. Bills and babies, they never go away. I don't care if my son reached 50, he's still one of my babies. And if he need a direction, I'm going to give it to him, even if I don't agree with him. But I see he's falling off. I'm going to try to give him the directions and get back on point because that's your duty. That's what God put you here for. I heard Davon make the statement, well, I don't think I deserve my son. Yes, you do. You deserve what God, Allah, gave you.
You have a
You direct.
responsibility. Word. A
That's
responsibility.
responsibility.
Mm-hmm.
Cause I promise you, like I said, I was pretty bad. But I got kids that ain't never been in a fist fight. because I tried to teach them you could handle a situation where you don't agree with someone diplomatically. You don't have to go to blows with somebody because I disagree with you. We can agree and not be disagreeable. I'm disagreeable with BJ most of the time, especially when he called me dumb.
I ain't call you dumb.
Nah, BJ love you. What?
He know that.
That's my. That's
Nah,
my
you be
brother.
dropping Jews up here, bro. I was like, yo, BJ, get me in here, boy, because Kurt up here preaching, boy.
You know,
I need to be in here.
Don't tell him that.
Yo, and BJ, I'm about to be 40 years old, and I called your moms the other day about some advice about a job. Like, I need advice all day. I'm taking all the advice. I still got that youth in me. Like, I need guidance. You know what I'm saying? Like, we need guidance.
Hey.
Like, it don't never stop, and it starts from jump.
You should always be eager to learn. Yep.
Yeah, when you think to learn, you can't learn no more. That's where you
dead.
So what y'all think? So you think do y'all think white people created black culture? Where does black culture?
Nah.
What is our culture? Matter of fact, hold on. Go ahead.
Hell no.
Nah, that's
Can
a
I
bit.
say
That's a little bit far. I think they created the projects and shit, but not our culture. Nah.
So what is our culture?
They exploited our culture. They exploited hip hop.
Yeah, they
go
definitely
ahead.
exploited it.
So hip hop is our culture?
Yeah. I think hip hop started from like with with Run DMC and stuff. Like it was an expression that black people that we couldn't they couldn't really go kill white people for shit that they were doing. They expressed themselves through music. So hip hop definitely was what started out as our culture. Like, you know what I mean? I think
music has always been black culture.
From singing on the slave lines, right?
Even from slavery, we were after the fields. They was out there dancing and creating music. You know what I'm saying? That's a way of expressing.
Yeah, Floyd done been strapped on gurneys and all that. Floyd been doing everything back there the whole time. I don't see Floyd in safety harnesses and everything. I see Floyd back there hammering something.
I'm at work till the morning time.
Word up, Floyd
at
say,
7 a.m.
"Get me on this podcast, make my time go back,
Yo,
go by
that's a
fast,
fact, bro.
I'll get off to 8 in the morning."
That's a full fact. I got
Kurt. Word up. Oh, I was asking about black culture because hold on.
I think we are, as African American, created a lot. Like we some definitely created individuals. It's just that we don't have the know-how to carry it over into generational wealth. And white people jump on a lot of things that we create, and they commercialize it and they make money off of it. You know what I'm saying? But I think we create a lot of shit as black people.
Let me know if these women had a point. Check this out. Oh,
culture. I'm sorry.
Black Americans got culture. Americans got culture. You rolling.
Throw it back, DJ.
Don't do that. Americans don't have culture.
She just said black Americans don't have culture.
We are the culture.
Who the culture?
We are the culture. Globally, they know about black Americans.
No, hold on. We not.
Globally, they know about black Americans.
But you gotta remember 1804, baby. I'm the one that won American. We're not gonna use the word American.
Yeah, black Americans.
I ain't gonna hold
That's
you.
fine, but listen, 1804, I'm the reason why you have your independence.
That's the part I hate about
Haiti was the first free independent country, first black free independent.
That ain't got nothing to do with. That don't got nothing to do with America.
That's nice. I'm just letting you know the reason why y'all have your independence.
Y'all coming over here because of us, because of the hard work that black Americans
What?
do.
You know Haiti is like in debt for 1 trillion years because
You know why? Because the French owe us how much?
So y'all got independence for what?
What?
Wait, when you say Haiti's the reason Americans got their independence, what do you mean by that?
How they gonna cook me for that?
What do you mean
Learn
by
how
that?
y'all gotta cut that out. We won.
African Americans are free?
I'm not saying that we set the revolution. The reason we were the first independent free country.
Nobody give a fuck about y'all, bro.
Look at him pointing. Look
No,
at him pointing. Are you crazy?
No, but by paying Britain
Britain, what?
I'm talking about we set the thing. We the one that set it. 1804, we the first free
y'all have-
independent Caribbean country.
I'm not gonna go in depth with
Are you
that, but
crazy?
y'all have.
But what that got to do with America?
We said it, and then y'all followed.
Y'all said it for yourselves, not for
We
no
said it, and then y'all followed.
And we set the stage for y'all immigrants to come over here and profit off of America.
And you're mad that we came to.
No, I'm not mad. I'm not mad. I'm telling you what black culture provided for you and your family.
How that provided for me and my family?
Because we set the standard. We set the
Who
standard.
came here? I didn't come here.
You
Your
here right
family
now?
My family came here.
And you're here now.
And they made their money and they went right back to Haiti. So what's up?
So why you ain't go right back to Haiti?
Because why would I come back to Haiti? I'm Gucci where I'm at.
Where your parents live?
They here. And they doing the float.
How's that going
on
right
Labor
back to
Day.
Haiti? That ain't going right back to Haiti.
On Labor Day? They ain't been on Labor Day.
No. I'm sorry. I can't do Americans. I need somebody with culture. I'm sorry.
Black Americans got culture. Americans got culture.
You rolling.
I need somebody with culture.
Americans don't have culture.
I got culture.
We got the culture. We are the culture.
Who the culture?
We are the culture. Globally, they know about black Americans.
No, hold on. We not
Globally, they know about black Americans.
But you gotta remember 1804, baby. I'm the one that won
American. We're not gonna use the word American.
Yeah, black Americans.
I ain't gonna hold
That's
you.
fine, but
the
listen,
culture.
1804, I'm the reason why you have your independence.
That's the part I hate about
Haiti was the
Caribbean
first
people, though.
free independent country. First black free independent.
That ain't got nothing to do with. That don't got nothing to do with America.
Woo! It took me a minute to hold that. I'm sorry, BJ.
So you don't agree with her, huh?
She cringy as hell. First of all, why she talking like me? First of all, why she using our lingo? Is she out of her mind? Is she for real right now? And I know Haitians, and I'm cool with Haitians, but she's bugging. She must be out of her mind, talking and acting like us. What is she talking about? No, absolutely not. Sorry, y'all go.
I think we have. Yeah, she didn't know what she was talking about. I think we have culture, but I'm gonna say this. I think our culture is full of death and destruction. I don't see black culture being positive in any way.
That's deep, bro.
I feel at this point, 2026, black culture is death and destruction.
This one right here.
Black American culture was created with hate. You know, the whole culture in America, it started through war and fighting and taking and pilfering, and you know what I'm saying. So the culture of America really is a totally, you know, they took the culture of, because American culture, the true American culture is from the indigenous Americans. They wasn't all about war until the British and all of them, they colonized this country through killing and dissension and fighting, turning.
So you saying indigenous people didn't have wars with each other?
It wasn't a lot of war during that time.
Everyone had war, bro. Everyone had Native Americans had wars with each other also. They killed each other too. Everybody did, bro.
I think so.
I'm saying the culture that we go through now, how they came over here, colonized it, they turned people, and then it turned into capitalism. You know, big bank take little bank. You know, I got this money.
So when did Black American culture begin? Where are we gonna begin with it? Hip hop.
Our culture began.
I hate to say it, but chitlins. It ain't our fault. It's chitlins. And that's real. That's real.
Chitlins is black. Black culture begins with chitlins.
Well, American culture.
We don't even know where black culture began.
Yo, she gotta put her camera on. I gotta see her face when she talk about this shit. Yo, yeah, you can't even talk no more without your camera. I gotta see how your face look like some chitlins. Like what?
Hold on. Let me wrap my hair.
Wait.
Hold on.
Yo. I gotta see who talking.
And she Muslim. What the chitlins?
Yo, I'm looking for her on the camera like, hold on, what is she at?
Stop Allah. Stop Allah.
I'm not mad at us. It is what it is. We survived. I'm just saying. Hold on.
I think culture began to shit way back when, like.
Some of our people who survived off of chitlins, but not my family. Oh no, we is not.
I
I'm
think
not
culture
eating
began
nothing
from when we
When
were
did
born.
culture begin? When is black
Like
black
Africans used
American
to have the
culture?
big ass, hoop
American culture,
earrings and
though. We talk
Black
about
American
Americans, right?
culture,
Black
yes.
American culture.
Yeah, that's what we
Yeah.
talking about.
Because
Americans.
the Africans, that's African culture. That ain't a black American
I would
culture.
probably say hip hop. But I'm also young. I'm 42, so you know what I mean. I would like to say hip hop.
Yeah.
Well, we had culture. We had culture before hip hop because I mean,
what was it,
back
Kurt?
in my day, they had it was more, rhythm and blues, they jazz, but
Music. So we just gonna say music.
yeah.
Let me ask y'all this:
Besides
what
music,
describes
what is our
or
culture?
definition of
The
culture?
civil rights movement is us too, though. That's a part of our culture. That's the reason why Haitian mommy is over here. Real talk. Like, that's my
Is
thing.
the civil rights movement black culture?
Because I think culture, when I hear culture,
Let me
what
look up
comes to me
culture.
is a way of expression. When I hear culture,
I
that's
think
what.
it evolved.
Let me read the definition of culture first. Let me do that. Okay, culture. Why I can't click on this? Culture is the shared set of learned behaviors, beliefs, values, customs, and symbols passed down through generations, acting as a collective programming of the mind. It defines how groups perceive the world, shaping language, art, social habits, and technology.
It was a
It's
stolen.
not genetic. It's acquired through interaction with family, society, and institutions. I don't know.
That's a mouthful.
Yeah,
It's a
I
lot.
don't know. Culture
evolved.
could be a lot of things.
Yeah, it evolved over time. You
After
know what I'm saying?
slavery, Marcus
We
Garvey
had
is where
culture
black culture
before
started. Marcus Garvey is where black culture started.
Yeah, I like to
No,
say
but
for me, when I
Kurt,
think of
you the
culture,
oldest. Kurt, where you think black culture started, Kurt?
I keep saying I think that it evolved. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Because they had culture even as slaves. They had
What
certain
was the culture as slaves, Kurt? What was it?
hymns.
they had music.
We got
Like I
music.
said,
It seems like black culture is just music. That's what it's seeming like to me.
I feel like it's a way of expression.
it,
And I'm
black
gonna keep it
culture.
real. If we gonna go with black culture, that just we gonna keep saying music, then the Haitian girl is right.
Well,
Because
Nah, but
Haitians have more culture than music.
see,
But
what
to
they
be
got.
honest with you, from that definition, it sounds like culture. What it is an opinion. It's not a fact because it sounds like it could be a lot of shit.
it's
It could be a lot of
institutions.
things, but we still only saying music.
All right.
Well,
All
you
right.
didn't
A
let me
lot of
finish.
times, and this is not a
Not
shot
only
to West Indians, but West Indians come at us hard with that all the time. What do they have that we don't have? They got music, food. What else? What's good?
Culture will be food. Culture will be food.
I mean, we got food. We got soul food. That's why I said chitlins. I mean, I'm not even trying to be funny right
Yeah,
now.
yeah.
But
So
like
soul
collard
food,
greens, you know what
soul
I'm saying?
food,
Yeah, like
soul
I
food.
heard collard greens
What's
need
that
to
name?
be cooked the way that they cook for like for a certain purpose. They cook for a long time, and it's
The
like
red, the black, and the green. But you know what? You know what,
right
Mimi? Marcus Garvey is from Jamaica.
word.
Marcus Garvey is from Jamaica.
That's
But
true.
Naima, is that
Yeah.
Naima or me? Not,
What's up, Kurt?
chitlins is not food.
I agree with you. I agree. We made it work
I mean,
because we
but you
supposed
made
survival
a
mode.
statement. Chitlins and food, and I wouldn't even put chitlins in the same sentence as food.
I appreciate that. Word.
Maybe barbecue
Somebody said
TT,
braiding and barbecue.
but braiding is from Africa.
And that's a culture. That's our
Yo,
culture.
That's
but
African culture.
everybody emulates us. We fly. Yo, everybody wants to be us. Anybody, yo, all of these, the music is Afro beats and all of this. That's us.
We
It's
lost a
all
lot. We lost a lot of our culture.
Nah, I'm about to say I think we definitely did. I think we
Yeah,
definitely did.
we lost a lot of our culture, man.
I think we definitely did.
Well, if we are Africans, we should be following African culture. It's true. Most African Americans were stolen from West Africa. They were Muslims. They had their own culture.
That's true.
Like what?
'Cause we
Like
do
what,
have it
ma?
mixed. We got it mixed with American
Like
culture.
what?
Unfortunately, we mix with white culture.
I'll tell
That's
you
real
one
talk
thing,
though.
BJ.
We're
One of our
Europeans.
cultures,
I can't smell
one of
this.
our
I
cultures,
can't stand the
family.
smell of chitlin.
Yeah, whoever
One
the
of
chitlins is crazy.
our cultures
Chitlins is
was
wild.
family. We were steeped in family. You know, even from
I
the
like
beginning.
that, Kurt. Good answer.
You know what I'm saying?
What Kurt
They
said?
took that away from us
Family.
by separating family.
Yep.
You know what
Yep.
I'm saying?
Yo, Kurt, you can't say they. You can't say they. You can't say they. You gotta be specific. You know what I mean? Because they
You
is who?
know who they is.
Who the they
You
is,
all
Kurt?
know who they
Yes,
I
who the
would
they.
say who it is. The system, or you know,
Okay, so
the
let me
whole.
say this. All right, so what's our black culture today? Let me do today. As of today, what's black culture today? I know y'all say music. Besides music, what is black culture today?
Food, dress, how we
Definitely
dress.
dress.
Clothing,
Definitely dress.
Yeah.
food,
Clothing.
You know,
I mean,
language, the way we talk, slang. Is that
Slang,
yeah.
ebonics? That's our
slang,
culture.
ebonics. Yep, I would say so.
Flavor. We got flavor.
Thank
Nobody
you,
has
thank you,
flavor like
Mimi.
that.
Gang banging.
Come
Swag.
on, that's not our culture though. Come
Yes,
on,
it is. You're bugging.
that's wild, bro.
You're bugging.
A lot of people,
Any,
yo, to be honest with you,
ask,
They
bro,
have
a lot of
ghetto.
people nowadays are into God. I hear a lot of people talking about God, bro. All on TikTok, all on Instagram. So you can't say
Yeah.
so much game banging because a lot of people is into Jesus Christ too.
if
If
you
that, if you
go,
want to say game banging,
if
say
you
Muslim
ask,
because you got a lot of
if
Muslims out there too,
if
black
you
Muslims.
ask any LA nigga what they culture is, they gonna say gang banging.
No, they gonna say low riders, 64s,
That's Mexican.
chucking the deuce. They gonna say Harley Davidson. They gonna say all that type of shit. They ain't gonna say
Well,
gang banging.
I tell you one thing, we fry the hell out of some fish. And that's real talk. And I don't care what nobody say. We fried, listen, we fry fish. In London, they claim they got fried fish. It was disgusting when I went. It was nasty. Talking
Yeah,
about some
London don't have
fried fish.
no good food. You gonna
Yo,
find no
they think they doing it though. They think they doing
flavor.
something.
TT said flavor. That's good.
Yeah,
Our
we
hips,
got the
lips,
flavor.
hairstyle, flavor, religion. Only lost black people are gang banging. That's still part of our culture, man. Gang banging and rap. If y'all gonna say hip hop is part of our culture, y'all not gonna put gang banging as part of our culture.
I'm not
well, yeah, it
We
subscribing to
gotta
that.
evolved.
take the
Nah,
good with the
no.
bad. We
But
got
nah,
to.
but
I'm
hip
sorry,
hop
I ain't
is not
subscribing to
It,
that.
gang banging at
it
first. That's
evolved.
a style that happened.
It
So
evolved to gang banging because rap music evolved from. Remember when they first started out rapping? It was all about making a rhyme and whoever say the best rhyme.
it was
And
all
then
fun.
people start getting their feelings, and then it started getting personal. And now they gang banging. Somebody taking over their turf. You know, now they want to sell drugs. So now all of a sudden, it, you know, we protecting our hood. We protecting 39th Street or Memorial Boulevard. That all evolved inside of the culture. See, but originally our culture was all about family, food, music, and festival. But it was
Mm-hmm.
co-opted by a system of divide and conquer. If they make me feel mad because DJ bought him a Beamer,
That's
now
me.
all of a sudden I'm jealous of that man. Back in our days, if you got a Cadillac, I'm gonna be like, damn, you got a nice ass Cadillac. I remember when you came around with that Mercedes. I was what's the first thing I said? Oh yeah, you doing it. I'm glad for you to come up. You know what I'm saying? It evolved. Now you can't do nothing without somebody else getting jealous and want to try to take it away from you or want to try to be in competition with you as opposed to joining with you. And that's where the Jews come in. That the Jews spend their money 100 times within their own
But
community before they let it out.
I hate to keep saying this, but it's because of slavery. Slavery set us up that way where we don't mess with each other like that. And Roots will show you that. You know what I'm saying? They should, where like they have some of us, you know, degrading the rest of us, and you know, somebody on the come up, the others have to be down. Like that. That's what created that where we do that. But we
I
love
promise
nice
you.
things, and that's all the way from African culture with jewels and gold and all of that. That's always been our culture, regardless as
Dress.
far as nice
We
things.
dress good.
Right.
We smell good. We used to, you know, because they used to create their own oil. We always smell good. We dress good. We eat good, and we like to dance.
Right.
We like to shake a leg.
Let me see. Let's get some other opinions up here. Hold on 1 second.
Black American culture. I keep hearing this culture. Maybe baby mama culture. The single women having 3 kids. That's probably their culture. The highest incarcerated black young men in America. That's their culture. Is it the pim culture? The gang banging culture? Is that the culture?
There's gangs in Africa. There's gangs in Jamaica.
But there's a lot of those gang members are from the Caribbean, from the islands, from
That's
Africa.
exactly it. There's no statistics for he was from.
But when they get arrested, they're just counted as black. So now you thinking, that's this Black American culture. Like Kodak Black and them is in those zones in Florida. They got this gang. That's gang activity, gang violence.
Still black.
They don't get looked at as those are Haitian blacks. No, they're just black.
I want to know, what is the Black American culture? I keep hearing this culture.
That's a good point.
Right.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Exactly. So I guess we got some culture. You say food, clothes.
You know,
and stuff.
culture evolves with time. You know what I'm saying? I promise you, I can remember. Like I said, my mama had 27 brothers and sisters, and they all grew up in the house together. You know what I'm saying? It was always about family and extended family. Now the culture has changed where you got single parent mom, you got broken families because the system of divide and conquer came into play. If we can lock these bad ones up, we can take these fathers and parents and separate them. They came with the welfare system. Back when I was young,
Bro, that's all I was trying to say earlier.
They used to come by the house and see if the man was there, and if they was, they'd take their food stamp.
That was the obstacle that they put in place for African American people.
It was a system. And then they brought along Janet Jackson. The first thing she sung about is, "What have you done for me lately?"
That's
right?
facts, Kurt. That's facts.
What have you done? And now all of a sudden you got a separated family where a woman, the black women, was not seeing the black man as an asset to the family. You break the family apart, and
There
now
you go.
And you know what? That
There
caused a
you
lot
go.
of problems because the woman became the head of the household, and now that's a problem. Because now we
And
want our men to be the head of the household, but us women can't shut our mouths. We the head of the household, and everybody fighting over who the head of the household. It's a serious problem that we dealing with in 2026. Real talk.
Shakora said all the great music came from African Americans before they destroyed it. The first female millionaire was a black woman.
make a lot of sense. If you separate a dollar, you no longer have a dollar. You got 50 cents.
But that's the thing. They kept figuring out ways to keep us down even after slavery. We think, after slavery.
Yo, where were you earlier? This was all I was trying to say. This was all I was trying to say. I needed help earlier. They tried to gang up on me, told someone, yo, who's the masters? I don't believe that. Yada yada yada. Like this shit ain't real life for us. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like at the end of the day.
Every day. Yeah, we working on getting out of it. But for real though, and we try our best, you know what I'm saying? And then we do have us who are doing our own thing. But as a whole, as a collective and what's going on, this is just what society is doing. Like, and it's not to keep, like, we're not going to let it bring us down, but we got to know what we dealing with. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm going to keep it real. When I get a job, I be like, yo, I'm back on the plantation. Straight up. I'm on the plantation. Let's keep it real. Like, that's what's going on. I'm going to utilize it, you know what I'm saying, while I'm there to get myself up out of it.
But like, I'm not gonna sit here and act like, oh, they making it
Who was
like it's
she?
all a easy playing field here. Like that's not the
Um,
reality we living in at all. It's
who was the
not.
first black millionaire? Madam C.J. Walker, I think.
She wasn't playing no
I
games.
would
She
say
was a
Madam
hustler.
C.J. Walker, the one with the hair
Yeah.
product. Yeah, Madam C.J. Walker, I believe. I think it might have been one before her though.
I got a question for you, BJ. I've been waiting to ask this.
What's up, man?
What do you think about Donald Trump talking about he gonna blow up a whole civilization?
Oh, we can get into that right quick before I shut it
You know
down.
he like to just
Let me
talk,
play
Kurt. He
this.
just running his mouth.
Let me play this right quick, then we'll get into that. Let me get boom, 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 boom.
Culture is trash. You don't have to correct that. Black culture derived from the gutter now. Gutter minded, right? That's what we say. We getting it out. Yeah. Everybody proud to be from the slum, proud to be gangster. We ain't celebrating black doctors. We don't know no black bankers. So black culture is trash. You don't have to correct that. Black
It's
culture
trash now.
derived
Yeah,
from the gutter now. Gutter
I agree with
minded,
him.
right? That's what we say. We getting it out. Yeah. Everybody proud to be from the slum, proud to be gangster. We ain't celebrating black doctors. We don't know no black bankers.
I agree with him.
Dawu said there's divine culture and false culture. Game banging is false culture. Our true culture is Islam. Submission to the will of Allah, the God of Jesus. Submission to the universal laws of nature.
I mean, Kunta Kinte
Yeah,
came
I don't
over. He
agree with
said
that
straight
neither.
up, he ain't eating no pork. Straight up, Kunta Kinte
That's
said it.
not Islam. Is not all black people culture.
Yeah, I don't think so neither. Definitely don't.
Religion ain't religion is part of culture, but that Islam, a specific religion, is not our culture.
Yeah, I don't think a specific religion is definitely not our culture.
So then you saying Christianity is not black culture? Is not our culture too?
Well, we talk about Americans. That's a different story because it is Christianity is American culture, Black American culture. But I think he's talking about our original culture before we got here. That's what he's talking about.
You know what I mean?
But
Go ahead.
I feel what they were just talking about on the show. I mean, not that I feel it, but they were just talking about. But it made me think about the fact that like I'm not trying to claim like culture from like some of our doctors and stuff either though, because that's a different type of culture too. Like when you think about the 10%, that's a whole nother story. Because like, do we really respect them? Do we really mess with them? Because like they just trying to keep it up with the Joneses and trying to emulate Whitey. That's my opinion. It's just to like spring a conversation, but that's another part of Black American culture. Another I guess you could say part in a way, or I don't know. Because we all
Wait,
live in
so let
here,
me
but
ask
it's
you
a lot
this.
of
So
different type of Black people. Let's keep it real.
if a black person decides that he want to go be a doctor, he's keeping up with the Joneses?
It's not just being a doctor. It's not the doctor part. It's not that. It's the Kamala part. Let's use Kamala as an example. Let's keep it real. Kamala is not my ideal Black person that I'm trying to like follow or emulate or anything like that. She's a Negro, and that's my opinion. And I could be shaking up the room right now, and I would like to hear what the rest of y'all have to say about that. But yeah, there's different type
She's
of
an
Black people.
opportunist.
Yeah, certain type Black people I'm good on. Why would she have Megan Thee Stallion doing like
Because she
what?
was a vixen girl. Kamala Harris was a vixen chick. Like she's an opportunist. She's seen an opportunity to become a political person, and she ran with it. She ain't no. She's a real hood nigger. Like you know what I
And
mean? She's faking to
exploited
be
us.
this. Yeah, yeah. She definitely did. However, because you choose to be a doctor or a lawyer, that don't necessarily make you whatever you said. What you call them?
Yeah. And that's not what I meant. Maybe I said it wrong. I'm not saying that. You should want to be a lawyer and a doctor. But don't let that confuse you and start making you be in a world that, and trying to be accepted in a way that you shouldn't. So I'm
Because you
not
got a
saying
lot of black doctors and what you call them out. We don't hear about them, but there are a lot of black first doctors. Like I think the first person who did a heart operation, open heart, was a black doctor.
mm-hmm.
So I don't think that white people. That's not the area where they was the only one who blossomed and bloomed in. Like, you know what I mean?
I agree, and I'm not knocking that. Unfortunately, I do feel like when we try to get certain places in power, we change, and we do want to be a part of their world, and we act like them. Like not everybody. I'm not saying every doctor and lawyer, nurse, whatever. I'm not saying that. You can be successful. That's not the. But you can't get like brainwashed when you get in that world. That's the point I'm saying. Like be yourself, be you. Don't start turning on your people and being somebody else. That's the point I'm making. And that happens sometimes when you
Politics,
in them positions.
politics to me is a demonic practice because they always say is, they working for the people, but they're not. They're working for their people. It's all about self-interest. Most politics, and I don't care who it is, whether it's Obama, whether it's
Right.
Kamala,
I don't mess with
you know,
Obama. I don't care if he's black. Sorry, Kurt. Go ahead.
yeah, because politics is not about. I don't even think it's about black or white. It's about self-interest. The interest. It's about money and power. You know, uh, if you really wanted to go into politics, you should be about all of the people. What's good for everybody? Everybody should get a part of it. You know, I can remember when Clinton was in office, I thought he was a great politician. Hell, gas was 97 cents a gallon. Everybody was getting a part of it, but they didn't like him because he was giving away what they considered part of their power, where he was more of a give and take president. Did he do something wrong? Hell, he did what a lot of black people do, cheat on his wife. But as a president, what he did in office, when he came out of office, this country was in a surplus, not a deficit. We didn't owe nobody nothing. And people can fact check that. He was as far as a politician, yeah, he gave up some things, but he got some things. You give and you take. United
But
States is supposed to be for everybody,
I
not
thought
just
they
the
put a
rich.
lot of us in jail though, Kurt. They ain't put a lot of us in jail around that time.
We put us in jail. If you do something wrong, you go to jail.
Okay.
I mean, that's like me saying, okay, I went to jail back in the day. Oh, they put me in jail. Well, I broke the law. If you don't want to go to jail, you can't blame the prosecutor and the police for doing their job.
Yeah, so look, I got a question on Kamala and all that shit, right? Are y'all more of Malcolm X helped our people or Martin Luther King helped our people? Because I feel like Martin Luther King was like Obama. I don't feel like he
Malcolm
was
X.
yeah, sorry, Malcolm
He
X
became,
versus Martin
he
Luther
became
King.
like Obama later.
Yeah, I'm with
When
Malcolm
he
X.
started getting into
I'm on
politics.
Malcolm X.
So I'm with Malcolm, and then Martin eventually figured it out too, though. But that's why they killed him. He realized that like certain things wasn't gonna work, and he wasn't with it, and he still had power to guide us in the right way, and that's why they kill anybody who's going to be able to uplift us, And he was doing something right for them to kill him. Real talk. But I ain't gonna
Right.
lie.
Well,
First, I'm going with Malcolm. Malcolm kept it real. Malcolm died for a cause, for real. Like he wasn't playing around because he already know that they wasn't doing us right. Period. And,
the
and
only
and he was doing it, on some like the right way. I'm not saying Martin was. They both were spiritual too with it. So that's
the
why
only reward for
it
a
made sense.
revolutionary, the
Huh?
only reward for every revolutionary is death. They killed Muammar Gaddafi. They killed Malcolm X. They killed Marcus Garvey.
Yeah,
Any
when you a threat, it's a wrap for you. When they know,
when they consider you a threat to their hold on to power, they gonna eliminate you. It's just simple. What was the guy named the dude that they said he came up with the cure for AIDS? SIBO.
Sebi.
They killed him.
They definitely killed Sabi. It's no reason why he died in his 70s. As healthy as he was, they
And
absolutely killed him.
then when that rapper dude got ready to make the movie about him, they killed him too.
So this go back to the shit. Why we acting like there's no they and them when we talk about the Dr. Sebis who got killed? When we talk about the Martin Luther King, there is a them and them, and there is a person controlling the narrative. However, they should not be controlling our narrative, but we also are in the world, right? We're not the check cutters. We still pay taxes, all that shit. So if you don't feel like it's a them and them, just stop paying your taxes. Stop subscribing to everything that the world and society put out there.
And it don't work. That whole sovereignty thing, that sounds nice. And I'm not saying that nobody's getting
It
away with
don't
it.
work.
It don't. Like I'm gonna keep it real.
Nope.
Like I wouldn't subscribe to that. I mean, it's a great idea, and those who are trying it, you know what I'm saying, they trying it, and I'm not mad
It's
at them.
cute
But
when you get pulled over for a ticket for a
Right.
moving
Sovereignty is when
violation
you
and all
know
that.
your
Catch
shit.
a felony.
And it's true, we're not supposed to pay taxes, and I know people that know that, but they still went to jail. Like they're not playing, and that's why what you're saying, Floyd, is correct. That's why real talk, whatever we do, it got to be underground, just like it always been. Underground Railroad is the only successful thing that ever happened that we've done. I want to say that, but you know what I mean, as far as us getting out of oppression or what we was what we was in. So we got to do underground stuff. We got to be smarter. That's why Black Wall Street didn't work, all that stuff, because we be doing stuff right in front of their face, showing off, not on purpose, but that's how they look at it, and they don't like that. They want to destroy us. They hate us. So we got to
Well,
learn from the past and do things differently. Stop trying to do the same thing.
I heard a lot of the narrative about this war that's going on. It's a country in Africa that have centralized their banking system, where the gold that they produce, they're financing that through their banks in Africa, and they're moving away from the colonial states like America and Britain, who is creating, that has been in control of all the natural resources of the world. Once we start to learn to pool our finances together with each other, it's the only way we're gonna pull out of this. The minute we start saying, "Well,
How we still gotta learn that, bro? Like I ain't have to learn that. Nobody ever taught me that. I didn't have to learn it. I just do it. I just do it.
Yeah, but you had to learn how to do it first, because at first you wasn't.
Learn how to do work, Kurt.
However you decide that you pooling your money to build your community. It's a lot of people I heard.
We just gotta. You went from now you're saying build the community. I'm just talking about supporting black, buying black, supporting black.
But if you notice,
I've been doing that.
Let's do this.
Yeah, but not for nothing that we try to do that.
Every year around income tax check, what's the first thing you see them do? They're out buying brand new cars. They taking the money.
We gotta stop doing. That's another thing we gotta stop doing. We gotta stop looking at those black people. Those black people ain't gonna be the ones that's gonna do what you're saying.
Yeah,
so if you're talking about someone that's getting an income tax check and gonna go buy jewelry or whatever they're gonna buy, let them do what they do. But if you know that you need to be supporting black, I know that, Floyd know that, and Naima know that, then what are we doing? Let's support black and deal with the people that support black. And I've been doing that. I ain't have to learn that. Nobody taught me nothing. I didn't have to learn that. That just made sense to me. I just want to fuck with my people before anything. Just like I didn't learn what was going on when I was behind the wall. I didn't learn that y'all was doing y'all so quick to do another black dude dirty, beat him up for his commissary or cut him or whatever y'all doing. But these white boys walking around here, y'all ain't doing nothing to them. I went to the hole behind that just for saying that. I went to the hole just for saying that. They threw me in the hole with these blood niggas. Labeled the warden specifically. Put me in the hole and labeled me the leader because I said that. And I don't even know how he got back to the warden.
This one Moorish dude, he his name's Sean Thompson Hill. And they was, selling feds and stuff, Moorish guard. And a couple who said came up to them was like, no, I can't buy that. I'm not a Moor. But he had on Gucci outfit. You ain't Gucci either. You ain't Jordan.
But that once again, that's not when you talk about building community, that person is not ready to be a part of the community you talking about building.
But we gotta
right.
also
and I ain't gonna lie, I don't care about the Moors neither. I ain't gonna sit here and bullshit you. I don't care about none of that, because guess what? You got the Moors that they only fuck with the Moors. They only mess with the Moors. The Moors ain't the Moors. I don't see no Moors out here protesting and rioting or doing anything with black people when it comes to black people getting knocked upside their head or whatever's going on. I don't see no Moors.
But
if it's not a Moorish issue, I don't see them.
But just like you said, BJ, that is certain black people that like we can't be worrying about what they doing. Everybody that get knocked upside their head, we can't get involved because sometimes they need to listen and stop doing the things that get them knocked upside their head.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's a whole nother story. I sent you the video about that mother, but that's a different story. I know you saw it. We'll talk about that next show. That mother that was wild and got pulled over by the police. But
I wanted to play that, matter of fact.
You know what I'm saying?
But when we start talking about building communities, it's communities that the Moors have their community that been built for years. They're not coming to St. Louis to your neighborhood talking about, yo, we gonna feed the people, we gonna here goes some food, and I don't see none of that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't
see
see
but
it.
BJ, to touch on that other joint that you had played with that baby that had got killed, like it is a sad thing that the baby got hit by a stray bullet and all that. That is definitely sad. But we gotta talk about where that stemmed from. The parents was outside in the streets, like they were shooting at the father, and he ran into the store. You know what I'm saying? So if the father wasn't outside and he was protecting his family and he wasn't out running being a hooligan, that wouldn't have to happen. That baby wouldn't have got killed because they wouldn't have been shooting at that father who ran in the store where your baby mother and baby's at. I think that shit's crazy.
There's a story out here in Atlanta that baby got killed in the house. A bullet went through the house and hit the baby.
Yeah, that's something totally different.
That baby ain't had nothing to do with nothing.
Yeah, that's something totally different.
And I understand the dude being in the streets, but if y'all so tough, y'all should have got off the moped and walked up on him.
Yeah.
And did your thing.
Yeah, that's true.
You want to be a killer so bad. If I'm gonna
kill
somebody,
I'm
gonna walk up on them and kill them. I'm not gonna shoot them from a moped, riding by.
I agree with
Never in my life have I done a drive-by.
If you want to be a killer and out here shooting, why don't you just join the military? They could take you over there to the Middle East.
That
you
too.
Kill free.
That too. That's what my man Nick said. Nick said, "Yo, I was either gonna be a drug dealer or I was going to the military. I chose to go to the military. You know what I mean? Because I ain't have nothing else to do with my life. That's for real.
Don't be in the street. You want to kill innocent people? Go in the military. They dropping bombs on whole cities.
I can't, man.
But you know what, too, BJ, about the Moors and like the Nation of Islam and the mosque, we welcome everybody. Like you can come through, and I don't know about every organization. I know when the Moors, I went there out here in Baltimore, and they not like, oh, you gotta join whatever. Come learn, come. You know what I'm saying? We debate, we politic, whatever. And the doors is open, and I've always experienced that, even in the mosque. You know what I'm saying? My non-Muslim family is always welcome. It's never like, oh, you only got to come through if you Muslim, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Come see what we about, and it's no pressure. It's just come, But if you don't want to be bothered with that and you want to be out in the streets, that's a whole nother story. Like we can't force you. You know what I'm saying? Like what we gonna do? Like. And that,
I still don't see nobody building communities, taking care of the community, the black community. The only organization I ever saw do that was the Black Panthers. Mm-hmm. I could be wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see in
what way?
School lunch, the breakfast, and all that feeding the communities. I just seen the Black.
You got a lot of drug dealers that be liking that clout, so they do the shit on Thanksgiving feed the
Fuck
communities and
no.
on
Come on,
Christmas,
Floyd.
give
Why
back
would
the
you
shit.
even bring that up when I'm talking about the Black Panthers and the after school program
You
and
got
the
the
free lunch?
fake
Because the
drug
free
dealers
breakfast,
niggas do
before the
that.
public schools started doing it, free breakfast and free lunch come from the Black Panthers.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
I
I didn't
haven't
know
seen
that.
anyone else done it.
That's dope.
But all
These
right, but
niggas,
what you
these drug dealers giving out you handing out turkeys to people that don't even got ovens.
but what did that do
They
though?
don't even got ovens.
But what
What do you
did
mean?
that
What
do?
did that
I
do?
mean,
The free lunch and the free
pretty, that's
food?
beautiful. But what
The Black Panthers.
after that? What happened? They ate. So what's next?
They ate. They was
They
able.
ate.
They
They was
they
able to
taught them.
survive the next day.
They taught them. They
No,
taught them how to. They taught them how to get jobs and
Okay.
they taught them shit. The Black Panthers did a lot.
You
No,
know,
yeah, I
Hosea
don't know.
Williams,
Yeah.
Hosea
Okay.
Williams down in Atlanta had that food. You
Good
know,
night, Shakora.
Oh, you
that
tapping
food.
out on me? You leave me
I
hanging?
got. I'm out in 6 minutes, y'all. 2:30. I said
Yeah, you
1:30 an
did
hour
say
ago.
1:30. I came on
The
it.
time flew by. I didn't even know what time it was. I'm just
Listen,
sitting here.
I'm here at 8 o'clock. I ain't even saying nothing. Y'all on. Y'all not? All right, no problem.
I'm asking Abu every week. What's good with the show? What's good with the show?
Yo, man. Yeah.
So you try to blame not coming on live because of
Life.
Eli? He messed your
No,
equipment up?
hell no,
Oh.
no, hell no. Me and Will been working like a mug, bro.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, for real, for
No,
real.
That money.
I figured it because you was losing the narrative about this war. That this crazy
What's my
man.
narrative about the war, Kurt?
Yo,
He
BJ,
wanted
I
to
ain't
get
gonna
into
front,
this.
man.
He wanted to get
Trump
into
ain't
this
doing
bad
nothing I
night.
expected him to do, bro. Trump doing the whole complete opposite.
What we go topic to topic. What is
And
my
that's my
narrative?
guy.
What's my narrative about the Kurt? About the war, Kurt?
Well, I figured since your girl, what's her name in Hawaii?
Who?
Oh, don't
Karina.
even start, Kurt. Don't
Karina?
even.
What about it?
Her daddy is talking about blowing up a whole civilization of Muslims.
He took crap.
She
That's
probably.
what he do.
No, I can't even say she don't agree with that. I don't know. I'll have to let Karina answer that on her own. But what is my narrative? You went from me to Karina. What is my? I'm here right now. Karina not here to defend herself. What is my narrative to the war?
I just thought you say you supported them, but you just support just certain things ahead.
I've been saying that from the jump. I don't support everything.
None of the Trump supporters support the shit that he got going on right now.
I don't support 100% of nobody.
Right.
He's doing something completely different than what he talked about before he got in office.
That's a fact.
He's bugging.
And what he's doing
is
in
bugging.
this country and what
But he's also being controlled too. He's also being controlled.
I'm glad you know that, Floyd.
Yeah,
and guess what?
With the days and the dumbs.
Guess what? Anybody who sits in that seat in that White House, this is what I realize now. Now I realize
from him though. I realize that from him now.
I realize that from him. Anybody that's sitting in that seat in that White House is controlled by Israel. Anybody.
Nigga, his wife called a press conference
I don't care
yesterday
who it is.
that he didn't even know about.
He not the first president.
Trust me, he knew about
You
it.
think he knew about that?
Melania will get her wig split before she get up there and act like she doing
I never
something
even heard her
different.
talk before, bro. I didn't.
Before
that was a whole new
anybody
voice.
do something different, especially Melania, from what the program is, will get a bullet in their head.
Mm-hmm.
For sure.
Like
JFK. JFK got a bullet in his head when he was talking about destroying APAC. When he was talking about getting rid of APAC, they put a bullet in JFK head.
Yeah.
And that's my thing with Trump. My thing is, why are we acting like, oh, Trump is like so different from every other president we ever
He
had?
was. He
Like,
was.
He was in a good way at first. He's a real person to me. But as far as him being controlled and like this whole war stuff, it's no different. Oh, but they killed Gaddafi. They always do.
Yeah, that was Obama.
Like
Obama still has dropped more bombs than
Trump. Obama was raving about killing Osama bin Laden, all types of stuff. Like, so this means, like, don't get me wrong, I don't like what's going on, but it's not like new to me or like, oh my god,
it's not new at all, Naima.
Yeah,
it's not new at all.
That's my thing. It's like like that.
Biden. Guess what? Before Trump came back in, we was already funding Israel.
Thank you.
Gaza was wiped out. The Gaza Strip was wiped out under Biden. We forgot about that quick.
That's my thing. They put everything on Trump.
Israel
Like he's the
runs
nightmare.
America.
Like
why is that though? Because of the oil?
Since Hitler, since before.
Why is that? Why did they run America?
They infiltrated, bro. They infiltrated the government. They infiltrated a lot of they infiltrated, bro. And they got the backing from, they got the money, and then they use religion. They hide it under religion, but it's all about money and that oil and the power. That's all it's about. That's all it's about, man. And they hide it under religion.
For the last 26 years, but Islam this, Islam that.
If you look at the central bank, it says on all of their currency, in God we trust, right? God, gold, oil, and deception. That's what that represents. That's and once you control the central banking system, that's it. It's a corrupt system. It controls masses of land. Now he want to go out to Cuba. He already stole Venezuela oil and said to all, your gas prices getting ready to go down. But then you create a war with Iran and the gas prices then skyrocket. Man, I can't even fill my Cadillac up.
Yo, it's crazy.
And I use premium. Crazy. Premium calls what diesel costs. Man, stop.
Yeah, I don't agree with anything. I don't agree with none of this. The only thing I agree with Trump is boys should not be in girls' sports. They need to leave them kids alone with all that transgender stuff. Take all that homo stuff out the schools.
Thank you.
I've been saying this from jump.
And, over here, I mess with him.
And I don't like the way they was pushing the abortion thing. Yep. I don't like that. Especially for a so-called black woman with no kids.
Yeah.
Shut up. All the black women with no kids is pushing abortion. Shut up.
Brainwash. They think it's liberation. They think it's liberation.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. But other than that, everything else is like, nah, he's bugging. Get out of here. I don't agree with that. Just like I didn't agree with the Gaza Strip and all that. I don't agree with none of this. Iran, I don't agree with any of it.
But he just trying to prove something. He's trying to be down in history and all that. And like I always said, if we would have talked to him, he would have did something for us too. But we like to, I don't know what's wrong with us. When Steve Harvey was going to talk to him and other black people in power, you like bringing us down or like degrading us for going just to talk to him. Like we don't deal with white people on a regular basis. Why all of a sudden, because we dealing with Trump, we are coon and this and that and third. That is crazy to me. Yep. Like we work for white people on a regular basis. Let's keep
They'll clock in for a white person.
Right.
The white boss that they hate, but they'll be on time. Don't mess with us. They'll be on time. They don't
sit down and discuss business. Like we brainwash. It's crazy. It's insane to me. But they did that on purpose. You know why? Because Trump is a real person. And we could have got somewhere with him. I really believe that. That's why he got bored and started fiddling with this other stuff. Because he's trying to prove something.
I don't think he's trying to prove nothing. I think they got something on him. Like, you know what I mean? And he'd rather just play nice than rather, you know what I mean? Like, because at first he was like, fuck who's sitting in office. Fuck who's sitting in the chair. I'm doing what I want to do. Like, you know what I'm saying? And they reeled his ass in. You know what I mean? So.
He found some way, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I think it is.
He did switch his tone. That's a fact. So.
Yeah, I don't like it, Kurt. I don't.
Yeah, I mean, and this ain't about just me thinking about all people, but if we always got to be held accountable for talking, we're anti-Semitic if we talk about Jewish people because they suffered the Holocaust. They don't never say that when it comes to blacks and the Black Holocaust.
But that's what
say something about eliminating the whole society. That's the same thing that Hitler said. He should be held accountable.
Israel is wilding. Yo, they are insane. And honestly, I'm not even going to go into it no more because I don't even want to. Because whenever you say something with them, like,
it's really crazy. If you watch them, if you see the interviews and just different things, it's
If
insane. It's really
if
crazy.
if you notice when they start talking about a peace agreement and Israel continued to bomb Lebanon, that takes the peace agreement off the table because Netanyahu wants to keep a war going because he has a warrant out for his arrest for, you know, crimes against humanity. The minute that country be at peace, they're going to lock him up just like they did Hitler.
They getting exposed, and they got away with it for a long time. And the fact that they getting exposed is the problem, and they real
It's a
nervous
problem.
right now because everybody knows now. Like they're not who they say they are.
So as
Like,
long as they can keep a war going and they're in wartime, they don't, they can't go get them. They won't go get them.
mm-hmm.
That's why NATO said they did that. That's not our war. They're not getting in there because Israel said that. We didn't start that because I don't understand how they saying we want an agreement, which is the same agreement that Trump backed out of to begin with. Obama and the all of the nations of the world, the NATO and all them people already had an agreement with Iran not to do the nuclear bombs. Like that Iranian man said, how is it that the only country in the world that has a nuclear bomb that has used it is America, gonna tell them they can't have nuclear power? We the only country that ever dropped the bomb. But we got the right to say who should or who shouldn't have one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what happens when you the
Who
big
we
homie.
nuked? Who we nuked?
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, Floyd.
Who the fuck we nuked? Who we dropped the bomb on? I don't think we ever nuked nobody, bro.
We dropped the atomic bomb. I never heard about no nuclear bomb.
Yeah, I don't think we ever nuked nobody.
The atomic bomb is a nuclear bomb. It's the same thing, only just a little bit more powerful.
It ain't the same, bro. That's like saying the AK is the same as the Glock. It ain't the same, bro.
Let me say this. When you drop a bomb on a city like Nagasaki and Hiroshima and it blows the whole city up and they got radiation there and it's been over 70 years, what's the difference? You can drop one atomic bomb and that's it.
I can't even pull the video up. I'm gonna have to pull the video up next time. Naima. I want to play that video with the woman with the ticket.
All right, it's 136, BJ.
crazy.
I'm out.
Yeah, St. Louis time.
Nah, watch this video, Kurt. If you go put it on real quick.
I can't pull it. I can't pull it on. I can't pull it
All
up.
right, next week. I mean Sunday.
I can't put my YouTube. I don't know what's going on with it. It's just.
Can you put it in the chat room?
I can't do nothing. Hold on. Let me see. But you still can't pull it up. You still can't pull it up. Dawu said, "Kurt, you the truth." What did Kurt say? What did Kurt say, Dawu?
Kurt, my guy.
What did Kurt say?
I'm winning a little bit now, BJ. Where they buying at?
I got your back, Kurt. You know I got your
back. I
back.
wanted to address something that Davon said the other day, and he, I think he felt some kind of way when I said he was wrong again. He said,
"Nah, when you called him a bum, I was dying." So I said, "You still a bum?" I was dying. I was weak.
That touched the nerve.
Yo, what did it? Yo, I'm on that one time. Something, you bum ass nigga. You bum.
Yo, nerve.
He started cutting his ass. I was weak, son.
That touched the nerve. I'm like, yo, he's only playing, bro. Come on, man.
Yo,
that's my dude.
Man, I appreciate y'all stopping through, man. Floyd, you gotta come fuck with us more often, man.
No doubt, boy. No doubt. Definitely will.
Word up. Yeah, Kurt, you already know Naima.
Yeah.
Man, appreciate y'all coming through, man.
No doubt,
you know that picture
appreciate
you
you
put
having
on
me.
you know that picture you put on the chat, BJ? I'm talking about, I got all these kids. I got too many kids. I'm gonna show you a picture when I was over there at Norwood Park. I mean, whatever that out in Lawrenceville.
Yeah,
I'm sitting on
KP.
the couch. I got all these kids around me. Boy, I had so many kids, man. Look,
I gotta see that,
Norwood Park.
Kurt.
it's
Kurt,
it's a
Kurt,
whole
you ain't
bunch.
having no more babies, right? You don't only got Smith, right?
My daughter got 13 kids. She's 43.
That's what's
Right.
up. That's what's up. Y'all building.
So you got 10. Your daughter had 13.
Every time to feed 13 kids.
Yo, you got your own community, Kurt. You good. Y'all can
Yeah,
go on
yeah.
somewhere.
That's a fact.
Y'all can start
He
your
got his own
own.
community.
Yeah,
Damn
It's
sure
man.
one
do.
thing that you got to
Build that
understand
community.
about.
Build that community, Kurt. You got your
Right.
own
One thing you
community.
got to understand about community. Each one of them are individual. So
Yeah.
you gotta be able to go from goo goo gaga to you better sit your little ass down before I jump down your throat in a heartbeat. Because they running from 4 to 21.
Wow. They all, but you
And
know what? That's still good though. That's good age range. They want it. That's what's up. Y'all could do a lot for real. Y'all could.
yeah, well.
Much respect to you, to bro Floyd too. Much respect to bro Floyd too.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know, I
Floyd
love
back
No
on the
doubt.
harness.
No
Floyd
doubt,
back
no
on
doubt.
for a minute. Let the
Floyd
brother
back
do
on the
his
harness. Check him out, y'all.
thing.
Floyd back on the harness, man. What you doing, Floyd?
Loading these trucks
What's
up,
that?
man.
Oh,
Loading these
okay.
trucks up with corn syrup.
With corn syrup.
Yep.
Hard working man to provide for his family, man. That's what I'm
Right.
talking about. Everybody ain't gotta. You ain't just cause you black don't mean you gotta be in the streets, man. Just cause you're a black young man, man. Word up.
Ain't nothing in them streets, bro. Ain't nothing.
I said earlier, Gordon, I
Come
was
on,
like,
man.
yo, I'ma chill. Cause all the brothers is up there representing. I ain't going, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna let y'all do y'all thing.
Oh nah, yeah. I always need a female aspect of things too.
Yeah, but the brothers, you know, y'all gotta have y'all voice. It was enough of y'all up here doing y'all thing, talking
Love
about
you too, TT.
fatherhood.
Yeah, that turned into something good. We was slow in the beginning. We always slow in the beginning. We got to jump back up. I couldn't get my laptop right, man. But
It turned out great. It
yeah,
turned out.
Mimi said
I'm glad
great
you back.
job, young man. And Floyd is from the same hood I'm from.
That's a fact. Yo,
Okay.
Bisha,
From
you
the
know when
same
you tell
hood.
them when you send them the link, you gotta tell them to download the app. It's much clearer and better when they download the app. And when you try
What
to go
app?
through, when you send me a link, it comes up as a web browser. But they gotta download. It's an app. The app is called StreamYard. Like when someone sounded like he was on YouTube and shit. He had like a PS5
Who?
headset. Your man, with
They
the red
gone?
background.
Oh yeah, no. Oh, you talking about Za?
Zah, yeah.
Nah, he was in the basement. That's his crib. Cause
Yo,
I sent him the same thing you sent. I sent you.
Yeah, so the shit you send me, when you click on it, it opens up as a web browser.
Right?
I had to go download the app. When you download the app, it gives you clear access to your camera and to your mic. It comes out mad clear.
Oh.
Yeah,
it's
Download
my first time.
StreamYard app.
I'm
yeah, you
glad
got to
you back.
download the app.
Okay.
I got lucky today. Word. I
Okay.
always break up.
Yeah, I never
I'm
knew.
like,
I never even knew. I don't even use the app. I'm
Yeah,
on
so I'm on the
StreamYard
app.
now. I'm on the web browser.
Yeah, if you're on the phone, it's not going to work for everybody on the web browser.
And yours is clear, loud and
Yeah, I'm on
yeah.
the
clear
app.
too.
Word.
Okay. I
Yeah.
sure will let them know that.
So y'all
Mimi
came
said,
right
great
on.
job, young man. Word, man. That's what we gotta promote right there, man. That's what I want to promote. For real.
Yo,
I
BJ,
don't
we
care
gotta
nothing
make
about
the
the street
youngins
shit.
get back on. I don't
Huh?
care. We gotta make the youngins get back on. Anniversary joint for real. They gotta let us know what they up to. I don't care
Yeah,
for
we can
like
do that.
2 years. They gotta get back on.
We can do that. We can't do. They just came when y'all seen Eli come in. They just got back from Six Flags. They left around 11 o'clock this
But
morning.
that's what's up.
Man, them boys into chasing girls now and stuff, man.
They ain't got no
I
time to
mean,
be on no podcast.
that's
They
normal.
ain't
That's
they
what
ain't
they
thinking
do.
about sitting around. But you know what? Eli do stream. Eli stream with his homeboys and stuff on the video games and stuff. But yeah,
Okay.
I will. I will do that. That's a good
Yeah.
idea, Naima.
Is Eli still doing the heating and cooling?
No, he'll start back up with Dread when school is out.
Yeah.
Yeah, Eli's our handyman, man. He do everything around the house, man.
That's what's up. I love that.
He put everything together, man. And he driving now. He got his permit, so I'll be letting him drive me around town and stuff. So
that's what's up.
Yeah, I flipped on him the other day. Yeah, I look over there. He driving one hand, and they lean back, and they nah. Put two hands on that steering wheel.
They say, when you in the car with me, bro,
put two
hands on that.
Put 2 hands on that steering wheel.
You by yourself, you can do whatever. You can be in the back seat driving.
No, he only 15. He got a permit.
Oh,
true.
He only 15.
He
can't drive by himself yet. He got to wait till he 17. I think he could get it when he's 16, maybe.
Oh yeah,
but they got to take them classes in school, so he's taking the classes in school now.
That's crazy.
He be doing all types of stuff. I look over there, he eating. He ain't got no hands on the steering wheel. He drop. Yo, bro, I'm about to kick you out the seat. You about to get out the driver's seat, man.
Yo, you better than Abu. You know he ain't letting me drive him nowhere. That ain't happening. I'm about 40 years old. He don't care.
I'm the only one that let Eli drive. His balls ain't going for it. She'll let him drive around the parking lot. She ain't going for it.
One time I rented a car. He took me there, right? Me and Aaliyah. And then on the way back, you know, my little sister Aaliyah, not your daughter, you know. Mm-hmm. We riding back, and he's like, yo, I'm out of here. I can't even watch you. You get in your lane. You with my baby. You got my baby in the car. Like, he couldn't deal. I was like 25.
I don't know who drives slower, Dawu or my mom.
Yo, they be cruising, bro.
They do 50 in a 75.
The crazy part, it wasn't even like that before. Like, he just started doing that. I don't know. I guess if you get enough tickets, you start chilling.
He be thinking. He be driving and thinking and talking to himself and all that stuff. He be in a whole nother world.
Word.
But,
I love y'all.
I'm gone, man. Love you too, man. Kurt, appreciate you.
When we coming back?
Floyd, be safe, bro. I'm gonna try for Sunday.
All right.
I'm gonna try for Sunday. I'm gonna see how many loads I got. I'm gonna try for Sunday for sure.
All right, y'all.
For real. All right, Floyd.
All right, peace, Floyd.
Good night, y'all. Love y'all.
Peace,
all right,
bro.
peace.
Love y'all. Peace.
Peace.
I was a bad son, now I'm a good dad. I was a bad son, now I'm a good dad. I was a bad son, now I'm a good dad. What up? When I was a little boy, I put my hood on my back. All eyes on me and nobody cut me no slack. While bowling up and down that cold money was all I thought. And daddy was selling drugs, so it made me say fuck sports. Him teaching me the game, felt like he was passing the torch. In front of projects, I jumped off the stoop, not a port. My OGs was my idols, not no Meech or Rick Ross. And remember, to be a boss, life was always the cause. I carry Christ on my back, that's why they call me the cross. And whenever shit was rough, I just hustle and stay my course. And every time I pull myself back on my feet, digging my cleats, every step I take, rip up the streets. A gun in a vest, some money and weed is all I need. When I hit the block, my mama started losing her sleep. To love a nigga like me is really not for the weak. I became a villain after that 100 bullets ate up my Uncle G. I was a bad son, now I'm a good dad. I'm hands on, my kids ain't raised by no iPad. I show up every day, if you a man, try that. Can't call yourself a man if you make a child and deny that.